Day 2, but in effect, Day 1, here at Potchefstroom at the beautiful JB Marks Oval. Unlike yesterday, where we didn't have a single ounce of play happening, today it is nice and shiny. It is South Africa A turning around into another series, and this time they'll be playing the subcontinental giants of India, but this time the India Blues. This is Cricket South Africa's presentation on their wonderful YouTube channel, bringing you ball-by-ball action. I am Mpendulo Makubane on the gantry. However, I'm never alone. David Mitchley is alongside me.
Yeah, just a marvellous day out here at the Potchefstroom Cricket Ground, also known as the JB Marks Oval. It is a pleasure to be with you all once again, to bring you 4-day South Africa A cricket once again. The deluge on day 1 means that we have a couple of patches of sawdust on the ground, but it promises to be a beautiful day. 29 degrees Celsius with less than 10% rain. So in prospect, a good game, but we may see a frenetic pace, more so than we are used to for a 4-day game with one being deducted.
Definitely a lot of cricket that is still in store. We were supposed to start at 9:30, however, we start now at 10. As you can see, there are those patches of sawdust as the game will continue, but it will dry up nice and handsomely. Team is very different from what you'd expect from the South African team. As you can see, Cameron Shackleton is actually opening up with Yasin Valley.
Yeah, and it's going to be an important start here for these two. Shackleton, coming from the Tuskers, knows that he has an opportunity that has presented himself. Yasin Vali's been around the circuit for a little bit, couple of hundreds to his name. I believe it's 6 first-class hundreds, but this Shackleton-Valley partnership is going to be vital for them to get off to a good start. It's not going to be easy with the Indian bowlers being as well-versed in this level of cricket and beyond. So 3 slips, a gully backward point, 1 man in the covers, 2 on the leg side, and a fine leg. He'll come right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Yasin Valley, and it will be Krishna who will open things up for them. Good one to start. Valley making sure he eyes up the line and length here. With as much moisture as we've had around Mpendulo, you might suspect that that would have heavily influenced what the Indian players wanted to do in deciding at the toss.
Especially yesterday, it was very gloomy. Today there's more sun in the sky, it's more blue. Yesterday was all just dark, gloomy, a little bit of wind as well. And the pitch was much more greener than what it is today. We saw the constant usage of a heavy roller throughout the course of yesterday when we had a chance. So indeed, it would have been a smart decision when looking at yesterday and saying, yes, I'm definitely going to have a bowl. Even though when we were discussing earlier on last week that in a 4-day game, you want to bat first so that you have the honor of bowling in the last innings of the final day.
Krishna, with 2 short deliveries early, making use of the bounce here, that can always be favourable to your quicks and even sometimes to your spinners, just offering a little bit extra. He's on the precipice here of a small milestone for himself, as he is 1 wicket away from 50 first-class wickets.
Indeed, Krishna. You've seen him play for India, but he's represented India only in the white ball stuff. He's played some couple of ODIs, he's played a couple of T20s as well, but he's yet to make his debut for the red ball stuff. And he's just still young in his red ball career. He's playing in his 12th match, even though he had debuted 8 years ago. And he's still 27 years old. So he's not really a young or old person. He's right at that prime. He's walking into his prime, is Krishna. So he'll definitely want to show an impression here to the selectors.
Especially when you get an opportunity at this level against a more inexperienced opposition. You know, the level that the guys from South Africa A are at, it means that there certainly is a way in which you can make a name for yourself on both sides. partner deliveries going away, and then that one tucking in. So we've completed our first over here, and it is scoreless.
Good start from Krishna. He's banging the ball at the back of a lens to see how it's going to work. And then he's going in fuller and fuller and fuller as we see one more ball remaining.
Yes, he's bowled so well. I thought it might have been the conclusion of the first over. The Indian field is really in a good energy this morning. Confident conversations that are going on, geeing up their teammates. Hit him high in front. They're screaming and shouting. I wonder where they thought it may have been. Perhaps a double sound, but no real bother for the umpire. We've now completed one, and we're still scoreless.
That looked mightily close. Ball jagging back in from Krishna. Big appeal from the Indians, but nothing coming out of it. Umpire standing strong. Scoreless are the South Africans, and it's actually really difficult for them because it is the first time that either of Yasin Valley or Cameron Shackleton are playing at this level of cricket. Actually, none of the South Africans, David, have played at this level of cricket.
Yeah, just looking at that South African side, there's a lot of prospect, a lot of promise, a lot of talent. But what you do with that talent is the true test of your mettle. Guys have played S-Under-19 within the structure as well. You know, remember Bryce Parsons, who is captaining, is S-Under-19 captain. But it's how you carry yourself in these conditions that makes all the difference. Kaverapa will begin from the pavilion end.
Kaverapa, just 24 years old, plays for Karnataka in India. Incredible record. Averages 18 with the ball. Has 52 first-class wickets in his 13 matches so far. So it's going to be exciting to see what he can provide for us.
He comes right arm over to Shackleton. Friendly delivery there. Good length, but that's exactly what you want early on. A little bit of shape on offer with the new ball.
Also getting it nice and full. Like you said, spoke about the length, which is what Krishna was doing very well in his first over as well. Just looking to see where the ball will have most purchase. Doing the same thing here as Kaverapa, but you'll want to make use of those two slips, that wide gully, and unlike Krishna, he has protection in the cover areas.
Outside edge. Has he got him? Yes! Shackleton, just a simple edge. He's gone without scoring, and in his first game at SAA level, he's been out-caught.
That was an absolute peach of a delivery from Kaverapa. Moving away, pitching on the back of a length. Absolutely brilliant. How do you even play that? Coming onto the stumps, shaping in the air, shaping after it pitches, has to hang the bat, and the outside edge sees the dismissals of Cameron Shackleton.
Just a feather of an edge there through the wicketkeeper. It was the faintest of edges, and he'll be terribly disappointed. There's not much more he could have done, but that is the end of Shackleton's time at the wicket. The new man at the crease, Ruben Hermann, who's one of many Hermans in the South African domestic scene, but it's now his opportunity to come to the wicket in trying conditions, and we're hoping that this time at the wicket will help him separate himself from the other Hermans and not be painted with the same brushstroke. But 0 for 1 are the South Africans, and that's early concern.
The left-handed batter now walking in, just acquired his 1,000th first-class runs, averaging just a touch under 30. He will definitely be looking to get his name out there. Ruben Hermann coming in at number 3.
Yeah, he's a handy cricketer. He's done well for himself with 650s, but conversion has been something that he struggled with. Just that 78 versus the Tuskers here at Potchefstroom. So an opportunity to feel a little bit more at ease since this is his home ground, but it won't be a let-off for anybody here as the Indian players deciding that they need a man under the helmet.
And he did play well the last time they were here in that first innings where he scored 78 runs. Northwest scoring 431 in that particular match. Scored it at a good nick also at 121 deliveries, did Ruben Hermann.
Pradosh Ranjan Paul has now been sequestered to sneak in there under the helmet. So 2 slips and a gully lurking. Umpire just says, hold on a moment, fellas. We just want to get something settled here where the fine leg is. And they've asked him to just come slightly off the boundary. Hitting the bat hard early here are the Indian bowlers rather. It's going to be a true test for Hermann, not only of skill but of mental fortitude. You've come to the wicket. Essentially, you're considered an opening batsman in this situation. 0 for 1. And an Indian team that have been itching to get out there after yesterday's interruption.
And an Indian team that has started excellently as well. It's not that these dot balls are dot balls because the South Africans... It's not dot balls because they're hitting it to a fielder. It's not dot balls because the Indians are giving away freebies where South Africa feel like, I can just let this one go and not play at it. It's dot balls where they are hitting really good areas where if South Africa choose to play those deliveries, they might get themselves into serious trouble, just like we saw with Cam Shackleton getting him into a little bit of a bind. So it's the lengths and the lines that the Indians are bowling here are absolutely impeccable.
Your umpires for this morning are Sipila Lagasa. We spent time with him in Bloemfontein, and he's partnered by former Dolphins man Mthokozisi Shezi. Friendly width there, punched away through the covers. Might hold up a little bit through the sawdust, and that will be the first runs for the South African A team. You see the moisture in the field means it's not going to fly away. More of a thicker carpet here at Potchefstroom with all the water.
Heavy sawdust, heavy sawdust as you see going where the ball was, going to the right hand side of your screen. It's as thick as 2 strips of a pitch, meaning that when the ball does go through there, it will have a little bit of a turbulent time, so you need a strong hit. But also that strong hit might bring about the slip fielders.
Happy to leave that one alone, and I think that's the sensible end to the over for the South African A team. The wicket falling from it, and just the 2 for 1 after 2.
Great start from Kaverapa. He comes in with scrutiny in his eyes. Just made his debut last season in 2022, that Kaverapa. You know, in this day and age, you're looking for an express fast bowler. You're always looking for someone with that X factor. But how handy is it when you have someone who is skillful to move the ball, hit the deck hard in a good area, but also not have that pace so that the ball has enough time to do what it wants.
It's not often you see somebody who's just recently made their first-class debut into the mix. Especially at A level. You know, when you are in the Indian first-class section, you know, Ranji Trophy can be a very crowded place. You're almost playing a game of Where's Waldo to seek out the talent. But the BCCI are very good at that in sifting through those who are above the others in terms of cream of the crop, and they've done it exactly here with Kaverapa.
A real key discovery. Still a young man at 24-year-old. Pradesh Krishna, though, continues. Of course, Pradesh also got that huge appeal in that first over. The ball tailing back into Yasin Valley. He's going to need to be very compact and very measured. He's the man who plays down in Pietermaritzburg for the AET Tuskers.
Yeah, Valley, somebody who's vastly more experienced than his compatriots here in terms of games under his belt and also some runs. He's moved around a little bit, but it seems that he may yet have settled in Maritzburg.
The important thing here will be for him to settle into this match here in Potchefstroom. The big advantage for Yasin Valley is that his last game was played here against Northwest. However, He wasn't in that particular squad, even though the Tuskers were here.
It's a very green tinge on the wicket, as you can see on your screen there. Wonderful camera work early here. That means it offers a bit of assistance, and that's a brilliant delivery. Just dropping his hands out the way there. But it's going to certainly assist bowlers here this morning.
Risky business. Ball coming back onto his body. Krishna closing him in for any room. If he didn't drop his hands there, easily could have nabbed the pads, but seems like he's dropped his hands a little bit too late even. The bat was just there to be taken, and he really should look to protect that bat. 3 slips and a gully waits lurking.
That one coming a little bit straighter onto the bat, but they'll get runs for it. It's always one of those gambles that if there's a toss on day 1 and you make your decision, and then on day 2 vastly different conditions could appear, but not the case today. Yes, I did mention at the top of the broadcast that there is a glorious day in store for us, but the challenge is for these South African batsmen. How do they negotiate? How do they navigate a wonderful opening spell thus far? We're just shy of the 3rd over, but it's been almost all action, putting them to the true test in this, the first unofficial test. First of 3 games where South Africa will participate in 2 of them, and India in all 3. There's this one at Potchefstroom. They play a Tuks internal game. It's India A. That's at the University of Pretoria, north of Johannesburg, and we're in the Northwest Province. And then the final game is Boxing Day at Woolamore Park in Benoni. It's the end of 3. It's 3 for 1.
Throwing all the punches is what both India and South Africa will be doing. There's a rich history in the South Africa and the India competition. Freedom Series is what it's called, and today there'll be the second T20 international being played between the 2 teams. Of course, the first one in Durban was rained out because, well, a summer in South Africa can be like that sometimes.
Unfortunately, it looks like Gqeberha St. George's has also got unfavourable weather conditions, but we do hope that it clears up. The suggestions that it may ease up at around 5 p.m. But the South Africa-India series proper is known as the Freedom Series because it was South Africa who played India in their first game after isolation. Comes very wide of the crease. Does cover up her. And good bit of patience required here from these 2. You feel that the first hour of play could prove tricky, but I think if you hold back a little bit in terms of trying to be prodigious with your run scoring, you could find that the afternoon session evens out a little bit more.
It's always about getting rid of that first hour in the morning where the air is still thin, there's still wind blowing. The bowlers are still fresh, running in hard, hitting the deck hard. Their plans are still fresh in their heads. Their minds are still fresh, because we know as the day goes by, mental fatigue can actually affect how your body executes its cricket. So right now, in that very first hour of the day, the batters need to be as sharp as possible, because it is a ground where you can score runs once you get your eye in.
And the successes of yesteryear at under 19 level, I mean, Yasin Valley was part of that side that won the World Cup. Just catching the edge of the bat there, the shoulder rather, and you can hear the loud thunder onto the bat. But the successes of yesteryear will have to remain in yesteryear. Yes, there are good lessons to be learned and a good memory, but it is at this level, beyond your local domestic first-class level, that your resolutions that you made all those years ago as a youngster, I wanted to play SAA, I wanted to play for my country, and this is where you get the chance to, now or never. Now or never could be the opportunity for some of these guys, having not yet played SAA, and just a few of them with more than 30 first-class games.
And the thing is, the South African A team, some of these gentlemen might have never thought that an opportunity like this would ever present itself. Of course, why this team is not a standard A team like you would, why you would consider it a little bit lesser than the one that was playing against the West Indies. It is because they will be having a round of the 4-day domestic series going on. This will be starting on Thursday, which will be the final day of this particular match. So the 4-day series, only one round is being played against the fixture, so every game counts and every game is important. So those players deciding to go back into their provincial sides to go play, that's why the second team will be much more stronger for the second match come the 26th of December.
That spat out the wicket, just a ring of the hand there, just shakes his hand at that one. But he survives once again. It's 4 done and the score's unchanged. It's a maiden over for Kavarapa. It's 3 for 1.
Starting off very well is Kavarapa. So are the Indians in total, just going at 3. Lost 1, 4 overs. That run rate is below a run to the over. So with the unavailability of South Africa's top players who will be playing in that domestic round of matches this week, Cricket South Africa has gone on to find the players in the fringes of those provincial sides who are good enough, and they are here getting some game time.
It's not only game time at a 4-day game, it is game time against a quality India A side. Lovely delivery there. They've been on the money this morning for somebody who has sat all of yesterday, and they warmed up, it felt like 2 or 3 times. And then just when we thought we might get the opportunity to see some play, and then the covers came on once again as the rain poured down, and we put our hands on our head and said, oh no, it was frustrating.
Even us here in the commentary, we were ready, David. We were like, yes, 2 o'clock, we're starting the game's play. 2 o'clock decided to come. And the thing is, just the moment we were about to get into the play, the rain started coming down. Everything was confirmed. But the rain confirmed to us that that is not going to be happening. So surely when they were sitting there, some of the bowlers were planning what they're going to be doing once they come in. Visual meditation, where they're constantly looking at the areas where they're going to be bowling, shadow bowling even, imaginary bowling, so that once they really get to the real stuff, they can execute.
You speak about execution, somebody like Sarfraz Khan. Glad to see him in the mix once again, because he's somebody that I just enjoy watching batting. He's at second slip, just out of view of the singles camera here, but there's obviously that one that's following along, and you can see him there with just his hand in his trousers. He's just somebody that excites me, and his ability to execute promises to deliver for this India A side.
Just going down to his pads with the movement coming back in so sharply by Krishna. He can't afford to start the ball too straight, because we all know left-handers and the pads, actually just top order batters and their pads, is where you don't want to play along. And if you look at the field on the leg side, we just have that deep fine leg who's stationed there. There's no one else except for the man standing at square leg. So if it's going to be coming to the pads and to the hips, it's going to be an easy single, which they're looking to cover up now with a very interesting change in field.
Once again, the man under the helmet makes his way in a backward short leg this time. So knowing that the left-hander will look to tuck it away off of his rib cage, he is quite far from the bat, but the ball can come very quickly, and that's exactly what it's done. Lovely stroke here by Hermann. But again, as I said earlier on, this sawdust in the outfield will certainly halt things not as quick of an outfield as we had in Bloemfontein. Even the groundsmen here have been working so frantically to make sure we were going to get play underway.
It was a really hard push to get the game on. The ball, that from Krishna, coming in a little bit straighter, didn't swing as much, so it allowed Hermann to play it squarer.
Lovely stroke. And a better piece of fielding there out at point. Really throwing his body around there was B-Sai Sudarshan. He's got those lanky arms that he was almost Bumrah-esque. And dives to get that one back into the field. It's a good one. And that's the end of the 5th. 8 for 1.
Fantastic work from backward point. It's what you want from your fielders. You always want your fielders to back their bowlers as much as they possibly can. And Yasin Vali and Ruben Hermann will start discussing their plans, making sure that they take their time, respect the good bowling, respect the new ball. But when that bad ball does come, you're able to dispatch it. It's just unfortunate with that last wide half volley. It didn't get a full connection onto the shot, and it was a good stop as well. But I like that intent. They're not just going into a corner here, the South Africans, and saying, yes, Kavarappa, yes, Krishna, just bowl at me how you please.
Yeah, certainly the last thing you want is these two opening bowlers for India A to settle into line and length and feel really comfortable. Comes around the wicket. Glorious stroke. Slashed at it hard. Caught the outside half of the bat, but it was in front of point. And we have our first boundary.
Oh, delectable stuff that. Absolutely drop dead gorgeous from Hermann. It's a half volley. Coming into him, he hits the ball against the movement of it, and he squeezes that out through square, past the slow sawdust. Such was the power behind that shot from Ruben Hermann.
Brilliant timing from him. But that's the nature of four-day cricket, is now we're looking forward to the next delivery, the follow-up to ball. And it is a juicy one. Much better from him, and the length and the line rather are much more within realm of acceptability for him. He'll set himself such high standards, will Kavarappa. He wants to just continue to hit those lengths, hit those lines.
He's one of those bowlers that each team in a first-class cricket game needs. The guy who's constantly going to be a nag. The guy who doesn't really rely on pace.
Ow, that so nearly could have caught an edge.
Just relies on that, David. Just line, length, making the batter question what the ball is going to do. That movement coming in is really causing some problems to the left-handers if he gets his length working correctly.
The challenge for me is Hermann's really just left his bat hanging out there. And we've got to find another way in which you can still feel confident in playing at the stroke without just leaving the bat hanging, dangling out there, if you will. Comes across his stumps and he does exactly what was required. Whips it away off the legs. There'll be 3 here, definitely. Loud shout of 3 from Vali to confirm to his teammate, and he's well comfortable in the end as that one's cleaned up.
Kumar coming into the deep and collecting that. It was a glorious shot from Hermann. That you can see he's really getting to his stride now, but also the ball moving back in and him leaving the previous 2 deliveries from Kavarappa, he feels like he needs to come in a little bit closer so that he can get the batter playing at the ball, and which is exactly what both Hermann and Yasin Vali want. Get the ball to their scoring areas, and he did just that.
He's forcing the issue, if you will, because he's seen that the width outside the off stump is offered, so he needs to change things up. That's a snake in the grass. That one just spat up viciously.
And you see, now it's something that Yasin Vali needs to come into terms with. Kavarappa is a very simple bowler. He's so uncomplicated. Just doing his business, letting the pitch do the talking for him as he instructs the ball on what it has to do. Yasin Vali now just needs to get his eye into the game here. He mustn't try to do what Hermann is doing because they are playing 2 different styles of games. But at the same time, he mustn't allow Kavarappa to bog him into a corner.
And after a much better 2 overs for South Africa, it's 6 gone and it's 15 for 1.
That's all it takes, especially at the beginning of an innings. You just need a couple of overs that's going to get the scoring going. You know, we're looking at the comments here. Lawrence Bailey saying Hermann is looking good on the front foot, especially on the drive, which he has been, David, throughout. We even his defense looks good and his striking is good. 14 runs from just 15 deliveries.
I think that difference in style is going to be crucial for these two to get going this morning. Just 6 overs under the belt. Already the wicket of Cameron Shackleton falling without scoring. And I don't think the Indian air bowlers will be too upset with the way that Hermann has played. Yes, he's looked good on the drive, but all you need is one to take the outside edge, and Gully could find himself in some favour.
Especially with Krishna and his extra height and extra bounce. Just starting off a little bit straight again, carrying on with what he was doing in the last couple of deliveries of his last over here, Krishna. Going a little bit straighter, we saw some glorious whips off the front pad from Hermann. I would ideally like to see him operating where he did in his first 2 overs, where he is just pushing it outside that off stump, allowing the ball to tail back into the 4th stump, and really questioning the batters if it will be hitting that top of the stump.
Key to that is a delivery like that. Nice and tight to the stumps, going across the left-hander, and as you said, that one that comes back.
It's absolutely beautiful stuff, which is what he needs to do. Just keep it on that line to good length as well. That one just squeezing the batter into a corner. It's exactly also what Kavarapa did in order to dismiss Cameron Shackleton.
I'm not a fan of the wayward lengths that we've seen in the last couple of overs from the Indian bowlers. They started so well with the back of a length delivery, and that's the one that's going to be the most effective in South African conditions more often than not. With the bounce that is offered here at the JB Marks Oval, it's something that yes, if you're going to pitch it up, you can't be straight, because all too often we've seen batters just feast on the fuller length delivery on the pads. That's exactly it, and it's hit on the bounce. Safras Khan nearly found himself with a golden apple betwixt his hands, but not in this instance.
Key thing there from Hermann is those soft hands. You see how he even let go of the bottom of the bat, indicating how much power he didn't want to put into the bats, which is why the ball failed to carry to second slip. But the area from Krishna is absolutely pinpoint. Push it across the left-hander.
That's exactly it. Hit the top of off. Make sure you're dragging your natural length that you would be bowling in India a little bit further back. The conditions here are favourable to you as a fast bowler. And the rich fast bowling stocks that India have, a far cry from where they were many years ago. You know, growing up, there was a lack of really penetrative fast bowlers. But these days, they have a full stable.
It's also compliments to the investment that the BCCI has put into its cricket. The IPL coming in really changed the game completely. As we see the end of over number 7, it's 15 for 1 as this partnership is looking to grow and steady the South African innings. But what we've seen, David, from the T20 specs of cricket is that your more attacking bowlers, your leg spinners, and your searing pace fast bowlers always bring that X factor. So the thing that was talked about is that the moment you are able to generate 150 kilometers an hour, you might as well get yourself an IPL contract. So seeing that trend come in, where you get your Chinese coming in bowling 150s, you're getting your Jasprit Bumrahs now peering in, and your bowlers looking to bowl that 150 pace in order to break into the IPL. And once you are in the IPL, you are in the visual line of the Indian selectors.
of extra length, a lot of extra width there with that length. Maybe trying to lure him into a false stroke there, Yasin Vali. Like I said, is the most experienced here, so perhaps not likely to be suckered in. But not only is pace an aspect, but also skill. When you're bowling to batters that are not just your domestic batters, but at a level above, it forces you to elevate your game and really zone in on your tricks.
And that's the importance of having these A-series games as well. It's that you can be able to assess where you are and assess where you are in different conditions in different parts of the world too, to see if I really have what it takes. In the previous series where we saw the West Indies, Kevin Sinclair was the big shining spark for the West Indians. And now you can look and say, I can test this gent out in the main team, which is the same thing here.
Outside edge on the bounce to Gully. This has been an antsy bit of play here for the South Africans, catching the edge there.
And that's the thing. Yasin Vali just hasn't looked as comfortable as Hermann right now. It's as if he hasn't been facing much of the strike, but he has faced more deliveries than Ruben Hermann here. Still having problems assessing the pace and the bounce of the pitch. But those soft hands are coming in key and clutch.
Especially with the softer nature of the facilities here, with the rain having fallen the whole of yesterday. It really was a day for farmers to celebrate, but cricketers to weep.
I don't think even weeing is going to be the one, because that adds on to the moisture. Dry tears. But it all comes good, because now we are here watching the cricket. Indians, like you've been saying, have been itching to get some game time. And for the Indians, it's going to be a bigger task for them, because they'll be playing a much stronger team come the 20th in that internal 3-day game. Because that's where you're going to see your likes of your Virat Kohlis and all of your big stars who will be playing in that Boxing Day test match, show their stuff.
It was a very interesting test series last time India came out to South Africa, 2021. South Africa winning that Freedom Series after a dramatic start at Supersport Park. I cast my mind back to the A Series prior to that one, where after 8 it's 15 for 1, where Marco Jansen really shone brightly there in Bloemfontein, and then immediately got a call up to the South African squad for Boxing Day, and boy did he light the stage on fire.
And the thing is, like you said, you were commentating that whole series between India A and South Africa A, with all matches being played at the Mangaung Oval. But the interesting thing was how the conditions differed from match to match to match. And you can even look at the score sheets, how all the scorecards were different, even though every single match was a draw.
And that was credit to the ground staff, because it is often the criticism of some that the wickets in the heartland of South Africa are often far too slanted in favor of the men with the bat in hand. And they did produce something of value for both bat and ball, and that's what you want. You don't want a one-sided contest. And as much as Potchefstroom will offer you a little bit of extra bounce and perhaps some batting favourable conditions, it is not the case this morning. I can assure you that the South African batters have really had to dig deep here, but incredible lessons every delivery. Whipped away, it's too full on the pads, racing towards the square leg boundary. He's hit it well enough, and it's 4.
Hermann is on his money. He has cashed in on the straight delivery from Krishna. It was Ariel just momentarily asking square leg if he can be in the game. However, it was placed well enough to go for 4. And we saw an interesting fielding change as well, which will get the Indians more comfortable if Hermann continues playing that whipping shot.
Yeah. It's so early in this game that you don't want to panic as a fielding side and just try and chase where the ball is going. You rather just rectify your lines and length.
But I must say, I like the proactiveness of Bharat's captaincy here. He's standing at wicket-keeper right now. What Bharat has recognized is the fact that Krishna is putting the ball coming back into the left-hander, and that Ruben Hermann is very comfortable in using his wrists and just whipping that ball through mid-wicket or through square leg. So he's gotten rid of the man who was standing under the hip of Ruben Hermann under the helmet. And now Ranjan Paul has moved into short mid-wicket, where the ball might have a tendency to pop up into the air if he tries to whip it like he normally does.
Again, pulling his bat out very late here. And the exclamation from the Indian fielders means that they know how close that was.
Definitely leaving that purely based on length as Ruben Hermann, meaning that he's starting to really get his eye in here. Just taking his time, being patient. He's already done the damage in the over by scoring those 4 runs, and it wasn't just any type of 4 runs, it was an authoritative shot from Hermann. So he currently holds the upper hand in this particular over.
Not intentionally going where he would have hoped, and that's exactly why that man is there at that shortish mid-wicket, just for that mistimed tuck away off the hips.
And the thing is, the man at that short mid-wicket is not standing too far from the crease, is
Just
annoyingly close. Annoyingly close. Anything that just can be whipped can really catch him. And normally fielders who stand there are very, very agile. Can dive left, can dive right, can throw quick.
It's a sumptuous drive, just pitched up, and he bashes it away. It will not be collected in any hope. And what a sumptuous drive once again.
That is ridiculous from Ruben Hermann. He really has his eye in on the game, punching it on the up. It really was a simple punch through the mid-off area. The mid-off is very square for the Indians. You might as well call him a man who's standing at extra cover, really. Wonderful shot from Hermann.
Well, if you're presented a gift, you don't just look at that gift horse in the mouth, do you? Glorious stuff from Hermann. Again, hammering in once he has been dispatched to the boundary. He comes back wonderfully there. It's 9 gone and 23 for 1.
It wouldn't be a surprise to see Bharat just give Krishna a little bit of a break now. He's bowled 5 overs, gone for 14 of those runs, and 8 of them coming in that previous over. It was an over which was all over the place, rather, David. Looking to find where Hermann is going to get some problems. But the thing is, once a batter gets his eye in well, everything becomes a scoring option, everything becomes hittable, and the pressure's reversed straight onto the bowler, where he's trying to figure out, what must I do now?
No great cause for panic on either side. It's very early. How do you play your chess pieces? Where do you put your men? Where do you decide to bowl? Those are crucial questions, and it's questions through those types of deliveries that will allow, one, the Indian bowlers to feel like I'm starting to find a good rhythm, but the South African 8 batters to know which ones to leave, which ones to play at, which ones on length they should really cover up. And that's the brilliance of this. It's almost a Socratic questioning, if you will. That one spit up off a length. Good soft hands again from Yasin Vali.
But it's not comfortable for Yasin Vali out there. It doesn't feel like he's in full control of whatever it is that he's trying to do. Cover up, really on top of his game right now, has only gone for 9 runs in his 4 overs. But if you look at the difference between him, Yassin Vali, and Ruben Hermann, is that yes, leaving and choosing your shots is very important on where you must play. And what Ruben Hermann has been doing is that he hasn't been leaving just for the sake of leaving. Just because the ball is not hitting the stumps doesn't mean that it's not there to be hit. He goes for it if it's there to be hit. If it's a good one, he lets it go. The problem I feel like with Yassin Vali not taking it on is the fact that the more he feels a little bit uncomfortable, the more the Indian bowlers get into their stride and continue consistently hitting the line and length. So I'm not surprised if Kavarappa will bowl the same ball here.
Well, he's heard what you've said and said, pish posh, I shan't be lured into what you've done. Throws a bit of extra length and maybe looking to lure a wayward drive. It was that got Zubair Hamza in the first innings of that final game, just chasing a bit of a wide one. Umpire gave him out and his response in the second innings was 100. But that's the kind of delivery that Joshua Da Silva as well got out to, just chasing a wild one outside his off stump in the first innings and came back with 100. Perhaps that's the one to get out to in A-level cricket in the first innings, and then you're almost guaranteed a century in the second. Off the back foot, cut away. That's a lovely stroke. Gunshot 4.
Wonderful stroke from Yassin Vali. That is brilliant stuff. Kavarappa for the first time, just pushing it a little bit too shorter, with the ball moving away from Vali, creating that width, and is able to use the pace and the bounce of the ball to his advantage. And how expertly was it placed?
He knew exactly where that man was at the point region, so just had to get on top of it, play it late. Isn't this just brilliant when you're maybe just offering some thoughts on where a player may be coming short, and immediately he says, "No, I'm not bothered." Loud call of no there, very loud, an assertive one from Yassin Vali. It's the end of 10. It's 27 for 1, and there'll be a commentary change. I'm going to make way for Gert Maloney.
That was the ball that they were looking for here. That was the ball that he was searching for, Kavarappa. Did go for 4 runs, as it was dropped a little bit too short. South Africa, after 10 overs, are on 27 for the loss of 1 wicket, and that wicket falling much earlier. Kavarappa dismissing Cameron Shackleton with a peach of a delivery. And it's been a steady start here for the South Africans after losing that wicket. Now they're just starting to get a little bit more of control.
Yes, they are, and what a lovely day it is at Potch after the gloom and doom we had yesterday, Pendulo. We've had some brilliant cricket. We've had some indecisive cricket a little bit from the Indians as well. You can see what the plan is. They want to hit that back of a length, get them driving on the up a little bit, and then just missing the lengths in the last couple of overs a little bit. But it's been fantastic that we actually got play underway, that we did. The ground staff did a fantastic job.
It's been fantastic, and the sky is playing its, Mother Nature's playing her part, and Bharat's playing his part in being a proactive captain. Krishna just went for 8 runs in his final over, and we see the experienced Shardul Thakur get the ball.
This is going to be a very interesting passage of play for the batters, I feel. There's been something in the deck. It's been nice and green. It's been popping up a little bit there, just on that 6-7 meter mark. And the field is staying exactly the same as it did for the opening bowler, with the 2 slips, the gully, and that short mid-wicket still in play there, because they feel that you might just pop it up on the up there a little bit, and the only protection they have on the boundary is a deep fine leg.
And you can see how close they are into the inner ring, squeezing the South Africans in, hopefully not to get those singles, looking for them to really go hard and go through the inner ring. Hermann has been the man to take that mantle.
And also Hermann has been the one that's actually popped up 1 or 2 in the air as well. So they might feel that he's the one they got to attack a little bit more. Yasin Vali has been leaving well outside the off stump. And we saw that fall from him. It was just a bit shorter, but almost looked a lot more comfortable against the shorter delivery than he does the fuller one, because he hasn't been enticed to drive or at any of the deliveries, where Hermann has been very proactive in the crease. He's been walking across, trying to counter the swing a little bit, and they've bobbed him down a little bit in the last few deliveries.
Also, it's going to be important for him to check out Thakur for a little bit. He's coming in with a different proposition than what Krishna was coming. Krishna much more taller, getting that movement in, hitting the deck hard. As we know of Shardul Thakur, much more skiddier, rushes you, and he gets that movement as well. So it's important for Hermann not to get that rush of blood as he's been doing.
And I also feel that Thakur will also get a little bit of later swing than the other bowlers have because of his experience. He is a lot skiddier, but he can also surprise you with the bumper as well. He's a lot skiddier, but he gets the ball up there and can get up to your throat as well.
But also, right now, he's just starting it full. He, too, is just getting into the rhythm of his work. Of course, he's 32 years old. He has been playing Test cricket for over 5 years now, having debuted back in 2018. So we can say that Shardul Thakur really knows his business.
Yes, he's been around some of the greatest minds, and he was one of the players that actually came through the Gary Kirsten era as well. So he's had a wealth of experience, and I think that's why he's part of this India A team. It is just to give them that bit of experience, give them that the older statesman in the team, just a bit of experience. And also, if you look at the setup of the team, it's very much seamers that they've brought along to South Africa, which we thought it would be. It'll be interesting to see how our batters handle the spinners,
of course,
as well.
That spinner in this team is Saurabh Kumar, who will be playing for India. He's played 8 test matches for them. And he has an incredible return also in those 6 matches of 28 wickets at 21.5 per wicket, which is serious business for a spin bowler. As you see the end of with the 11th, it's 27 for 1.
And let's see what the Indians does. Is going to be a double change, or will they stick with their tall, lanky opener?
Kavarappa continues bowling as this partnership now between Vali and Hermann. See them talking to each other, working it. Currently at 27. Kavarappa now comes to try and dismantle these batters and what they're trying to bring here. And he's been doing a good, decent job, Kavarappa.
I feel that he's have 2 plans, one for Hermann and one for Vali. He's going over the wicket to Vali and around the wicket to Hermann. And again, that mid-wicket is still looming. He's moved back a little bit with one of the Indian players just under the helmet. There's one, it's just for that one of the hip that they keep popping up because they still feel there's a bit of bounce in the track, and I think that's one of the reasons why they will probably have another seamer coming on as well. Well left there by Yasin Vali, and he's been leaving well outside the off stump, but I still think that the Indian bowlers have let them down a little bit with their plan, because you see the slips are there for the drive, it's for the one going across, and the other field settings is for the one coming back in, so they could be a bit more attacking on the pads.
Something along those lines.
Exactly, just the one, that's where the slips are for, and then your mid-wicket and the one underneath the helmet is for the one tailing back into the left-handers and hoping them just to pop it on the up. And we saw with the opening spell, the first 10 overs, it was the line was there, the plan was there, the lengths just letting them down a little bit. You can't go too full, otherwise you're going to get driven straight past.
And they've been doing that, driving it well, and you can't be too short either. We saw how Kavarappa was dispatched by Vali in the last ball of the previous over, just standing tall and cutting it through. That one just felt like he was lured into the shots, and that's another tricky thing that we must see here with Kavarappa, especially when you're speaking about that mid-wicket and the man under the hip. is that because he's not the fastest bowler in the world, when he does decide to dig it short, it's not really going to be coming to the batter as quickly as he thinks that he would. So it might throw off the timing of his shots, which does bring into play the man who's under the helmet. I wouldn't mind seeing the mid-wicket coming in a little bit closer for that to be a little bit more attacking.
I think Hermann is to thank for that one. He's been whipping it quite nicely through that. We had a double, 2 runs there early in his innings. We walked across the inning, across as well. We whipped it through mid-wicket, and I think they feel that both batters, if they're going to go off their legs, they're going to go a little bit harder. So just getting that man into a catching, saving position instead, not to leak runs. And also the one thing that we've noticed is over the last 2 overs, the batters have kind of faced one end. They haven't rotated strikes, so it shows that the Indian bowlers are bobbing them down a little bit.
So it is just those 1 or 2 deliveries after every 2 overs that they dish out. I think it also shows the quality of the Indians, that they are not giving those boundary balls out all the time. If South Africa are failing to rotate the strike, it shows that the bowlers are bowling very well and the fielders are fielding very well. If South Africa are unable to score those boundaries, those opportunities to take those wickets when they force the boundaries may then come through.
And that's what they're hoping for, is just that one false shot. They just need a breakthrough here. Oh, that one kept a little bit low after the bounce that we saw. Oh.
Something for them to think about as Vali does some gardening, saying, hey, soil, keep true, but Kavarapa won't mind that. It's a maiden over for him, 27 for 1 after 12.
And Thakur would also love to see that. Because he's that skitty bowler, he'll get one to pop up on the hips and then the next one go down by the ankles.
So Kavarapa has bowled his 6 overs, 1 for 13. A different type of bowler, and that's the thing. The Indians have 3 different types of fast bowlers whom we've seen right now. Krishna, tall, lanky, a little bit of more pace and movement. Thakur now with the ball in hand, skiddier. You can even see how he runs up with so much intensity. Bowls it a little bit wide, and that beautiful drive from Hermann is still out for the show.
And that is what I think the plan would be for Hermann, is maybe get him driving, stopping him from being active in the crease, going across his stumps to counter the swing. And you can see even the second slip has moved up a step. The first slip has moved up a little bit closer because the ball isn't carrying to them. And they're playing with soft hands. So you can see everyone just moving a little bit closer to the crease.
And they keep coming closer and closer and closer to the crease. It's hard to say, but it could be that the pitch is slower than what we think it is. From up here, it looks lush. It looks hard, because we did see a lot of hard rolling coming onto it yesterday. But it just could be that it's slower than what we think.
And it might be a little bit too paced as well. I see there's a lot of green patches on there, so it could well depend on where the ball lands. We saw the shorter ball almost ballooning up. There's that movement across the stumps that Hermann is, and I think he's feeling the pressure a little bit because they have not rotated the strike. So he's trying to be more proactive, getting into the line and maybe getting it into a gap, because that's one thing that these batters need to do, because they're 2 different type of batters. Rotate. Don't let the bowler just settle into a line with you, and that's what I feel Vali has kind of allowed to happen. They've just settled into a line. They saw he's a bit stabby against the fuller ball, and Hermann is actually trying to get out of this rut now.
Oh, dangerous stuff. Pushing at it hard. Ball moving into him this time. Beating him inside the bat and the pad. Incredible delivery from Thakur.
And that just shows the experience of Thakur, where even if a batter moves across, he just adjusts that line a little bit, but the length was sublime.
Actually, now that you mention it, it was because of that adjustment. this one, just pushing it across, as you saw on that replay, it really wasn't inside. It beat him outside the edge. Even adjusting his length to pull it a little bit back as well. This time going a little bit fuller with it moving back in. It's chess, not checkers.
Oh, yes, absolutely. You don't win chess in one move. It is an all-day game, just like cricket is. You've got to be thinking the whole time. And one thing I've noticed compared to other touring Indian teams is this team has been very quiet on the field. There's not been a lot of chatter. There's been talking to one another a little bit, but also not like we are used to.
And you would think that if you have some sort of an upper hand, like you'd believe the Indians have right now, you'd think that you'd be a little bit louder. Hermann is hitting the ball well, but it's not penetrating the fielder. He's been making good friends with the man standing at mid-off. Him and the ball have just been having a lot of fun. It's the end of the over, though. It's 27 for 1. Still, South Africa failing to score a run after the end of the 10th.
Another maiden there, and this will make the captain very, very happy. They said 27 for 1. And looks like we got a bowling change coming up.
New man coming in here.
Prasid Krishna. I beg your pardon. It's Deshpande. Another seamer, as I said, I think they're going to hold on to the spinner a little bit, get the ball a little bit older. And the seamers are extracting a bit of swing, it's getting a bit of bounce. There's still a lot in it because of the rain. It was under covers basically the whole evening as well. There's a lot of moisture as well. So, and also that one that Lowy we saw a bit earlier, that could also entice him just to keep going with the seamers a little bit more. And it wouldn't surprise me to actually see a change of end for Krishna coming this side as well, coming back for maybe another 2 or 3 over burst.
We're going to see how it's going to play out, because Kaverapa was getting something from this end, definitely. Deshpande starting on the money from the jump, and that's that area that they must look to search for as much as possible, trying to see if the batter can engage. And actually, speaking about that area, Gert, the previous over bowling to Vali, I felt as if it was a little bit too wide from Kaverapa. He was going on that 5th stump area, and I feel like Yasin Vali hasn't been challenged enough on his exact off stump. He's been happy to leave, and every time he gets challenged there, you see that he's a little bit uncomfortable and unnervy with his bat. But this time, just an easy parry, because once it becomes straight, it's easy to handle.
And it's also that man that have just moved away from the helmet there. That could have also made Yasin just close up that face on the ball a little bit, because there is no fielder there. With the new bowler, they might have felt we're going to change the plan a little bit. But I still feel that they must definitely rotate a bit more. It is a new bowler. Don't let him settle in. Finally, Hermann is on the other side. You can almost see him warming up again, like he would be his first innings. It's been 4 overs since he's been on that side, if I'm not mistaken.
Very long time.
He has not faced from this end, so the lowy and everything that he saw will be in his mind. Footwork will be key. And that I realize is a very redundant thing to say when it comes to cricket. It's always key. But as an opening batter, you got to make sure, with the ball moving, with the ball shaping, the stand and delivers are very few and far in between. The feet's got to move. I love the way Hermann is proactive in the crease. He realizes that they're bowling good areas, good lines, and he's proactive. He's moving into a better position to play shots.
The thing is, though, it's going to be very important for him not to feel like he needs to score now, because he hasn't scored for a while. He was going at 22 in 25. Now he's 22 in 40. So it also speaks to that running between the wickets. Something that is now trying to get going after placing it well onto that mid-on. You want to see more of that, indeed.
It just takes the pressure off. Once you start rotating the strike, once you just get the singles going, it just takes the pressure of scoring runs off you a little bit. Because there's so much time in now, a 3-day game that we've got on hand, the rotation becomes all that more important. You've got to lift up the strike rate just a little bit, just to get yourself in a position to win the match. So the singles just takes off the edge of scoring, and also doesn't allow the bowlers to settle into a line of length to a certain batter.
Also, when you're getting those free little singles, well, they're not necessarily free, but once you are able to extract those singles, even the bowler now, it hurts the bowler because it's frustrating. You're running in hard, you're bowling in ball by ball, but these batters are just, and let's run. And you almost feel as if your fielders are not backing you up, and all of a sudden the whole team's spirit and dynamic just shifts a little bit as you try to stop these ones, and now the boundaries come, and the whole rhythm of the bowling side is just disturbed.
And there's nothing worse for a fast bowler that he feels the fielders are not backing him up or not taking the catches. Lovely shot, just pushing it past, just in front of point. But that is those ones that we're talking about. Just getting it down, getting it into the gap, not getting bobbed down. And 3 runs in over. Looking a lot better now, and even Vali is now actually looking a little bit more comfortable on that front foot as well. Not so stabby at the ball. He's actually just caressing it a little bit more.
And definitely, he'll be happy though that he still has preserved his wickets. It has not been easy going at the start. He did get himself into a little bit of a hole, which made his job a little bit tougher, but he's still out there. 7 runs after 41 balls. Hermann, with the same amount of deliveries faced, he's on 23. It's 30 for 1 after 14 as we see the players take a drink. We return after drinks. 4 overs after over number 10. 3 runs in the past 4 overs. That's the story of the innings so far. The 3 consecutive over after the 10th, yielding no runs at all. Yasin Vali really struggling to get his scoring going, even though he's surviving. And even Ruben Hermann now has struggled a little bit to get his run scoring.
And I think it's just the bowling changes that has come through as well that we've experienced. We saw 1 or 2 edges in that first session not carrying to slip. We saw the loss of a wicket with Shackleton getting a nick through. And it'll be interesting, this patch, is the ball's getting older a little bit more? We'll see what sort of movement they still can extract from the ball. The length has been a lot fuller with the newer bowlers, with the first change bowlers coming in. So the plan has stayed exactly the same. The only change that they did make is taking away the man under the helmet, and the gully has moved in a lot closer.
Definitely
The
have.
ball not carrying.
Definitely have to move in close. Actually, what was happening in that series with the West Indies is that we'd see second slip put on the helmet so that he can get real close to the crease. Just pushing it a little bit wider this time, but the lengths are still ever so consistent from both Thakur and what Kavarapa has been doing. Deshpande also started well. It's only that over from Krishna which went for 8 runs, giving away those 2 boundaries, which you can say has been a blemish in this Indian innings.
But still bowling towards the plan. I think it was just the length that let him down a little bit. He wanted to go across the left-hander, and Hermann played one sumptuous drive down the ground.
Of course, Ruben Hermann, you're hearing the Hermann surname, the brother of the extraordinarily talented Jordan Hermann. So those two are very much brothers playing for 2 different franchises. Listening to the chatter here in the crease or in the comments, talking about how they have similar setups, but cricket magazines, fanatics saying ceiling for Jordan might be higher than Ruben.
It'd be interesting to hear the conversation in the household as well. Just to have their take on it and where they see each other going. I think sibling rivalry is key when both of the brothers are playing. I think a lot of that rivalry and house fights would have come in the backyard. With that wasn't out, that was out. That looked like 6, that was 6 and out. So I think even if you go back to the Morkel brothers, I know for a fact they played a lot of cricket against each other in the backyard, bowling against the motorhome door and all that sort of stuff. So I love that rivalry. I love the fact that they're not playing with each other but against each other, because it's a natural selection for them.
And they are actual brothers in the team playing here today for South Africa. Odirile Modimokwane and Hlompo Modimokwane. But Odirile is the only one who's playing here today. Hlompo has taken a seat up. But Hlompo, this is his home ground playing for the Northwest Dragons.
Yeah, I think that a lot of the experience will come from him as well, knowing the ground well, knowing exactly what to do.
Have our producer here, Leavona Potelo, who's been absolutely amazing at bringing you this production of the Morkel brothers. He prefers Malan Morkel. Oh,
The older brother of the 3, and I tend to agree with you. Played under Malan. He was a hell of a bowler. He was so good. I saw him in the SAA team actually clean up Brian Lara at the Soweto Oval on off stump in 2 games. So that was something to behold. That was, I think, the birthplace of the Morkel family going forward. And don't forget, their father also played in a very high level as well. So Albert, shout out to you as well. Played at a very high level. But we saw that over again. No runs produced there. Hermann facing up to Deshpande now. He's coming in for his second over. And as a seam bowler, you would love that. After every over, have a drinks break.
but he comes now. Deshpande just giving away 3 runs in his first over.
Ooh.
And that's that extra bounce. It seems like there's some extra layer of bounce coming down from this pavilion end.
That struck him on the hands. He's putting his bat down and just looking at that. Looks like the right hand. The left. The right hand that he just hit there.
You know when you're a left-hand, when you're a right-handed batter, you get your left and your right wrong here.
We do, yes. I
That is
apologize. I go army left when I turn as well, so that is the left hand. It's the bottom hand that just got smacked into the handle there. But it's that 6 meter length. If you look at it, it's just that little bit back of a length. That's I must actually correct myself. It looks like a 7-8 meter length. Just that back of a length. Just exactly on that length, getting the ball to pop up a little bit, and just hitting the splice and the gloves. And as soon as they go a little bit fuller from this end, we've seen 1 or 2 balls stay a little bit lower as well.
That one just staying true. It's so hard now to figure out what the pitch will be doing. And that might be some cause for Bharat, the captain, to, like you said in the previous over, think about that man who was under the helmet again. Think about bringing the fielders closer, because we did see some misbehave against Yasin Vali, hitting the splice of his bat uncomfortably. We've just been seeing him with some theatrics with the bat, just to put him under more pressure, especially now that we hear the Indians starting to have a little bit more chatter.
That's the one that they were looking for. It's a drive on the up, that extra bounce, just catching the outside edge of the bat, and it flew away to backward point for a 4. And I think that's the pressure just got to Hermann a little bit. You could see how hard he went at that ball, and that extra bounce on that back link just popped up. And luckily for South Africans, that one didn't go and find a fielder.
Definitely. It's been a hard couple of overs to deal with here for the South Africans. Pitching it back of a length. It was a hard length to try and drive at, a very risky length to try and drive at, but he got it away nonetheless. And that's what happens when good bowling comes on and puts you under pressure. You start searching for runs. In he comes again. And it seems like he's won the over.
Yes, and I'm very glad to see Deshpande actually keep bowling that length. He's not discouraged at the fact that he's flew away for a boundary. He's not trying to pull the length back. He's hitting that length still, and still attacking Hermann's outside edge. Trying to entice him to go for it again, because it was uppish. He was a bit lucky. He got away with it. And the pressure is off Hermann now, because the runs are there. But I'm sure the Indians would not mind reminding him that that was not under control. And his luck might run out.
That's the battle between the bat and the ball. The true battle between the bat and the ball is that you see the same ball which you've just smashed away as a batter. It's coming again, because the more you stay in, the more the ball comes slower at you. So you're like, yes, here's another chance. But the idea is understanding that not all of them are meant to be hit. That some of them is you really falling into the trap of the bowler.
And it's also just succumbing to the pressure. With the chatter being up a little bit more, you can actually feel a little bit of the energy of the Indians coming to the forefront. And the one thing that shot has done is, you can see the mid-wicket has moved away a little bit, the mids have moved away a little bit. The only closing guys are the ones behind the wicket.
Oh, slash for that one there, peeling behind the stumps, but nothing coming on. You saw the ball just slightly move away after it's passed the bat. Huge slashing shots from Hermann.
I actually don't mind this. It was on, it was a bit short, it was wide. I think it came up a little bit less than he expected, because we saw that extravagant bounce with 1 or 2 balls, and he just went for that one. It's a loose ball, and as any coach will tell you, if it's there to be hit, go for it. If you're going to go hard.
Go hard, leave nothing left behind. And the 16th over has come to a close here for South Africa A. They are on 34 for the loss of 1. This partnership is started when the score was on 0, when Cameron Shackleton was dismissed, edging it off the bowling of Kavarapa. South Africa now slowly rebuilding themselves. Tarko pushing it very wide.
And you actually got a feel for openers coming in after a whole day being rained out. There's a lot of moisture in the deck. You don't know what it's going to be like, because your assessment of the conditions of day 1 coming into day 2 is completely different. The preparation all of a sudden becomes null and void. You've got to redo your mindset and everything. So opening batters after a whole day sitting in the cloaks, coming in then all of a sudden, and also knowing that there's one less day to play in, and the pressure of shining on the stage, makes it very difficult to have a positive frame of mind. And then you get a good ball It's all over. And you got to regret it back in the dugout. But we see that these two have actually started to rebuild. Vali has been struggling a little bit just to rotate the strike. He's on 7 of 49, and Hermann is actually coming on pretty nicely. He's on 27 of 47. They've also bobbed him down in that middle period just before drinks, and he's actually starting to break free a little bit now. Counter punch.
It's 42 minutes until lunch. And that's also going to be a factor. You always want to win the session as a player. You want, especially as a batter, if you have been into the session to bat, you want to carry your bat out of the session. And with 42 minutes to go, that will be the main for this partnership now, which is currently on 34.
And especially for Vali, knowing that he's had 50 deliveries already, he wants to stay there at least till lunch. Preserve a couple of wickets, and Hermann wants to keep going after lunch. So I agree with you, this is going to be a key partnership going forward.
Great shot, but the ball didn't go forward this time.
Yeah. But it just feels that every time Vali has gone on the front foot, he's not really getting the middle of the bat. It's more the outside half of the bat, and it squirts down to point instead of going through that cover region. So he's just going a little bit inside out, just opening up the face and just squeezing it almost through instead of just caressing it through the covers.
And the difference between that and Ruben Hermann is that Hermann is actually getting the ball onto the meat of the bat, but his placement now has gone off just a little bit as Hermann because he keeps finding the Indian fielders. So the cause of South Africa's runs or lack of run scoring has been because of two different things from the batters, which just show the Indians' work is thoroughly on point.
Yes, and that finally a run there for Vali. He's on 8 of 52. Hermann going to face Thakur. I think he faced him in his first over and then hasn't faced the ball from him after that.
Speaks to that running between the wickets. It's happy that we've seen the run now, but easiest way to get yourself out of that mindset of being bogged down is searching for that one. You have to stop searching for the big areas outside of the ring. But what we tend to underestimate also is the fact that when the inner ring is so close to the square, those ones tend to disappear. 35 for 1 after 17.
And that's exactly what the Indians are trying to do, is they want them almost to feel claustrophobic. They want them to feel that, all I'm seeing is cricket players. I'm not seeing the grass, or in this case, grass and sawdust. You want to hit the gaps, and that's the one thing you want to concentrate on as a batter is you just want to see grass. You want to know where the fielders are, but you want to ignore them. You just want to see the grass, and that's what you're aiming for because you know you're in the gaps. And credit to the Indian bowlers. They've been hitting the lengths the last couple of overs nicely again. They've not given them much to drive. You almost got to feel that they might be thinking about changing their slip cordon a little bit because they got a very deep backward point in position as well. And with the two pace of the wicket, I think he could come maybe a little bit more in front because there has been a couple of runs in front of him instead of going behind backwards point.
Starting off with a little bit of a wide one, starting it a little bit shorter. But again, like we were talking about a couple of overs earlier, that the pitch might be a little bit slower, timing might be a little bit more difficult. And having those fielders coming closer will create a doubt in the mind of the batter. And in looking to attack that space, they might look to go stronger and bigger in accessing those runs.
And also Deshpande just changing the angle to Vali. Just coming around the wicket instead of, like he did in his two previous overs, going over.
Still wide and still those soft hands from the South Africans, but that's just an indication of the pitch not having the pace that you think it would.
And also indication that Vali's definitely not comfortable at the crease at the moment because even that didn't come off the middle of the bat. He was in position, just playing a little bit away from his body and just getting that inside edge down into the ground. The practice shot was much better, much more compact. But Deshpande, I think, will feel that they might have a chance here with Vali. They might prey on the fact that he has faced 54 balls. He's not in double figures yet.
Still going a bit wider. Take outside edge. It runs through the slip cordon. Again, looking for that crossbat shot. Very risky, but it gets the runs nonetheless.
And that is exactly what they were hoping for, is slashing at one. And that one literally going through the eye of the needle there between second slip and gully. 4 runs.
Didn't seem too sure about that one at all, Gert. Just threw his hands at it. There was no feet behind it, no momentum behind it. And now India looks to reinforce their slip cordon. They bring in number 3 in there.
And it's a huge gap in the covers. Only extra cover covering this offside. And then the closest fielder to him is backward point.
That's what I was looking to see. I was looking to see if by coming around the wicket, you could look to attack a little bit straighter onto the stumps. Look to attack straighter onto that off stump. Because like you've been saying, Yasin Vali has been comfortable letting the ball go when he sees that it's going across the stumps. We've been seeing that he can play that cut shot like he did before. But it's so much more difficult with that tightened slip cordon and with the ball coming straight onto him.
The change of angle makes it a lot harder to cut, especially if the ball's moving back to you as well. So you really got to be in a great position to cut.
See, that width that is being given away from Deshpande is what he should look to get rid of. You want your batter being undecisive on where the ball is going to be. So you want it to be straighter. You want it to be on that fourth stump. And that is how you're going to repay the runs that are being given away here.
Almost feels like there's a little bit of a setup coming. That ball just going in straight. Might have just straightened up from the angle around the wicket. He might bowl another one, and then he's going to bowl the one backfield coming back into Vali. Maybe trying to get him enticing, playing that cut shot again. Because like I said earlier, that point is very much backward.
Then he plays it into that area, but the backward point running across to stop that is fantastic work. It would have been running, it would have been hard, but it's all been stopped as we see the end of the over. It's 39 for the loss of 1, 5 runs from that over.
A fantastic over, and the 5 runs come from an outside edge boundary as well. So I don't think Deshpande would feel too aggrieved by that. But again, the lack of singles. Yasin Vali might be looking to be a little bit more proactive in the crease. The plan is clear to him. They're going to hit the back of a length. They're going to go into his body. And that's why they've reinforced that slip cordon as well. If you look at the field for him, it's literally only the extra cover there.
The Indian dugouts just having conversations on how to break this partnership now. They've been very proactive in trying to get the stream going, trying to get the game going. Now the team is going now. Thakur coming around the wicket as well. But that's that adjustment from Ruben Hermann as well. Going across the stumps, looking to access that very nicely open leg side.
Yes, and they've changed the field there for Hermann as well. They've moved the mid-wicket a little bit straighter, and they only have the fine leg down. So even if he gets one away with the heavy outfield, they might feel it's only a 1 or 2. Very happy to let the South African batters run the runs instead of hitting it. But credit to their lengths as well. Even the field now, it is a huge gap offside.
Wonderful shot. It's in the air. It's in the gap. It may be running against the slow outfield. It's running hard. And it is finally going to win the race. That's race against Surab Kumar. And finally, Ruben Hermann, though sketchy, gets the boundary.
And picking the gap, that is the most important part of it. Still a bit uppish. It's a little bit dangerous. But if you're sure where the gap is, go for it. He didn't have any doubt of where he's going to hit it. Even with the heavy outfield, that ball just teasing the fielders.
So what India has done here is that they have that gully, and it's as if they have a flying gully as well. That's where that cover fielder has been taken away. So India operating, don't know what you call that position. It's like a fly gully indeed, because it's between backward point and the gully. And he goes for the drive. This one is even better from Ruben Hermann. In more control, in more intent, and more runs as South Africa make it to 47 for 1.
The angle coming into Hermann is just making me feel a little bit more comfortable. I think they've missed the plan there. I think they'll be changing back to over the wicket. They were much more attacking. He was looking a little bit unsettled over the wicket, and now they're just bowling into him, and he can just let those hands go through the line of the ball. 2 lovely drives there in a row, and this might just be danger signs for the Indians. This might just kickstart his innings again.
And you know, the thing is, that last ball was a half volley from Thakur, much more easier to get away. But that previous one, which was driven on the up, was much more difficult. And again, just going a little bit too full, but too straight this time. But that ball that was driven, the first one for 4, was at that really difficult length to pick out. That's why it was aerial for a while. And the next one, bowling it a little bit fuller. And I believe that if Thakur kept it at that back of a length area, which just has something on this pitch from that end, he would be more successful in his work.
I still think the change of angle wasn't the best idea. He was looking good over the wicket. And you can see he's just coming into Hermann with the movement across. He's just going to access 1 or 2 gaps and hitting the balls in 1 or 2 areas that they're not expecting. And even that one, if that was timed a little bit better, it could have been an easy one as well. So yes, I think that this might not be the best strategy for the Indians, but if he gets a nick now and goes out, they'll prove me wrong. Commentators curse, hopefully not.
And the thing is, what we're seeing from both Vali and Hermann are the wrists come into show. And here they are, just whipping that from his pad, forcing the deep backward fine leg to come around, and he's not quick enough, is Tushar Deshpande. It runs to the boundary, and what a way for South Africa. Though toiling for the past 9 overs, they bring up their 50 runs.
And it's a 51 partnership between these 2 batters as well, with Vali scoring 12 runs of that and a 39 to Hermann. And that's exactly what I've been talking about. The ball coming into him moving across, just accesses that shot off the hip. And after the one that he played up in the air, then that lovely drive, his timing has just come back, and that was a beautiful timing. The fielder was teased again with the heavy outfield, but the timing was sublime, and I think that is something that will calm Hermann down a lot. And also a bit of danger signs for the Indian players. Say, listen, I'm here to play, and he's also trying to make a mark.
Indeed, and for a while Hermann has been bogged down, and now finally he can have himself breathing. As Deshpande, the man who was responsible for the run to trying to stomp that boundary, is now running in hard again. Just didn't have his straps in the previous over, actually.
And also, nothing worse for a fast bowler knowing that you have to bowl the next over and then chasing the last ball of the over for about 30, 40 meters. That's never fun.
The cover area is still very much opened, and you can see those deliveries being delivered here from Deshpande, that they want Hermann to go for it like he has been doing. And this is Yasin Vali, rather, who's on strike. And it's nice, actually, that he's still leaving, he's still not rushing, but that gap might call him.
I think they might be 1 or 2 pitched up a little bit as well. Deshpande might feel that drive, he's not been that comfortable on the front foot. Maybe drag him a bit forward and bring those 3 slips into play.
No, and that's sometimes the disadvantage of not having that pace. Because what pace can do is that you can, even if you lack of pace route, whichever one, if you're a seam bowler, sometimes using the short ball does create those opportunities for you. You haven't seen many of those, if any. Haven't been using the short ball. And the short ball doesn't need just pace to work. The short ball can be very effective in a sticky and slowish pitch. And I haven't seen many of those. It just also tried to distort the feet of the Indians.
Yeah, a well-directed short ball is always a good idea for a seam bowler.
Because a short, a nice and full one is easier to drive if it's going to be on a half volley and wide as well.
But I think it's coming from the Indian pitches and the subcontinent pitches where if you're going to drop it short, it just sits up and you kind of get smashed. So I don't think they are too comfortable to bowl that. But as the tour goes on, I'm pretty sure that this will be some of the discussions going forward and say, listen, just drop that front shoulder a little bit, get it up to the throat. We have our fine leg, a very wide fine leg. And also, this over Despandi has just been a little bit off his game, a little bit off his lengths and lines.
That's that short one, just rushing volley into his body. We saw that he played an extraordinary shot from that length and in that very same fashion. But like we said, the change of coming around the wicket is making it harder for him to get it away.
He can't free his arms into the shot. And Despandi has been getting some movement back into the left-hander. But also looking at the other seam bowlers, he's not looking as rhythmic as the other. He's kind of struggling in a little bit. He's running very hard, almost a bit flat-footed as well. So he hasn't quite gotten the rhythm that I think he feels he needs.
But at least, in though that might be the case, he's not getting a smashing and is able to keep it tidy. It ends over number 20. The score was 51 for the loss of 1. As we see a commentary change here, as David Mitchley returns.
It's Yasin Vali on 12 of 64 and Hermann on 39 of 54. Brilliant partnership of 51 at the moment. And we've seen some indifferent patches of play where the Indians will be on top of the batters and then Hermann counter-punching a little bit as well. And David, been enjoying the air-conditioned lounge?
Yeah, it's been brilliant in there, but even better out here. The heat in Potchefstroom can be debilitating for so many teams that come here and try and really rough the local team up, but it's not something that will be foreign to the Indian players. But it's been fire commentary here, and I've enjoyed it with the two of you. Lovely broadcast here, and share this link with your friends so that they can join in as our third commentator in the comments.
Just punching it off the back foot, and Hermann has been looking very comfortable front and back foot, playing forward or playing back. He's been definitely the senior partner for Yasin Vali at the moment.
It's perhaps an indication as to young Hermann's upbringing. Played a lot of indoor cricket, and your ability to adjust from the front foot to the back foot very quickly is essential in that element. Knowing that he played a lot of action cricket and indoor cricket through his formative years will have allowed him also that confidence to attack the ball.
Lovely shot down the ground, just on the back foot, just leaning back into the shot, but the timing sublime. 4 runs.
Magical. Just sits up and hits that one on the top of the bounce, and all we could do was enjoy it like a fine cup of tea.
Oh, a lovely shot there. And that just shows the confidence of where he is at the moment. Yasin Vali the same length, very happy to leave it. He just gets in line and punches it straight back down the ground.
I wouldn't be too disappointed if I were a South African A fan. Remember that there are two sides in this partnership and they're balancing each other well.
Oh, another smashing drive. This time just pitching it up a little bit more, and another lovely drive by Hermann.
Absolutely spanked that away, overpitched, and he just throws his hands at it. Very much like a Quinton de Kock almost. He hits that shoulder to shoulder that as a coach will certainly enjoy. It's just that full-faced, full-blooded shot.
And I love the fact that he's throwing his hands through the line. He's not just trying to punch it, not just trying to... He's actually throwing his hands. It's a lovely shot, lovely sight to see. Hermann has moved on to 47 of 57. He's getting a move on a little bit. And as you mentioned earlier, very well supported by Yassin Vali. He's sticking around, giving some of his experience.
It's such a crucial salve, if you will, when you're feeling that you've got somebody that's settled at the other end, somebody that's fully aware of what they need to do and what they need to do, not only for themselves but for you as well in partnership. So these two going along nicely. 12 from 64 from Vali, very different strike rates to that of Hermann, but it's just exactly what South Africa A needed.
Oh, just sitting on that one a little bit, he could feel that he missed out there. That should have gone through the covers as well. But with Hermann playing a couple of sumptuous drives, you can actually see the field just changing up. They've got a deep third man out as well. They only have the one slip and a gully, and that point has almost moved to a more conventional point. And we've seen that very weird fly gully, fly backward point. I don't know which way to go. There was a very, very strange position to be in.
And important for the Indian bowlers here is the way that they've used over and around, because they know that Hermann likes to throw his hands at the ball. They know that he's equally good off his hips, but the usage of the crease, coming wide of the stumps, coming further away, that's what allows you to at least feel confident in your ability to string a couple of dot balls together, as opposed to just, well, we're just going to try something different for the sake of, well, that didn't work, so we'll change it up.
Bowl in faith, almost.
Absolutely.
But would you feel that around the wicket has been more effective to Hermann than over the wicket?
Well, if you look at that last over, maybe not. My concern is when you are coming around the wicket like that, generally you do come quite wide of the crease, and they didn't really bowl at his pads at all.
Finally, we see a short ball from a bowler, and that has pleased the dugout underneath us as well. There's one for the over.
Maybe a bit wasted on Yassin Vali. If there's ever a batsman who is not going to engage in your gamesmanship, it's Yassin Vali. He's happy to leave that one. I would have liked that rather to go to Hermann, to really just try and soften him up.
And also Hermann has been throwing the hands a little bit, so he'll be more enticed to play
Chase those ones, pull. Yes, the wilder deliveries, if you will.
Good follow-up ball, and still the three slips and the gully and that backward point, deep backward point position as well for Yassin Vali. And he's not been enticed on the front foot whatsoever. He's just letting it go. If it's pitched up and if it's on fourth or fifth stump, he just lets it go through. I think he feels that between him and Hermann is seeing the ball so clearly now that he can kind of just hold one end up, just take us through to lunch. And this partnership of 59, it's a 47 to Hermann.
He's just come to the wicket and changed the nature of the game, especially with the dismissal of Shackleton without scoring.
Ooh. Very late decision to take his bat out of the way there.
He's done it all this morning, so he'll feel like it's the right leave. How often do we see with a right-arm bowler coming around the wicket as well to the left-hander, he leaves it one too many times and then shoulders arms and the off-peg goes flying.
There's a couple of examples like that throughout the career, and a couple of right-handers who've done that convincingly as well.
Remember a specific game in which Herschel Gibbs did it, and the commentators could not believe how he could have left that one, but in the replay seeing how it just had zipped back and destroyed his furniture.
And Faf was a recipient of one or two of those as well. Oh, there's the one coming back. There you can see hands on heads. That was the one that they were hoping was going to clip that off stump. The length, I think, was the one he left it on more than anything else.
Confident with his leaves has Yasin Valley been this morning. Bit of a journeyman within South African cricket. Like we mentioned, he's part of the AET Tuskers, part of the KwaZulu-Natal Inland Province. Pietermaritzburg, beautiful, that side of the world. Famous for a lot of rugby schools as well as some cricket. So there are worse places to be based for cricket within South Africa.
There we go, just leaning back on that cut again, and just that angle coming back into him. He's just playing that shot a bit starting outside of his body and trying to play it inwards instead of just caressing the ball away from him. But he's timed one in this inning so far. It might be a shot that he wants to put in the bag a little bit, because that's the one they're hoping that he's going to get the outside edge for, or play on to his stumps, because he's playing away from his body, angle coming in, that inside edge onto stumps is becoming a big reality for him.
And with lunch beckoning, the Indian A bowlers will certainly feel like if there is a wicket to come, it might just be his. Through a hesitant shot or maybe a leave like that, giving them confidence, hands on hips, 22 gone, it's 59 for 1.
We'll give him credit for well left, because he must know where his off stump is by now.
It's always a good leave until it hits the stumps.
Yeah, then they ask why. It's almost like a scoop shot. Fantastic shot when he comes off.
Or the reverse sweep. Yeah,
Yes.
your coaches will love you if you time it. But
Go out like that.
how often did we see it in the 2019 World Cup as South African fans? Why it wasn't necessary. But this is a more measured, much more measured type of play as Yasin Valley.
And very strange to see that they're continuing around the wicket to Hermann with a very short catching cover. Ooh.
That's precisely the line and length that I want from somebody who's coming around the wicket, right arm. If
Especially-
you give him too much width, that's when he's going to punish you.
Especially with the placement of the mid-wicket there. That is exactly what you want to see. You got your deep square out, so almost like a wide-ish fine leg. But if you're going to bowl around the wicket, then bring one or two fielders in play. It's pointless just bowling the ball trying to bob them down. Get your fielders into play as well. Make the batter know exactly where they are.
Again, much better line and length, and you can hear his teammates encouraging him with just a polite applause. Something else to note around the field, right in the corner of the field here is a man at almost he's either a very square third man or he's a deep backward point, but he's not on the boundary. And I think that's what they want. They want that full-blooded cut stroke, maybe catches the toe end or the outside half of the bat, and with conditions as they are, it may yet present an opportunity for that man.
I think that man is placed there exactly for what you're saying is actually a well-timed cut shot.
Okay.
Maybe a bit of an uppercut going over, because as you can see, your cover is also not conventional cover. It's a lot
Very
closer.
square.
It's a lot closer to your point position as well. So if he's going to get one in front of square, that man will hopefully cut it off for just the one, or he'll come around just for the one. So it's almost like they're trying to get Hermann maybe off strike. Bowl there, give him the one. If he's going to open up the blade, because of the fielder that's there at short cover, maybe open up the blade through that area. Oh, lovely on drive. One of the most beautiful shots in cricket. And you know a batter's timed it when he doesn't even look up to see if the ball's over the fence.
No need to run there. Masterful stroke, and it's 50 runs for Hermann, coming off of 64 deliveries. He's just come to the wicket and felt so at ease. You really didn't feel like he was in trouble at any point.
And also the level, the extra gear that he's shown here as well. He just looks the part at the moment.
Absolutely, and yes, this is his home ground, and yes, he would have had some support. There's one or two fans that have joined in here. A couple of Dragons players egging him on as they go to their own training.
Oh, piercing the gap once again. Lovely shot, opening up the face. This will be hopefully 3 runs for the SAA. Oh, and a slip on the boundary. It looks like it might have touched the fence.
Hopefully he hasn't done himself a misdeed there. Just slipping out in the outfield, and that really looked uncomfortable. You all too often see bowlers just roll their ankle, and they've done a lot here, have the ground staff, to make sure that play was underway. There was a joke amongst our group about if there was any sawdust left in Potchefstroom. 66 now for 1.
Whoever sold the sawdust definitely made a good turnaround for December.
Yeah, Carpenters will be busy, no doubt. But there's so much more cricket to be played in this game, let alone the summer. We've been spoiled with the Under-19 World Cup, India touring, women on the go. You're just spoiled rotten.
Very well left. And Yasin Vali, again, like I said, is leaving very well on that 4th stump line. He knows exactly where his off stump is. He's 12 of 71, 54 of 65, 66 for the loss of 1 wicket. 23 overs gone. The run rate, I think, is not important at the moment, just under 3. With the pitch actually leveling out now a little bit. We saw 1 or 2 demons in the beginning. The ball getting a little bit softer. There's a lot less of the lateral movement coming through, a lot less of the extra bounce that we've seen. Even with the return of Kavarapa, who's a tall, lanky bowler who extracted some of that extra bounce, it just hasn't happened for them.
No, isn't that always the case, though, when you have some assistance for bowlers early in the first hour of play, that sometimes the fortune reverses, and with a vastly more experienced side in this Indian side, you would fancy that the game would almost be one directional after the 0 for 1 start, but these two have really dug deep and fought back hard.
Shot, lovely running. Putting some pressure on the fielders then.
Just the awareness of seeing the man make the fumble. He rings his hand out there at cover, Saurabh Kumar, but that was hit like an absolute tracer bullet. He smoked that.
That was muscled away. You could hear the sound of the bat. And also the difference in little things, like the timing, the sound of the bat from Hermann to Vali. And Vali just not getting the middle of the bat. And very great awareness there. Even he played at that off the back foot, he'll be on the back foot setting off, and he just knew that's 1.
Just noting the difference in field placings. I still feel like there's an opportunity here to sneak a Valley wicket, just a shot that he might be rushed into, a false stroke, if you will. Maybe he might feel the pressure with a couple of dot balls coming his way. It's 66 for 1 after 23 overs, nearly done. And these two, almost in contrast to one another, have done the exact requirement, and the coaches will be happy with it.
Has done a great job just to consolidate the innings a little bit. A partnership of 67, any partnership of 50 and above, especially on a second day, which has now become your first day. As I said earlier, just getting the batters out there, the mind shift changed, conditions have changed immensely from yesterday. Preparation would have been different, and Vali just support backward point, 4 runs.
Played it so very late, did Yasin Vali. Punch of gloves from his partner, and welcome to the game. Where have you been whilst I've been batting with a proverbial barn door?
Yes, finally Vali finds the middle of the bat, and he pierces that, as we mentioned before, very strange backward point area. Feel if that was just conventional backward point, it would have been stopped, but finally getting him on the board when it comes to the boundary. 16 of 74.
Immediately the next one is left alone. You don't want to overextend yourself. Just one ball remaining in this over, and I agree with you. The right decision to come over the wicket. He's got to get right up tight to the stumps. Does Deshpande.
And I don't think he should feel too aggrieved with that. Although he came on the front foot and he square drove that one, I think they would still want him driving. See if he doesn't want to drive one or two past the bowler, especially going across him now, getting that ball maybe just to hold its line instead of coming back. See if he doesn't want to go one past the bowler or through the covers, because they've left a big gap in covers.
Not only that, but they've left a chasm there at mid-off. There's almost nobody there, and a good way to end the over for Deshpande. 24 gone, it's 71 for 1. Valley on 16 from 76. Hermann on 55 from 66, and this partnership now worth 71. Hermann before this not yet getting a first-class 100, so whilst struggling to fight his way out of the darkness in the shadow of his brother, has taken this opportunity and immediately said, well, fellas, you've made an error in not thinking I should be the more popular Hermann.
Yes, and also it's probably just can't feel that a WhatsApp is glooming to his brother, saying beat that.
Yeah, 50 at A level is just that much sweeter. We'll have a change in bowling for the Indians, and it'll be a change of pace as well. Pradosh Ranjan Paul is the man who looks like he's going to be bowling. We'll just confirm in but a moment. But there's a silly point under his nose there.
Dude, the camera that is showing is the camera at the pavilion.
Can have.
The side screen is the one that's flickering on and off.
Yes, I wondered how long they would take.
When I clicked on it here,
I wondered how long they would take before they would change the pace. I wondered which end they'll actually take the spinner from.
I'm already on that camera.
Oh, immediately that short leg will have a word to his bowler there. So hold on, but that's not where we want to bowl.
No, certainly not. He saw his life flash between his eyes. That he bowls a little bit quicker, and he would need to on this type of wicket. But boy, oh boy, that nearly lost a leg there.
There we go, a little bit slower through the air. And he's got a very quick arm action.
He just
Does Rajan Paul?
Yeah, whips his way through his action. And maybe we'll get a little bit more bounce off of the surface.
And with that action, you can almost see that almost going to go around arm with one or two a little bit, going around the wicket, just trying to extract the lower bounce, getting a bit of an extra turn, maybe quick turn as well.
Skid off the wicket, yeah. That's exactly where they want Hermann to play, is in that region. But he's so confident, square the wicket on the offside. Anything on the offside, really.
And very quick feet as well. He gets into position very quickly, but you can see that Rajan Paul is a very skiddy spinner. It actually rushes you a little bit because the bat had to come down very quickly. I think in India we'll get a lot of quick turn as well.
A couple of extra revs on the ball. The key test here with the forward short leg is how Valley responds.
And a very interesting to see how they're actually going to play the spinner. Are they going to be a little bit more attacking, trying to rotate the strike a little bit more? Are they going to get into their shell because it's so close to lunchtime? How the plan will be for the spinners.
I suspect with Valley having to face that back end of the over, it was almost inevitable that he was absolutely just going to absorb the pressure. 25 gone, it's 72 for 1. Valley on 16 from 78. Hermann 56 from 70, and the partnership worth 72. So possibly the last over before lunch as the groundsman is summoned out into the middle. And what looks like he's got the old hammer out to try and flatten out those footmarks, and almost always are going to be turned up quite seriously as the Indian A player decides he wanted to have a go himself. Not happy with the standard of work.
I might feel that he needs an extra hit there or two. Maybe just feeling the softness of the pitch a little bit as well as he hit the hammer there. And another change in bowling. It'll be Kumar coming in. And he's a left arm off-spin bowler. So throwing in all ends here. Just trying to see if they can't get a breakthrough before lunch, and also maybe just assessing the pitch and see how much turn there actually is, what sort of bounce pace they should be bowling as well.
All the fielders that are out seem to be almost three-quarters type fielders. There's a long off who's kind of a hanging long off, on rather, and then the man at deep mid wicket as well, not all the way, knowing that it may just hold up in the surface.
Oh, and nearly gets a wicket with his first ball. The fielder will say, I should have gotten that, but that's going to leave a mark.
It hit something hard there, perhaps the leg guards that he's got under his trousers. It sounded very uncomfortable.
This is a lovely pace that he's bowling at the moment. He's giving the ball time to actually fly through the air. And also, it looks like he doesn't get a lot of turn, but it just looks like he's almost landing it on the seam.
He's trying to utilize that extra bit of flight.
And both these spinners have been playing around with the pace as well. That was a bit quicker, a bit flatter. So I think they're definitely trying to assess where they are on the pitch and what speed to be bowling at.
Immediately he heard that I said he was offering a little bit more flight and then darts it in flat. I suspect Hermann will feel confident enough to use his feet here with the ball turning into him as the left-hander.
Again, just in the action, it almost looks like he's just dipping in that action a little bit. So if he's going to go back the length, it won't really come up that much. It's just like he's got a little bit of a collapse action there. That one fuller, a lot more straight up.
He's certainly trying to probe away. He knows that he could have got a wicket for the first ball ever, but he's got one more here, and as the clock chimes 12 o'clock, this will be the last ball, presumably before lunch.
A bit wider on the crease there. There was a bit of turn into the left-hander. And that is lunch. It is South Africa A, 72 for the loss of one wicket, just the loss of Shackleton nicking one off without scoring. South Africa A were 0 for 1. And then these two got together. Yasin Vali, 16 of 78. Hermann, 56 of 76. Partnership of 72. And a great rebuilding phase for them.
It was essential. It could have been a procession very early this morning, a new ball, moisture in the surface. But these two came together, and Valley making sure he locked the door to any possible wickets. But Hermann had kicked it down almost as a SWAT leader would. He just came to the ground and said, today's my day. And I'm going to play how I play. I'm not going to hold back. I'm not going to just try and tinker it to how maybe the situation could have demanded if he was more circumspect.
And that's exactly what you want. You're picking players on the way they play. You don't want them to get into their shell. They should play that way. Let's not pick a fly-off to go play fullback, like we see in the rugby often happens. So if you pick a batter, you want him to perform the way he's performing and scoring runs. But that is lunch at the JB Marks Oval. It is going to be a 40-minute break, and we'll be back giving you live coverage on the CSA channel. So keep following, post it to your friends. Let's get more eyes on this SAA team. It's going to be great cricket for the next couple of days. What a lovely lunch we just had here at JB Marks Oval. And it will be interesting to see how the SAA batters come out to bat. Yasin Vali is on 16 of 78. It is 56 of 76 for Hermann. It is 72 without loss. And
Just for the one.
sorry. Yes, just for the one. Sorry. It was Shackleton that got a beautiful delivery this morning. Just edged that off.
Yeah, it was an unfortunate moment for him. Just the one delivery, bat and pad next to each other, and it went through to the wicketkeeper Bharat. But just before that luncheon break, there was a pairing of spin, and that seems as though it will continue after lunch. We spoke a little bit before the lunch break about how the South Africans will go about this, and I'd love to see a little bit more of a rotation of strike and not necessarily a complete reliance on Hermann to do most of, if not all, the scoring.
I think Vali has been around now for long enough to actually, just keep rotating. And if the conversation was that Hermann's going to continue with the scoring, then at least feed him the strike. If he's on strike, get him on strike, get him facing most of the deliveries. But these two spinners have actually played around with the pace a lot in their first overs that they've bowled. So it's interesting to see on what pace they settle into going into their work. As Rajan Paul is continuing second.
It's going to be interesting as well to see how the pitch plays from the university end as opposed to from the pavilion end. We saw a lot more bounce on offer from the university end.
And we saw one ball actually turn from the left armer in the previous over as well. Rajan Paul hasn't really put the refs on the ball as of yet. He might be one of those guys not turning the ball that much.
Two deliveries going into an area where a silly point would be. And I thought for half a moment, I even signaled to you that I thought the man under the helmet at forward short leg, arms crossed there, would, when he went to speak in the ear of the batsman, that he would find himself at silly point. Again in that area.
Lovely work there.
Would you consider the option of a silly point or maybe a really close in catching cover?
For Vali maybe. Especially because he hasn't been really tested on that front foot. After lunch, maybe just being enticed to go. And we saw a couple from Hermann as well, driving uppishly with that little bit of bounce that they get. And both these spinners do look like they actually bowl with a very seam up sort of delivery. So they do extract a little bit of bounce.
It's very full as well. But that concludes the first over after lunch. It's 72 for 1, 27 gone. And it was a maiden to begin.
And a lovely way to start. And the batters just maybe working off a bit of that lunch feel to it. And the Indian players also just getting into their work a little bit. You can see the movement on the field is not excessively quick. They're not eager to get into position. And we got Seam from the other end. So they've got Rajan Paul, the spinner from the one end, going up with the with Krishna.
Yeah, Prasid Krishna is...
the bowling,
yeah, like you said, he did start this morning, and so how he comes in after lunch, it's all too often the case that it is a break or an interval in play that produces a wicket. It was the drinks break that was the catalyst for the South African A team in Bloemfontein when fielding in that second innings.
And he did extract a bit of extra bounce from the pavilion end as well.
Certainly, when you bend your back, you can get something here. There was a bit of a stinky bouncer earlier to Yasin Vali. I'd love to maybe just as we get underway after lunch from this end to see some short pitch stuff.
Oh, going for the drive immediately, Hermann. Flashing that one, trying to get on top of the bowler and not letting him settle down. And that was close to the edge.
Yeah, really just floated that one, did Krishna. And it looked like a glorious stroke if it was just a profile photo, cropped immaculately to fit the social media, but it could so nearly have been the undoing of Hermann after lunch.
There's that short pitch one that you're looking at. As we look at the field as well, they do have a deep square out and a fine leg for that particular ball. And coming over the wicket, it might just cramp him for a little bit of space, not letting the arms free and then getting a top edge. But just getting back to that drive, he just sat on that one a little bit. The weight transfer not getting into the ball like he did before lunch. So maybe just before you go for the booming drive, just get the feet going. Maybe just get everything in line again, start all over again. Oh, lovely delivery.
Exactly what I'm looking for. Come in and really bend your back here after lunch. You've extracted a brilliant amount of pace, but what does he follow up with? The foolish delivery, or does he go for another short one?
I wouldn't mind him hanging there a little bit. I would love to see a few more of that in a row. The Indians have been guilty of bowling one or two there and then going back to a different plan, trying too many different things, as the seamers did. I would love him to hit another one back of a length.
Thudding into the gloves of the wicketkeeper there, Bharat. At the end of the over, we'll give you the updated playing time for today. Remember that we were meant to get underway at 9:30 this morning, but due to the deluge, the rain that fell upon us here in Potchefstroom, it meant that there was no play possible on day one after India won the toss and decided they'll have a field. So just at the end of the over, we'll give you some update as we get it from the umpiring team.
I would love the bowler just to stay there for, even if it's for more than a whole over. Just push back, and then if you're going to bowl the fuller one, be more attacking. Actually go at the batter. Make him drive, see if he doesn't want to drive one or two past you. There's not a lot of movement, I think, left in the ball anymore. We don't see a lot of lateral movement as well. And Potch have always been batter friendly, so as the day goes on, it will definitely die out the pitch a little bit.
Good technique behind the ball, and that's the end of the 28th, 72 for 1. So another maiden after the luncheon interval. And to come to the playing conditions, we'll head towards 5:30, and if we need to reach our allocated overs for the day, that means we will go to 6 o'clock. So a long session here in the middle, 2 drinks breaks on offer for us. So make sure you're comfortable where you are, and if you need to, there's 2 drinks breaks to go refreshen that cup of coffee.
And then a tea to look forward to a bit later on as well. And because he didn't get the play underway yesterday, they're also trying to make up as much time as they possibly can. A touring team here is always good for us, good for the players. So we want to give them as much time on the park as well, because they're also preparing for South African conditions, seeing what it's like.
So spin from one and pace from another. Backing themselves here are these Indian spinners. It's going to be crucial to have a good technique against spinners. All too often South African batters get found out when subcontinent bowlers come to our shores, and even worse so when we tour.
And just a change in personnel there. It's the left arm spinner coming in now. It is
Sarab Kumar
bowling. And he's the one who actually got a bit of turn. But that was from the pavilion end. Changing ends and cleaned him up with a ball that jerked back nicely. And Yasin Vali, no feet movement. That one went through the gate. He's out for 16.
Yeah, the second wicket for the Indian A side. So well bowled. Nice and tight to the stumps. And looks like a bit of an inside edge, or maybe just jagging off the surface. So turn on day one. And it's the turn of Yasin Vali to walk to the pavilion. 72 for 2, and that comes off of the back. You could be forgiven for believing that it came off the back of 2 maidens after lunch. And I said it, and there's the breakthrough after lunch.
And that's what pressure just does. I mean, even if it's just 2 overs, this is the pressure that was building before lunch, with the lack of rotation that we saw and that sort of thing. And as we've discussed throughout the broadcast, is singles just takes off the pressure, especially in the longer formats. T20s, even T20 cricket, you want that rotation going the whole time. The new batter in for South Africa A will be Dupplesis, a right-handed batter. You see sporting number 10 there on his back.
He's got 6 first-class hundreds, so an able and ample replacement for Yasin Vali, who's got 6 of his own. He's averaging 38.16, and a 34th match for him, and a 56th opportunity to come out to bat. And with the experience that he does have, it's going to be vital for him to just shepherd Hermann along as he continues to hopefully keep up par with his scoring rate in the pre-lunch session.
And also left-right combination. Now rotation becomes even more important. We keep harboring on about it, but it is a big part of the game, and it's a part where South African cricket overall has been lacking a little bit. In general, we get bobbed down, and it is something to look at. And with the right-left combination now, it's even more crucial, because you don't want one batter to face one bowler.
No, not at all. Subcontinent spinners, and in particular Indian spinners, they like to set a batsman up. There's clear plans when they are given the ball, and if those plans don't immediately go their way, they're always willing to change things up, shift the mindset and the thinking. We might have a bit of a delay here as security walks across the sight screen.
Just
Called it. And that's exactly what we have.
Yes, maybe just checking on the sawdust there.
I was thinking it's perhaps the umbrella that was disturbing things, but no, it's the high visibility jacket that you saw.
Coming around the wicket, and immediately a bit of a round arm action and going very wide on the crease. So they'll be angling it into the right-hander and then turning it away from there. A slip and we do apologize. Every now and again you'll feel a paper flying away. It is we are very lucky to have a breeze up here. I don't think the players are that lucky on the ground.
And what you'll definitely hear is the noise coming from the fielders. When spinners get their tails up, you can hear the exclamations from them and applause from the man on the helmet. They know it's a new man at the crease, and so one so often can beget 2, thrown around as well with the action.
And just getting off the mark there with a lovely quick single. And also just playing back to the fuller deliveries as well. Maybe scared to lunge forward. But that's how Yasin Vali also lost his wicket, playing back to a delivery that was pretty foolish.
Yeah, it's 29 overs gone, 73 for 2. Hermann on that 56 from 82, but isn't yet added to his total thus far. He just looks so good technically, does Hermann. I suppose it could be credited to the fact that his father's a level 2 coach. From his upbringing, it helps when it can help when your father's given you those foundational tools, but it can also hamper you because over-enthusiastic parents sometimes, not in the case of the Hermann household, but sometimes over-enthusiastic parents can be a detriment to a player's journey.
Yeah, it's true, and it also depends on the personalities. If the personalities clash, we've seen many fights in households because of cricket.
And the tendency sometimes when it is your own child is that you overcoach.
Yes. And you're a little bit harder, even discipline-wise, because it is your child. There's some certain expectations that comes with it. Oh, a new batter. Welcome to the crease. Even the follow-through is a bit extensive as well, getting closer to the batter as well. Just saying to Dupplesis, good afternoon.
Welcome, bienvenue. This is your home country, but boy oh boy am I not going to be friendly and polite. This is unofficial A Test cricket, and it's his first outing in A cricket, so he'll be nervous, no doubt.
And Krishna also would be relishing the opportunity to bowl in South African conditions. Being a quick bowler in India is sometimes to your detriment. It doesn't help you. The pitches there is not conducive to pace. So this might be the outing just to prove his worth and see how fast he can actually crank up that bit pace.
Particularly in 4-day cricket or multi-innings cricket. You know, growing up you would have bowled on wickets that would require the skill more than the pace, but here in these conditions you could really fire things up.
Ooh, big appeal. Looks like an inside edge. Very adamant. Very adamant. Lovely delivery. Just got that one a little bit fuller. And that's what we were talking about after the short ball. Attack the batter. And fantastic ball there. Just asking the umpire the reason for it.
Yeah, just having a look at it again here on the replay. Looked like he tried to play it onto the onside. Should have perhaps sought to play it a lot straighter.
The on drive was kind of on there as well. Maybe just push it down the ground. Just got to the wicket. Another one would have been more than adequate.
Glorious delivery. And to come back to your point about to come back to the on drive, that's what most of your coaches would say. Try and play as much as you can in the V early on in your innings. That's that old adage, you know, when you're fielding catches win matches and when you're batting in the first maybe 15 runs or so, try and play with a straight bat and maybe just hold on some of those shots that you want to get to feel comfortable with.
And every batter's got that one shot.
Yes.
If he plays that, he knows, listen, everything is in line, feet is moving, I'm compact, I'm playing in my bubble, all that sort of adjectives that you want to mention. But every batter's got that one shot where they play that, comes out of the middle, doesn't necessarily have to go for a 4 or a 6. Just once he's played that, he feels comfortable.
You almost feel like Hermann's cover drive is that shot for him.
Yes. That might be the reason why I went through to that booming drive directly after lunch.
Yes.
He
Knowing
needs
that,
that to get going.
yeah, once I've got contact, then I'm away again.
Oh, it was nothing on there. Bowler not interested. The whole slip Gordon was interested, like it normally is. It's 73 for the loss of 2 wickets after 30 overs, and we're going to have a change in commentary as I make way to the legend, the myth that is Pendulo.
Yeah, 73 for 2 after 30. And it's been a shaky start for the South Africans. The wicket of Yasin Vali falling, and the momentum shift is certainly palpable at this point. New man at the crease, Jean Dupplesis, is very crouched in his stance, but it will be Hermann having to face up to the left arm spin, and with protection out at car corner, that a positive, bordering on aggressive stroke making that he does will no doubt be at least muted for a bit, as well as long on being out. So any opportunity to attack and hit with the spin may just be taken away from him.
Needing to build this partnership as it just starts as well, is it going to be important for them? 1 from 11. Yasin Vali losing his wicket was looking to anchor the innings for South Africa A. It now brings in the exciting prospect of Jean Dupplesis on strike. He's having an incredible season so far, is Jean Dupplesis. And it's going to be a good one for the left arm slow orthodox, who's going to be now bowling to the right hand and spinning the ball away from him.
Watch stance again. He gets square and behind it. And I think the mentality here of Dupplesis is one that he's just going to have to find his feet here in this game. It's not always easy coming to the wicket with spinners in operation.
Especially if it's going to be a spinner who's so consistent, so coming in over and over again. Just repetitive is the word I was looking for. So repetitive, actually. You can see she's just gone for 2 runs in those 2.4 overs.
It's a good bit of sensible cricket there. Just tuck it away, immediately set off for the single. And that's what you need. Strike rotation at any level, at any format of the game is invaluable.
And that's what they were missing in that partnership between Yassin Vali and Hermann. We saw an interesting stats from the comments. Just as he had scored his 56 runs during the lunch interval, 40 of those runs had come from boundaries. So 10 fours in his 56 runs, showing that the running between the wickets hasn't been as frequent and as smooth as you want, as we see the end of the over.
Yeah, 75 for 2 after 31. And, you know, when the wicket falls so soon after lunch, it's important for a team not to retract into their shell, or to perhaps even put the car in neutral and let it drift. We're just seeing some of the players and staff having a chat with some of the fans that are in here. You can come down to the JB Marks Oval. Entrance is free. How important is it, I wonder, for players to have access to their families, not only in the context of a long series, but also when touring? Because we saw it with the Springboks, how it shaped them, but back at the game here, it could really just change the mindset of a player who could be struggling.
You know, when you're working on it, when you're practicing, when you're training, when you're out doing camps, you don't want anyone who knows you being around, because that's where you're allowed to make mistakes. That's where you're flopping and trying new things. You'd even see it in professional boxing, where the boxers go away, no family around me. But when it's time to act, and when you're feeling a little bit down and things are not going your way, having that extra voice saying, let's go, knowing that someone is there watching you, having you on your side and on your back, gives you that extra boost of confidence, and they come rallying at you. We saw after Keegan Peterson scored his 100 in Buffalo Park, the next day they were there trying to rally him on in the next match, even though he wasn't playing. And it's also good for the team as well.
So 3 slips and a gully. Backward point. Mid-on who's a lot straighter. Mid-off who, I don't know if you could legally call him a mid-off. He's almost that extra cover. And a mid-wicket with fine leg out. They want him to drive.
And it's an interesting tactic that the Indians have been using throughout the game, where they give you that wide mid-off or extra cover in essence. It's an extra incentive to get that shot driven. And it's an excellent way to try and utilize those slip fielders, even though Hermann has been on top of them. Yassin Vali has not been drawn into those temptations. And it's going to be interesting how we're going to see Jean Dupplesis take on the test.
In this, his first unofficial test.
And also given the fact that he's currently playing in the 2nd division of South African cricket, currently does his work for the Garden Roots Badgers down at Oudtshoorn rather.
So not only does he have something to prove at this level, at SAA level, but also that when you're at Division 2, doesn't mean you're any less of a cricketer. And perhaps with Division 1, they may be calling in the new year. You're thinking of the possibility of relegation of some teams as we end the 32nd at 75 for 2. We saw that when the Knights were relegated, that there was a mass exodus of players, and so perhaps at the end of the season, when the next team is relegated and Division 2 are promoted, it then presents an opportunity for guys to just elevate themselves to the next level, and with that it comes a different type of lifestyle when playing Division 1 cricket. Not only the focus is a little bit more honed in on you, but there are so many other things to consider as well. National selectors are certainly more keen to watch you. Umpire Shezi maybe just sucking in a bug there. It looked very uncomfortable, but we're underway once again.
And the thing is, most of these gentlemen that we find here have that opportunity to show that they can actually do the work at high levels. When there is pressure that is being put on them as well. Given the fact that there are players as well who come from the newly promoted, thank you. Upgraded, not relegated, uplated. But the newly promoted team in the AET Tuskers, we saw Yasin Valley and Cameron Shackleton representing that team. And now Jean Dupplesis, having scored in the very first match when they were playing, he scored a double 100 in the first innings, 203 when they were playing against Boland.
That's nicely tucked away onto the onside, and polite applause as there's a single finally making an appearance.
So against Border, that's where they played against 203 in the first innings and then 101 in the second innings. Blitzed 101. Now he takes strike with a man who's stationed right under his chin.
You will be certain of the conversation being less than polite. That was hit in the air for just a moment, but on the bounce. And with guys as well as, Forrester for the Knights, there's certainly competition for. That's good running. It's good running. Immediately sets off. Although I didn't enjoy the lack of grounding of the bat. The coach in me wants to say, just plant your bat, son. Nevertheless, it's 33 gone at 77 for 2. To the point, a lot of Division 2 guys want Division 1 contracts. And if there was ever an opportunity for Dupplesis, well, this is it.
Because his last innings was scoreless after 33 in the first. This one in the second match. So currently, it's been brilliant. He wants to carry on this form into here. And like you mentioned, the likes of Deon Forrester could have gotten a chance in this game, but it's definitely needed for the Knights. Phenomenal player.
Especially after the rain-interrupted game against Mpumalanga at Uplands College, the Knights haven't had the best rub of the green when it comes to the forecast. But somebody who's hoping for the rub of the green is Dupplesis on strike now. And it's been consistent into the rib cage, into the torso of Dupplesis with the bowling of Krishna.
Isn't then where you'd want someone who will be under that helmet, coming close at short mid-wicket, just for that one where he'll feel like he's been rushed. But so far so good in his 22 deliveries so far. A lot of people will think, why are you sucking up so many balls? He's not doing the right thing. But it's hard to get your eye in, it seems, in this particular surface.
Good bit of awareness as well to know where the field was. There was nobody at square leg, just a mid-wicket and fine leg, so he knew that if he was to face an over of similar type delivery over and over again, for lack of a better word, you knew he was going to find a way in which he could unlock that single.
And he used it so well, just his wrists doing the work for him. Like you said, similar deliveries, that one getting inside the line of the ball and then being able to parry it away. Now it's Krishna who has a task of saying, where do I land it? Left-right combination.
Perhaps short. And it's not been, it's in the air for just a moment. I thought for a small inkling of short pitch bowling may yet come because of the deep backward square and deep backward point, fine leg. But in that instance, it was pitched up for the double bluff and nearly fell for it, did Hermann.
Felt as if he reached for the ball as well as he was driving through it. And it looks so much better when he allows the ball to come into him and then he can place it smartly.
Something that maybe some of his younger coaches or his dad will not be happy with. There was a loud call of no, and then yeah. It was a recipe for disaster. Good awareness there by Dupplesis, because they could have been all at sea with that last one. But just 2 balls from the over. However, the rotation of strike is what will keep them consistent with the run rate. It's 2.3, a far cry from 5 that we saw in Bloemfontein at times.
A far cry to the 0.8 that was much earlier on here today. But I'm really liking the usage of his wrists here is Jean Dupplesis. He's not just allowing Krishna and to come at him and he's blocking it, dodging. He's looking to interact with the ball in a positive manner, looking to place the ball into places where they can get that one, get that two, use the slow nature of the outfield right now to get more runs. But right now, just getting into the fielders.
Loud call and perhaps a response to how the calling from Hermann was. It's 34 gone, 79 for 2. Please make sure that you're commenting in this CSA YouTube channel video, because we appreciate your thoughts as a third commentator. And just to perhaps explain something, there's 2 Yasin Valleys within South African domestic structure. So if you're not sure which one, one finishes his name with an IE and the other one with just an I. So maybe just Google the 2 so that you can tell them apart. But it's one thing having a player with the same first name or even surname, but name and surname with 1 letter difference can be difficult to wrap around. Somebody who's doing his best to wrap up this this innings of Hermann is Kumar. Sarab Kumar is going along nicely, just keeping things quiet. 1 for 5 from his 4.
And I like now the idea of trying to use your feet, because he's just consistent there. He really hasn't been doing anything else. He found his spot right on the go. And Kumar has not let it go.
That one off the back foot, just to complement the front foot stuff that we've seen from Hermann. This is his home ground, and so perhaps he'll know conditions a little bit better than those around. But knowledge of the ground means nothing if we're not able to execute.
Every single day provides something different. No day is ever the same. The pitch is never the same.
Neatly worked away for the single.
Nothing more exemplary than the Bloemfontein matches that we saw India and SAA play in, where all the surfaces were different, like you were talking about. You cannot prepare the same. Even if the ground is the same, you cannot prepare the same. Even if the pitch you're playing in is the same.
Those of you in the comments are asking if Jean Dupplesis is related to Faf. No, he's not related. But Hardas Fulyun, who was in the last game, is related to Faf Duplessis. And at the end of 35, it's 80 for 2. They're brothers-in-law.
Interesting lives. Small world.
And the valleys also, Yasin and Yasin are not related to one of the others. And also, frustratingly, the Hermann brothers are not even brothers, all of them.
And you would think, I was trying to recollect and find out who is who amongst them.
As we have a change in the bowling. Sharul Thakur coming from the pavilion end. Sharul Thakur, a contrasting figure within Indian circles. Some love and some hate, and sometimes I guess it's just that nature of being part of the Indian cricketing structures and the talent pool. It means you're going to have those that are enamored by you and those that despise you. There's just so many fans wanting their man to be the one selected ahead of you. And if not you, then who else?
There's so much pressure in that structure as well of India. We saw that there was a point where they used India and India B team, which were equally strong, whilst Ravi Shastri was still the coach. Rahul Dravid coaching Team B. Just shows the depth of the team and how one slip up in this Indian lineup can literally cost you your international career.
When they talk about fine margins, it is thinner than razor thin. Absolutely beat him all ends up. That was ready for it, Jaffa.
That's how he's starting over. How dare you start an over like that? Pitching it exactly where it needs to be. It's not like Hermann has been there for 96 balls or whatever. Asking him the questions that even if you are still there, you will never be fully set.
It's good to see some encouraging signs for the bowlers, just to get that assistance from the surface. We mentioned that Potch is home to the batters more often, but you do get value for a persistent line and length.
You always get value of that. And the thing is, in different surfaces, the key is finding the correct length for that particular surface for your style of bowling. All of them, Krishna, Kavarappa, even now as we watch Shardul Thakur, all are operating in different areas of the surface.
Oh, so nearly could have been another edge and so nearly could have been another wicket for India, eh? This will send his teammates through the roof.
That's his area of operation. My word, it's so good. You know, that's the area you don't know. Am I going forward? Am I going backwards? There, he just shaped up for the line of the ball, but was nowhere in terms of the length. Incredible.
Could this Thakur over be the catalyst for a reversal of fortune? Well, not with deliveries like that. Not really challenging young Hermann with that one. Perhaps looking to get a full-blooded drive from it.
Has to lure him. You've drawn him with two gorgeous deliveries, and it seems like you are falling behind in the over. Now the question is, how do I fight back and try to take the over back? And by getting a nice juicy one that is outside, it feels as if this is the one I can climb onto and try to win the over back. But it's smart to be patient, because you win the over if you survive your wickets anyway.
Just one ball remaining in the over. Often in Bloemfontein we saw a protection of the over from Joshua De Silva more often than Neil Brandt, but no change here for the Indian players. Thinking back to how they've selected their squad, balance is so important, and you've mentioned the seam bowlers, how they contrast and complement one another. Immediately a shout of yeah, and that will allow Hermann to retain the strike. It's 81 for 2 after 36.
That's some good running. That is really good running because the short mid-wicket was there. The moment it passed mid-wicket, mid-off, because of that weird position that he's taking on, had to run across and try to stop it, which he did. But already that called the single, and already I'm liking the partnership between Dupplesis and Hermann because they are two players who are looking to take it on. Yes, you might look at it and say 9 from 46 deliveries. What do you mean? But when watching the cricket and seeing the types of strokes they are looking to play and their decision making as well, it shows you that there are players who are looking to keep it ticking because it's not just boundaries that they're chasing after, they're actually picking their spaces when they can.
Yes. Saurabh Kumar's played 6 matches at this level, 28 wickets at an average of 21.46. Before that wicket earlier after lunch, just nurdled away nicely there too long on, and that's what I think you need to do, is to hit the sweepers. Really just give yourself the opportunity to sit on the other end. A happy batsman is one who's not on strike.
Unless if wickets are tumbling down on the other side of the end.
Rather someone else than you. Jean Dupplesis coming into the South African squad after having scored those runs that you mentioned, the double 100 and then the 100, and only the third batsman within South African cricket to do it. Unless your name is Andrew Sampson, maybe just give yourself an opportunity to guess who that may be. Just tell us in the comments. We'll give you the answer at the end of the over, so you won't have to wait too long. 2 South African batters having achieved 100 in each innings of a domestic, or rather a first-class game. One of them coming against India in Nagpur. 200 in the first innings and 200 in the second innings. So 200 not out and 272. Just one ball remaining in this, the 37th, and I'd love to see Dupplesis get to the other end. There's not many options though for him to do that. Tried to do that by getting it past Kumar. He's not going to get it. It's 37 gone, 82 for 2. Adam Bacher is the first answer when he scored 210 and 112 not out against Griqualand West in Kimberley. But that one against India in Nagpur was Herschel Gibbs. 200 not out and then 272 in the second innings. He really enjoyed batting in India.
It's not every day where you see 200s in an innings.
2 double centuries. It's a phenomenal achievement.
The thing is, every other day you'll see the fans come in and enjoy a good day of cricket. It is quite sunny here today. Just looking to see if the pitch is going to play out any differently as the sun continues to bake onto it.
It's a good bit of awareness to open the blade there. Just good cricket sense to get to the other end. But it's all good and well getting to the other end. But if there's 5 dots off the remainder of this over, I wonder if Hermann will not begin to become frustrated. He's a player that likes to move the scorecard along, keep the run rate up high, and if he's bogged down at the other end because he's not able to get strike, that's where his wicket may be lost.
And that's the fascinating thing that actually happens.
Just comes across his stumps and guides this very fine, but there's protection out there at fine leg.
When you have
that mindset of trying to move the scorecard along, and somebody that you maybe haven't batted with much, if at all, it can really stifle you. It can really just feel like you're on your own, even when you've got somebody just 20 meters away from you. Hit that quite hard on the bounce and immediately set off for the single, and this is much better. This is exactly what I've called for. Keep going and rotate the strike. 3-4 runs to the over will get the job done.
Very correct. Getting 1-1-1, but it's important for them not to feel under pressure that every ball needs to be a run scoring. But that's what happens when you have one bowler who's able to hold down an end really well and stifle the runs. You feel as if you have to get going once the other end opens up. And thing is, the moment once that happens, you then might expose yourself to the vulnerability of hitting deliveries which are not supposed to be hit, because once the other bowler returns on the other end, there will be no runs which will be scored. And that's the value of what Saurabh Kumar is able to do in this particular innings for India.
That's where experience is from. That's the origin of his experience. It's just that time out there, learning his craft and executing exactly where needed. And he's done exactly that with that delivery.
So he's just going to need to continue being persistent, being consistent as well. Because it's very easy to try and search for things that aren't there when the batters eventually start getting a rhythm of your bowling and scoring some few runs here and then in the over.
Confident punch, but immediately the call was wait. And as we end 38, it's 85 for 2. I don't know if you can hear it. The song of South Africa, if you will. The local wildlife really showing us that karaoke is not just for the humans.
It's what you expect in a game of cricket, because it's a summer game. It's sunny, there's a breeze, the trees are bright and green under the African sky. Luckily, there's not so many clouds in the sky as well. You're always going to expect to hear your fair share of nature when you come to a game of cricket, so why not come down here? It is the JB Marks Oval in Potchefstroom.
Also had monkeys on day one invading the scorer's box. The poor scorers, there were screeches here as they slammed the windows shut here, fighting for to not be robbed. Somebody who nearly was robbed there was Hermann. Really gave it a fearsome swipe.
Looking to get runs, but there is a man who's stationed there at leg gully, or basically at 45. Must be careful once he looks for that shot.
It's much better from Hermann.
All the birdies awaken him. No, not the shots.
Nah, it's definitely not a golfing tournament. Too many birdies for us out here in Potchefstroom. He comes down the wicket, trying to perhaps hit it a little bit straighter, but the bat turning in the hand there. And this is where the frustration and the pressure can build.
Kumar has been doing this job for a while. Haven't heard of him in the Indian sphere. Hasn't represented India. He's here having played since 2014-15. So he's on his ninth. So he's currently in his ninth season. Is Kumar.
Only got his look in at the India A side in 2021-22 season. It's a handy spinner. 274 wickets to his name. So by no means an accidental selection. And just saying there's something in his run-up.
He's been doing this for a while, over 9 years. His average for a spin bowler is incredibly impressive as well. Just costing 24 runs per wicket, and he does this at less than 3 runs to the over, so he can bowl for long Virgils, bowl for a long time and not give away runs. And his payment so far in his first-class career has been 275 wickets. So trust that Saurabh Kumar will look to use this opportunity as a 30-year-old as we go have a drinks. As we go out, it's 86 for 2 here at the JB Marks Oval, with Dupplesis on 5 and Hermann on 65.
And we are back at the JB Marks Oval. Always something happening behind the scenes. It is Shakur going to continue to Hermann, who's been looking fantastic today. 65 of 110, just getting into his shell a little bit.
It's not going to be easy with them starting to even throw in those short balls. Taku has to make something happen because even as we see, the movement of the ball has suddenly died down. There's no much of that anymore.
Conditions have changed completely. I think everything has dried up. Even the dark patches that we had on the field has lightened up as well. The outfielders just slightly got a bit faster as well. And Takur is looking a little bit more comfortable from this end than he did from the varsity end. And Hermann just that little shimmy down the track again, trying to offset him, just pushing him back a little bit. See what the follow ball will be. Again, Hermann just have that one-step shimmy down the track, and again a short ball, which I don't mind. We actually discussed it earlier in the broadcast as well. We would love to see more of this, little bit more of aggressive bowling and attacking bowling than just trying to or waiting for the SAA guys to make a mistake.
100%. And the thing is, when you're running down the slope as well, you are running down the slope and you're running from this end. So it makes it easier for you as the fast bowler, that's why we've been seeing more energy from the bowler coming this end.
Oh, lovely shot through the covers. That looks like it's going to beat the fielder down there. Another 4 to Hermann.
But the thing is, if it comes down quick, it's going to leave the bat quick as well. Wonderful shot from Hermann there, showing that he's still very much in the game, slightly uppish as well. But then he survives because the placement was good.
And his placement has been good, even though he's been driving every now and again on the up and that sort of thing. It's always been where there's green. It's always been where there's grass. He's confident. He really needs to kick on. 69 of 113. Oh, now the scrumptious drive past the bowler. That one just floated up.
Even the dugout is happy about that one because that's where the ball went. Crunching shots that from Hermann. Slightly full again. Free swing of the arm. Full face of the bat as well. Wonderful placement.
And it's almost deja vu for Takur. He went for 2 boundaries in a row the last time he bowled to Hermann. And again, a 2 lovely drives. And batter really getting into his stride now. 73 with his partner Dupplesis on 5. All eyes on the follow-up ball after 2 boundaries. Oh, lovely tuck off the hips. This could be a trifecta of boundaries for Hermann. 4 it is.
Ping, ping. They keep coming here. Told you, Gert. You're going to come in the commentary box and you're going to come with magic. A trifecta of boundaries. That one just coming a little bit straighter. And we had seen earlier on how easy it is for him to work that ball that's on his hip and how he's so wristy as well. Glorious shot from Hermann.
And Takur already at his mark. He is steaming in now. Not happy with his bowling at the moment. Oh, and what a delivery. And how glad would the captain have been after a trifecta of boundaries, taking an edge there. But luckily for Hermann, that just passed the outside edge. And a lot of thinking to do for Captain Bharat and also wicketkeeper. Score is a 98 for the loss of 2. It is after 40 overs. And run rate 2.4. Dupplesis 5 of 36. And Hermann 77 of 116. Partnership 26.
It's a lot here for Takur to go through. 4. And another 4 as well. All in different areas, all in different styles, so that's definitely would have thrown him off with Shardul Takur. So clearly the short ball strategy to try to get his feet off balance clearly didn't work because his feet were totally on the ground. But now it's the very persistent Saurabh Takur, or Kumar rather.
And he's been bowling very, very well. 7.1 overs, 1 for 8. He's been very persistent on that line. He's making the batters play. I can recall a ball that they were able to leave from him. So a very attacking bowler.
He very much reminds me of Ranga Nahera. from Sri Lanka.
Yes.
Just short, tiny, bit by bit by bit, always there.
Oh, a nice aggressive shot there. Dupplesis going for one. This ball with the heavy outfield might have just plonked and stopped 2 for him, but I love the intent.
That's what you want to see, and that is what Kumar also wants to see. And that is what all South Africans want to see on the scoreboard as 100 runs is brought up.
And that's in 40.3 overs. And that's the first intent that they've shown towards Kumar. Nice, lovely work of the feet. Oh, and rocks back and plays a lovely pickup shot. That will definitely reach the boundary.
And so it does. Wonderful. You know, you can't trust this outfield, though. It just slows up and stops. But it's those feet that you're talking about again, Gert, from Jean Dupplesis. You saw the first ball dancing down the track, and this one using the full width of his crease by opening his body up and able to slam that over the top. Wonderful batting this is.
Getting into good positions early is key for any top order bat. You want to get your feet moving, but also get into that stable position before playing the shots. And the better position you're in, and then it just gives you that extra second or two to play the shots. And like I said, it's tricky with the outfield, but we kind of saw the fielder was giving up there as well.
You know, I like what Jean Dupplesis is doing here against Kumar. He's not letting him settle, and he's not scoring off him in the same areas. He's playing him all around the V and through the squares. As we see the end of that very successful over for South Africa, it's 104 for the loss of 2.
And it comes back to the Thakur over earlier, where you mentioned it, the 3 boundaries that were scored was in 3 different areas. And I think that's a frustration for the captain at the moment, is if they keep hitting in the same area. That's one thing. But if you go through covers, then straight, and then all of a sudden through mid-wicket as well, it does make it hard to keep you in the attack and also set the field for you. As we actually saw a very brave call now, Thakur continuing, they might have felt that last ball past the edge might have just shown them a little kink in the armor there.
Definitely bought him an extra over that one. If it wasn't for that delivery, I don't think he would have come back. But that ball really did buy him. And now it's going to be interesting because Hermann will feel like he does have the upper hand against Thakur. And can he be willing to take him on is what Bharat wants to see. Does just that. You see the short extra cover is actually in very much a catching position because Hermann does have the tendency of hitting it up in the air.
He does play on the up quite a lot. And that might just be the feel. I see they've got a deep point out for Hermann as well. So if he takes a single, they're pretty happy with it. So they might be attacking that off stump a little bit more, especially with the straighter extra cover there in a catching position. Oh, big flash, and everyone is getting excited behind the wicket, and I think everyone in the SA dugout was looking for the ball at the fence because Hermann gave that a proper go.
If he's looking to go that wide, that gap between the slips is just a little bit bothersome. Flashing drive, if that's what you want him to do, wouldn't you want to close up that gap between the first slip and that extremely wide gully? Because the wider it is, it means that the more wider the ball will be in that slip cordon.
I think the idea is to bowl a little bit tighter than that. Make him drive with a full face instead of a slashing blade. It's a punch into the offside. Lovely single. Much better directed ball, a little bit more intent in the delivery.
That's what I was about to think, that the line, you know how there's a back of a length which is not short but not full? There's that line which is not on the 4th stump but it's not on the 5th stump. But it's wide enough to entice you into that driven shot. I think that's what he was looking for, and he got it in that ball, because that's the ball you can either play with a cross-face shot as a slash, or with the full face of the bat with an up or with an open shoulder.
And that would be very much upon the batter and the preference there, and also where the confidence level would be. A set batter like Hermann will definitely just pop it in, play with a straight bat. And a batsman, as we saw Vali in the beginning, just might have angled the bat a little bit more to try and pierce a gap there. A very big change in the field, as they now got a in front and behind square leg field. Just about on the circle. They do have a mid wicket in short, and they do have a mid on, so very much a leg side field. So this might be more attacking bowling that we're going to see from Thakur, and that is exactly what's happened. And fantastic running by the two batters. That's what you want to see. Make the big changes in the field, but we're going to keep rotating and make you change your plans. Dupplesis moved on to 12 and Hermann on 78.
And you know what's funny? It's the fact that they took that run in that packed leg side field. So they took on the plan that the Indians have in place. That's like, what? How dare you do that? You know, and that's the battle that we want to see between the bat and ball. And that's the beauty of first-class cricket that we're watching here.
There's that up-pitch drive that we've been talking about. Hermann loves to play. That nearly cost him a wicket, and for the first time he didn't time it, and that's what actually saved him at the end of the day.
Very strange conditions here. The pitch is drying up in a strange way. The ball, you would have thought that by the time that it's becoming sunnier, with some nice green coverage on the pitch, that it's going to start quickening up and reaching the bats nicely. But you see here constantly, Hermann is reaching the ball far too earlier than when it comes to him.
It's a much better line from Thakur, not giving Hermann anything there. And it's the end of the over. It's 42 overs gone, 106 for the loss of 2 wickets. Dupplesis on 12 of 43. Hermann is on 78 of 121. Partnership have rocked on to 34, and that comes off 82 deliveries. And I don't think we'll see a change. Kumar was taken on in the last over a bit, the left-arm spinner. He's 1 for 14 in his 8 overs, but he's bowled very well, and the fact that they're taking him on might just be the reason why the captain will keep him on.
100%. And the thing is, on top of that, even though they were hitting him around the field, it was the batter's inventiveness that created those shots. It wasn't like Thakur, where he was placing the ball for it to be hit. It was actually the feet of Jean Dupplesis which went down the track to pick him up over mid-on, for him to square open and pull him for 4 runs. So you rather that.
Oh, a bit of an inventive shot there. Went to set up for the slog sweep and then ended up playing a straight bat off the knee.
See, sometimes crazy cricket is the only way you can break down proper orthodox cricket. You come in with some weird way of batting, weird way of bowling, and throw off the orthodox bowler who's just keeping it at the same area the whole time.
Another one just pushed down to mid-on, and just commenting on that last shot, that's going to be a coach's nightmare if that becomes a new popular shot like the Dill Scoops was back in the day.
Definitely. And a cute little single that we've seen run down to long on brings up the highest score for Hermann in first-class cricket. It was previously 78 runs which he scored versus the Tuskers in this previous game, actually.
It's a big, rich vein of form for Hermann. Now he just notches up that first century. And as a batter, you feel you want to get that monkey off your back.
You know what I'm happy about is that your forearm was touching the wood when you were saying that. It just happened very coincidentally.
Again, it comes from the superstition of being a cricketer. Oh yes, working it around the corner. Down to 45. They're doubling up. Another 2 there for Dupplesis.
Easily done. All of a sudden, this partnership has gone up to 38 runs. That is simply amazing. That's the value of taking those singles, one, and really rushing the batters, the bowlers and the fielders, because they will eventually give you those boundary deliveries, which you capitalize on. And they're scoring at a pretty decent nick, considering where they started.
Oh, lovely shot over mid-on. Or mid-off rather. 4 runs for Dupplesis. Runs starting to flow.
Glorious cricket from Jean Dupplesis. He is not letting Kumar rest at all. And it's not that it's bad bowling from Kumar. It's just so stupendous batting from Dupplesis. Getting under it, getting to it so quickly. And that bat speed, getting that ball away so quickly. Wonderful shot.
That hands through the line very quick. That one flatter and quicker. Lovely single taken once again. And that 4 that he hit, he just noticed that Kumar was just floating that one up a little bit. And he was up to the challenge. And then what great cricket you want to see, especially in a 4-day. A 4 and a single.
You're closing it off. We work in a match, and in a game number 43, it's 115 for the loss of 2 for the South Africans, and I don't believe that they'll be too mad with the scoreboard, considering the fact that they had
wicket very, very quickly. I think the Indians thought they're in for a early day, but the grit of South African batters just coming through once again. While he didn't score a lot of runs, but he absorbed the pressure. He just stuck it out, and Hermann came in and took all the pressure off him, actually, just by playing his shots. This partnership is 7 away from 50. They're on 43, and that came off 88 deliveries. Deshpande coming into the attack, replacing Thakur, who did not have a great day with the ball, even with all his experience. He started off well, and then Hermann just got stuck into him.
Just had that one bad over which destabilized his quite decent spell, rather. But now, Deshpande. Didn't create many threats in his first spell. Did Tushar Deshpande threats in his first spell? Did Tushar Deshpande?
And he was also the bowler bowling a lot of balls to Yasin Wali as well. Hence you'll see his figures looking pretty decent. Starting off with his 7th over, he's only gone for 16 runs. But he was on that 4th stump line a lot, so he was left alone quite often. It'll be interesting to see how he fares with the left-right combination, especially now that we see that young Dupplesis is also coming on to the bowlers. He wants to get into their face. He wants to take them on a little bit more, counter punch, show what he's made of. Being a Division 2 player, you want to make that mark when you get an opportunity.
And the ball will be skiddier with Deshpande, meaning that it can come in a little bit nice onto the bat, especially with Deshpande bowling it at that fuller length as well. He's looked to take on Kumar with the ball on his slot and in the scoring areas. We might not be surprised if we see him take on Deshpande as well, right as he starts off his spell, so that he doesn't seem like he's there.
And also Deshpande not quite as quick as Thakur. He's a skitty bowler. Looks like he bowls a little bit of a heavier ball, but pace-wise, definitely a bit down from Thakur.
And they're minimizing his scoring options here, bowling the ball very straight onto that middle stump, wickets to wickets from Deshpande. And it asks Jean Dupplesis, how are you going to score? Because you have to hit it straight back into him, and you see the mid-on and mid-off are very straight. Nearly hugging the squares. There's nothing on the V because mid-wickets and cover are there.
And it's a very dangerous ploy because they also don't have a fine leg or a third man in place. So if they stray, if he goes back of a length and he goes a little bit wide, it can be slashed away. If he strays on the pads, they do have a fine leg in place now that he can just tuck it around the corner for the one. But with this field set, you feel that they're going to be a lot more attacking, especially to Dupplesis. And he showed that he's not shy to take on a challenge, so he'll definitely try. And I think if it's up there, I think he'll go over the bowler's head.
And that seems as if that's the one that they want him to do, actually.
Shot through the covers, and great fielding on the sawdust by the big man. It's Krishna that got all the way down there. He's a very lanky gentleman. So got all the way down on the sawdust and just rubbing it off, but fantastic fielding. A very low set by Dupplesis, and got that away for one.
And it makes it actually easier with the ball being full and it being skiddier, and on that low sets it makes it easier for his for his field of vision rather, and his balance as well as he goes through the shots too. Goes on top of it very nicely. Doesn't have the same problem of Hermann where he pops it up into the air.
It's dropped and went. Fantastic batting at the moment. This right-left combination is getting problemsome for the India A. As we end the over, it is 117 for the loss of 2. Dupplesis on 21 of 53. Hermann of 80 of 123. And partnership 45. That comes off 94 deliveries. Deshpande will continue on this end. He's bowled his 7 overs, and Kumar 1 for 23 of his 9. And now you've got to feel that this is kind of going to be the test for Captain Bharat, because what do I do next? The bowlers, apart from Kumar in his overall 2, is creating 1 or 2 problems, but the South Africans are starting to counter punch. None of the other bowlers are giving me opportunities. They're not giving me that little bit of extra. What do we do from here?
Now the problem is, even the man who was tasked to bog the run scoring down in Kumar is being taken apart.
Yeah.
But at least for now, he has a break of bowling to Hermann, who seems to keep him a little bit more in control. You can see. So your bowlers are here for a reason. They're still relatively fresh. It's day 1 in effect. There are 44 overs in. The only problem is that the ball seems to have died and lost its source.
There we go. Hermann dropping down the wicket, going over mid-wicket. 4 runs.
Wonderful stroke that is. Absolutely cracking strike. Now the problem starts for Kumar. Now the problem starts for Bharat and the Indians as well. It's having both batters take on the man who's supposed to steady the ship. Yes, he didn't have the greatest connection in the world, but I like this also because there is the man at deep mid-wicket just in case he makes a mistake.
He's that man, but he's on a very squarish deep mid-wicket. He's almost on a sweeper boundary. They're leaving that cow corner open for Hermann. And if he's going to keep floating it up, Hermann's going to pop him in that region the whole day. That one immediately slower as well. So they're waiting for the ball that Kumar is just giving a little bit of extra flight, that they can get underneath the ball.
Dancing feet, just not into the groove as yet. Yes, got a 4 runs, but it's the power of Jean Dupplesis that also helped him get that ball over. So Kumar is not doing anything wrong so far. He really is keeping it tidy. Even the way they just pop it around has been tidy, and that's why they bring up this beautiful 3rd wicket 50-run partnership.
That comes off 99 balls. SA has moved on to 122 for the loss of 2 wickets, and 1 ball to go in the 45th over. And we've seen 2 significant partnerships already after the 1st wicket loss, which is key in any format of the game, is partnerships.
And also, it's partnerships that have to serve a different purpose. And they are all constructed differently here. You're seeing the running between Hermann and Dupplesis, making this one go at a run every 2 balls. But when we were watching Vali and Hermann's partnership, there the story was different because the ball was still brand new. Cameron Shackleton lost his wickets in the second over of the match whilst the game was still scoreless, but now it sits at 123 after those 45 overs completed. So now the game requires something different from the partnership. That first partnership gave us time, dim the ball, get us through into the lunch interval. Now this session is saying we have gone through the dust. Yes, we've lost another wicket. Can we see now? Can we be more proactive in our scoring? And luckily enough, the construction of the South African team seems to have that balance of players who can kick it up in that middle order.
And what's nice is about any SAA team is it doesn't matter how the composition of the team came together. Every single player has something to prove. Every single player is almost playing for a spot somewhere. And like we see with Dupplesis now being a second division player, he's trying to get the eyes on him as well. So they play more positive intent and trying to get their worth in. And Hermann is showing that, and I said it earlier, there might be 1 or 2 WhatsApps flying around to his brother and saying, hey, you check that, lad. He's on 85, 128 and looking phenomenal.
And it hasn't. That's the thing for me. It has been his placement that I've really enjoyed, because getting your timing correct on the surface has not been easy at all. But the key is knowing where your spaces are, which brings that cricketing IQ into question. If you've played the game as long as Ruben Hermann has, that is organically going to come the more you play and the more you practice. He has been playing, it's his 6th season in first-class cricket now.
He's been around for a while. Oh, lovely whip through mid-wicket. That one was timed nicely. Will Red beat the fence? Yes, it'll beat the fielder. It hit the fence, and it's Dupplesis. Another boundary.
He comes into the party. He's entered the party a long time ago. Now he's just dancing to it. The ball bowled straight, whipped it beautifully. It even went across that patch of sawdust where you'd think it slowed down. Wonderful batting where you still dispatch the bad balls.
And that is always key in any format of the game. If you get a bad ball, put it away. Don't let it slide. Don't let the bowler feel that he's gotten away with it, because it just builds up that little bit of confidence. For I can bowl a bad ball. The batter's not on top of me. Despandi following up with a little bit straighter, more on middle and off rather than just middle. And just see technique-wise looking very good is Dupplesis.
You know, thing is also, even with the decent balls, good-looking balls, the ones that you'd think as the bowler I'm happy about, he's controlling them with so much ease, is Jean Dupplesis. Doesn't seem like he's being problemed or being troubled by any of this bowling.
Oh, rocked back, lovely shot. It looks like the ball has carried all the way for the first 6 in Potch.
If that doesn't show that he is on top of things, I do not know what will. Bumped into the middle of the track. He didn't even bother to see how far the ball will go. The connection was pure from him. Incredible shot as he moves on into his 90s, does he?
That was Dupplesis who actually played that shot. 32 of 59. And it's just the excitement getting overwhelming us all. We're seeing some runs flow. We always love to see a 6 in the longer format.
I want that 100.
Yes.
I'm looking for it now. My whole arm is on the wood as I speak about this. But Jean Dupplesis really on top of his game here, Gert.
It's almost a superstition. The number we shall not be talking about. But Despande definitely under the pump at the moment. 4 and a 6 in this over already. Oh, and nearly given it away. Drop catch. Just pointing into the bleachers there, was saying that he's lost the ball. Oh, that was nearly devastating for Duplessis.
Oh, that is a tough one. Crying that he lost the ball in the field. It was a hard flash that from Duplessis, and that's the opportunity of when they are looking to hit the ball that it can create. Not the greatest delivery. Hard chance though behind him as he had to dive to his left. It's survival, but at the end of the day, the ball has been put down by Vidwath Kaverapa.
And the end of the over, it's 133 for the loss of 2 wickets. It is Duplessis moved on to 32. Lucky to still be there, just dropped on 32. And Hermann is on 85, facing up to Kumar. And they're definitely pointing and becoming more of a defensive field than they were attacking in the beginning. Run rate is chopped up to nearly almost 3 to the over. And this partnership is 61 of 106. Hermann eyeing up that milestone. Kumar looking for another wicket. He's 1 of 29 of his 10 overs. Lovely running between these two. And a misfield will most likely go double it up. Great running by Duplessis. Went past the keeper quite far, and then he just put on the jet shoes and just got back to the non-striker. 2 runs.
Good intensity, good running. You must be hungry when you're playing. You must want those runs. When again are any of these gentlemen going to get a chance to don the green and gold? This might be a chance where they present themselves with another opportunity to do so.
Lovely feet movement once again, and the sound of the bat is just immaculate. Field placing proper as well this time around, deep, mid on. And what I love about this is the two batters are playing not just with one another but for one another as well. It was easy for Duplessis to say, listen, I went too far past, no run there, but he knows they're both hungry for those milestones and they just keep running for each other's, and they're trusting each other's calls, which is very important. Partnership on 64, doing a great job at the moment.
What I love mostly about what they're doing now is that they are starting to harvest all of the seeds that they've placed in the beginning of their partnership. It was not easy when it started off, when Yasin Vali lost his wicket. And he lost his wicket. So a beauty of a delivery as well. So it's not as if he was there throwing his runs away and just having fun with it.
And they keep picking up the singles, and this is what's making it hard for the batters, or for the bowlers rather. The batters are completely changing between the right-left combination.
Oh, it's just
Lovely. Another single there to Hermann. Moving on so close to the 90s. He's on 89 of 133. Comes in good time as well.
And you know, thing is, I also sit and think that the bulk of the work would have been on Kumar's shoulders for this innings. Like,
Fantastic running. Just, it's almost up and run at the moment. They're dropping and going as we reach the end of the 47th over. 139 for the loss of 2 wickets. A partnership that we've seen is moved on to 67 of 112 balls. Duplessis there on a 34 of 63, dropped on 32 and point, but also Hermann is on 89 of 131, and as I mentioned, partnership 67 of 112. And at the moment I think SA will be thinking, what would be the target we want to set?
especially the fact that we don't have a day of cricket. It's gone.
It's
And
effectively 3-day cricket now.
basically, and we know that it's 3 days. It's the skill set that is required at that level of cricket. But here, gentlemen could easily play a 5-day game, given the fact that this is at an international stage as we are watching it. So,
Despande continuing, and he's continuing it to Duplessis. Oh, standing up nicely. Great call there. Fantastic fielding.
Satushan there doing phenomenal work at cover. Always want to have an explosive and a dancing spidery cover cordon.
Yes, you always want your cover to be alert and have a little bit of anticipation on where the ball's going to go. But again, very impressed with Duplessis' technique. That was getting right up to the toes, on top of the ball, playing it down. It'll be interesting to see where Despande goes to try and extract that wicket ball. They haven't gone for the Yorkers or anything full. As I mentioned it, goes for he floats it up a bit fuller, but they haven't really gone for really going full. Even when they had the short cover in place as well, they didn't really go full at the batters.
And you know, now also they're just going straight now.
Well, the ball's doing nothing at the moment. They're not extracting big turn on the surface either, so the spinners are less effective than they would be. We're just leaning into that. That would piercing the gap there, doubling up easy 2 and turning for the 3rd. Oh, a bit of a misfield there. Krishna just angry at himself there. Bit of a smile and most likely an apology to the bowler there as well. As 3 runs.
Good
Goes to
looking
Duplessis.
shot. Very good looking shot that from Duplessis. Because there are those 2 men. One standing close at extra cover, one standing further back at mid-off, but still able to get the shot. If the outfield was any quicker, that certainly would have found its way onto the boundary field. But it's an interesting thing. Where will that wicket ball come from, Despande? Because from all the fast medium paces, it doesn't look like they're getting any meat from it.
There we go. There's the one that I was calling for. Just going that little bit fuller. Just testing the toes a little bit, because as we saw that last shot from Duplessis, just leant into it. So they're bowling that line. We can just get over it. You could just lean into the shots. And now they're actually just creating something different. And as a captain, that's what you want, is bowl to the plan, but create something different for us. Create that chance. And that's the ball that might be able to sneak through and get you a wicket.
The short ball.
Yes, the short ball effective, but you need to bowl a proper bumper.
I will go back to the story of the man who does call this stadium home in Reinhard van Tonder, one of the most spoken about players coming in his way, and how they bowled him out or got his wicket in the matches versus the West Indies, where there was nothing on the track, seemingly nothing. In comes Jay McAllister, who's a medium pacer bowling mid-high 120s, hitting the deck midway, hitting the back of the length, hitting the deck hard as he could. Reinhard van Tonder was taking him apart, but who had the last laugh? He popped it into the air, caught and bowled, second innings, under edge, into the wickets. That's how you create opportunity. It's called buying a wicket.
Yes.
And sometimes it can be very expensive.
And look, it's the end of the over. It is 48 overs gone, 123 for the loss of 2. Duplessis on 37 of 68, and Hermann is on 90 of 132. Partnership 71 of 118. And getting back to your point, I've always been inclined to go to a batter's strength, because that sometimes will be his Achilles heel as well, especially when someone enjoys driving, and as we see a bit of craftsmanship there on the pitch, just working there. Maybe just a footholds with all the moisture on the field, maybe just breaking up a little bit there. Ground staff working hard.
And it's happening again. It happened in the first session as well, where they just looked to sort out those landing marks for the bowlers. Hopefully it's nothing too problematic, considering the fact that all of the Indian bowlers are right-arm pacers who have to come through that side of the pitch. But this is an international ranked stadium. We've seen so many history, or so much history in this ground, formerly known as Sandhurst, now as JB Marks Oval.
You can see the keeper just helping out the groundsman there. The captain just want to be happy with the foot marks there. It could be that there might be just a little bit of moisture in the pitch as well, with the foot coming down. He's just creating one or two wavy areas, so the foot's not firmly down. It's a little bit of an angle, just maybe an injury scare more than anything else, where the bowler says, listen, it doesn't feel comfortable. Change in bowler, and we've got Rajan Paul back into the attack. He's only bowling his third over. He went for a solitary run. And changing the field and immediately going deep for Hermann. They've got two on the fence. It's on a deep square and a sweeper boundary, and then also offside sweeper boundary. Very much defensive when it comes to Hermann at the moment, who's on a 90 of 134. His highest score on this level.
I'll be looking to ask him to bowl the ball a little bit straighter here.
Oh, Hermann nearly throwing that away. Falling away and playing back to a foolish delivery. Oh, if that was his wicket, he'll be kicking himself.
Dangerous stuff. Really almost threw it away there, did Hermann.
Back to normal, playing straight, coming forward to the fuller ball. Very dangerous to go back to spinners. Especially the guy to Rajan Paul. He's not a tall guy. He does have that round arm ball that he does bowl every now and again.
It's also Hermann looking to fool the bowlings and the fielding, because we saw that previous setup that he had. It was to expose the leg side and hit the ball to the square leg area. That time altering his hands in the same body position, looking to cut the ball, saying, hey, you are leaving me a nice juicy gap here at the offside 45 area where I can score 3 runs, because the moment the ball goes past that short third man, it's just it's free land.
And that's what the bowler was going for as well. Saying, do you see that big open space there? Why don't you pop it in there? Let me give you something. Oh, great running. This could be dangerous. Oh, better throw. Might have seen him wanting. And Dupplesis and Hermann really playing with the field at the moment. Dangerous single.
That's a tough call to take, but that's the trust you were speaking about in this partnership. They've been together for 124 balls. As you see the end of over number 49, it's 145 for the loss of 2, and they've built up the score by constantly doing just that. Push the ball, yes. Push the ball, yes. No, if it's bad, because we haven't seen a call that might get either batter in trouble. That's the closest one we've seen, honestly.
And that would have been only been close with a direct hit, I feel. Even if it was just a better throw to the keeper as well, I think Hermann would have made it. It's very quick between the wickets. Partnership have moved on to 73 of 124 balls. 145 for 2. They've got to be eyeing up, maybe trying to only bat once on the deck, and making the Indians bat last and on the last day as well.
So that's why, if they want to get to that point in the game, picking up the scoring rate from this moment onwards to put on a total that their bowlers can come in to defend is very important.
We've had a change in ends as Kumar is coming now from the pavilion end. We might be seeing tandem spin for the first time since lunch.
I'll be fascinated to see how the ball and the spin reacts running down the slope this time. We saw up the slope he did have control, and then he lost it at the end when it was easy pickings. So with the ball just slowly rushing.
This is where that lower set of Van Toorne will help him a little bit. Even if the ball stays low a bit, he's there. He'll be in trouble if the ball pops up from a length, though. But still continuing with one slip for the left arm spinner.
And
Just leaning into that one.
And funny enough, as you speak about that slip fielder, he's the only one who's around the bat. So even if the ball had to pop up, who's there to catch it if it's not behind the square, not behind the wicket?
You don't necessarily want to set a field for if it hasn't happened yet, but it almost looks like he's going to stay around the wicket for Hermann, trying to make him hit with the turn. Again, fielder's not on the boundary. For a batter set on 91, you might feel that, listen, we can push you back a little bit more.
With the ball coming a little bit more wider from him, it's going to be tougher for Hermann to hit the ball behind him. It's going to be more forward, so you see the field slightly slanting to be more straighter.
Lovely line and length here at the moment from around the wicket, just angling it across and then turning it back into the left-hander. Last ball of the 50th over.
So good to see as he just crunches it down. It's the end of over number 50. It's 146 for 2, and here will be another commentary change for you.
Partnership that moved on to 74 of 130. It's 146 for the loss of 2 wickets. Yassin Vali and Shackleton is back in the hut. And David, welcome back.
Yeah, thank you. It's been a good session for Hermann, and long may it continue for supporters of the young Hermann. We'll be with you in just a moment as they've decided to take a drink.
Get what you want.
Welcome back to this Cricket South Africa broadcast of India A. South Africa A. It's the first of 2 unofficial test matches between these two sides. We are live from the JB Marks Oval in Potchefstroom after India won the toss and decided they'll have a field, or a bowl rather, on day one. We didn't get any play, but since then it's been a privilege to bring you live cricket action, and it's been all action as a wicket came with Cameron Shackleton being dismissed first ball that he faced. And then it was a good partnership between Yassin Vali and Hermann. And then that was snuffed out before Jean Dupplesis and Hermann have put 74 together on the board. 146 for 2. We've had 50 up. So I'll get your thoughts on it in a moment about what is the way forward for this batting side.
And I actually want to put a question to you. If this was day one, would you have changed your call to bowl first?
No, I would have certainly have left it the way that it is as Paul begins a new over. Understanding the surface was crucial. Knowing that there was a bit of moisture, overcast conditions, you would fancy your bowlers to make an impact. It's something that WG Grace wouldn't have been too thrilled with. Often the conversation was win the toss and bat 9 times out of 10, and then on the 10th time you think about it for a moment and it's bat again. Yes, so trying to change things up here are India A, and changing his actions coming around the wicket. And to my thoughts around batting here, if I'm the South African A team, I'm not looking for a result. I just want to spend as much time as I can at the wicket. This is invaluable time at the wicket with good bowlers. How often are you going to get that opportunity? Understanding that they're fringe, most of these players.
And also, I mentioned it earlier, it's a time for you to show what you can do against quality bowlers. Against bowlers you don't know, bowlers you've never faced before, different conditions, different type of bowlers. Showing off your technique, showing off your resolve, showing off your patience, especially when it comes to the longer format. It's almost a swear word. Where in some instances, when you say patience, they look at you funny. So this is the time for a guy like Plessis and Hermann to show exactly what they are made of and how deep they can take it.
Yeah, they'll be wanting to climb the ladder, so to speak, of cricketing structures. So you can't just skip steps, you have to take it each rung at a time. And one at a time is where they're going here. It's a good squeeze out there, square of the wicket.
It's another run, and the rotating the strike is what's made it hard for the Indian bowlers.
Particularly with the left-right combinations, we head to the close of 51. 147 for 2. These two have put together 75. And it's a stark contrast to the prior partnership where Yassin Vali was really just going along, chugging away, happy to leave it outside the off stump more often than not. Hermann, a couple of flashes, booming drives through the covers. And then the fall of the wicket meant that, as you said earlier with Pendulo, it meant that they had to bat for each other, not just themselves.
Yes, and that is, although cricket is a team sport, it's still played by individuals. You've got to do your individual roles in the team, but for each other. Oh, there's a
lovely delivery. Lovely delivery. Just well dealt with as well. Just died out of the air. It shows how controlled he is with ball in hand is Saurabh Kumar.
And how well Dupplesis is seeing it at the moment.
They're not the nervous 90s for nothing, so you don't want to give away your wicket. He nearly did earlier, just before that drinks break, stepping away from his stumps and having a bit of a waft.
And we spoke about the left-right combination of the batters. They also got a left-right combination of bowling as well now. The two spinners bowling in tandem. I think trying to rush as many overs through as they possibly can at the moment, resting up the seamers a little bit. And he looks a bit more in control from this end than he actually did from the other end. He bowled well, and as soon as they start taking him on, he kind of lost the plot a little bit. But from this end, he's just rushing them a little bit, going downhill, maybe just skidding it on a bit more.
Yeah, there was the comparison to Ranganaherath made earlier. You might struggle if you're a cricketing neutral to tell the difference between the two. And Ranganaherath, as they knocked this one away for one, was almost always in the shadow of Mutai Muralitharan, but a brilliant bowler in his own right. And it's a brilliant over. It comes to an end. 148 for 2. Hermann on 91, Dupplesis on 41, with this partnership now worth 76.
And the two spinners bowling in tandem has actually dried up the runs a little bit, and has dried up the run scoring opportunities as well. They're taking 1s and 2s per over. If you look at Paul's figures, he's bowled 4 overs for only 4 runs. And nearly picked up a wicket. Like I said, with Hermann going for a full ball, walking away and trying to waft it into that big piece of land they had on the offside there. And with the drinks break, both of them has just stagnated in the crease a little bit. They're very proactive, bloody footwork, nice and quick.
Not hesitant to play positive cricket. And that's exactly what Shukri Conrad, South Africa's test coach, has come in to say, give me something positive. Over the top of slip, reverse sweep, shouts of catch it, but there was no real threat there. And they'll sail away for a third. That's brilliant running. It's positive cricket. It's everything that will make Shukri Conrad a happy man.
And that's that positive cricket they're talking about. Most likely in the shorter format, you would have turned for the 3. In the longer format, they normally will have settled for 2. That's just putting the pressure back on the Indian players. And again, bringing the left-hander then to strike instead of the right-hander. Reverse sweep, not convincingly played, but 3 runs nonetheless.
Could think, there's a bit of a mix-up here, but nobody aware to try and steal it away. But I'm sure you're talking about it not being an effective, not a pretty reverse sweep. I'm sure there's a former South African Dutch player that would say it doesn't matter how good it looks, as long as I can get runs.
As long as I'm not out, I think was the end of that sentence. As long as
Absolutely.
I don't go out.
Hammered away, over long on. He's gonna backtrack all the way, but he won't get it there. It'll be 1 bounce and 4. Just sat up there and smoked it away.
Fantastic shot, and Hermann just got underneath that one a little bit more than he wanted to, because if he just went through the line, that would have sailed over the ropes. 95 he's on now, and is that quick feet again, getting into a good position early, and like I said, just got underneath that one a little bit more.
And a much fuller ball to follow up. He knew that he'd dropped a little bit short from the last one. Got to make sure you make recompense.
And because of that one shot, we can see that the mid-on has moved about 10 meters back as well.
Lovely response here by Paul. You get hit for the boundary, and that's something some youngsters perhaps should be reminded of and be mindful of, is that don't worry as a spinner if you do get punished. How you come back in the over is crucial. Giving yourself the opportunity to feel protected and to feel like you're able to continue on that trajectory. Maybe you got it a little bit wrong as we head to the end of 53. It's 155 for 2. As any coach would, or any coach worth his salt will know that young spinners are always the ones who get dispatched to all parts early in their life, but once they find that tasty bit of form and rhythm, that's when they get it so right.
And I think that goes to any bowler, especially when they're young. You are going to go for runs. There's no bowler in the world that can say, I've never been hit for a 4, I've never been hit for a 6, I've never been hit where the guy's not aiming. It's going to happen. And it's just, like you said, it's how you come back. What's the follow-up ball now? Are you going to bowl the same ball that got hit, or are you going to bowl a better ball? What's your response? Not the batter's response, your response.
We've been talking a lot about Hermann's journey towards this milestone, which seems to have taken an eternity, but quietly Jean Dupplesis is nearing his own. He plays this a little bit later and therefore plays it squarer, and he'll trot to the other end.
And yes, he's a couple away from his half century. And the partnership is on 84, so by the time both of them reach their milestones, it's a nearly 100 partnership. And it's come in good time of 150 balls. And you can just see the movement of the Indian players on the field. It's very lackluster. They almost look tired.
Floated up, he's hammered it and he's caught it. What a great catch. It was absolutely crashed. And he is truly despondent. He's hit it so hard, he thought he got it over the man. And Hermann hangs his head in shame.
Heartbreak for Hermann, who's played fantastic cricket the whole day, except for the one blemish where he nearly got bowled. This was his second, and gone on 95 of 145 balls. Breaks that partnership finally of 85, and heartbreak.
Yeah, that's exactly the word that we would use, heartbreak. He'd already passed his highest score in first-class cricket. Smattering of applause. But you almost feel like you are dragging 10 tons of bricks behind you when you get so close like that. No doubt there'll be a fine of some kind from his teammates as we see the skipper Bryce Parsons come to the wicket. Bryce started out his life at the Lions and then moved down to the Dolphins, but well battered Ruben Hermann. So close, yet not quite there.
You can just see the emotion pouring out of him at the moment, the disappointment. So close and yet so far. Takes you back to the Jacques colours when they retired him on 187, and it took him almost 12-13 years to get to that double again.
Dean Elgar, I seem to remember, on 199
yes,
being dismissed as well.
Foff was dismissed on 199 as well. So there's been moments that has been heartbreak for players, and Hermann is still, although he's been around for a while, I'm sure this will not be his only opportunity. He showed his worth, he showed his grit. Fantastic partnership with Dupplesis.
104 50s to Bryce Parsons. He was part of a fantastic South Africa under-19 side not many years ago, but a couple of years ago, and struggled up in the high felt, went down to Durban and he's found his feet a little bit, getting 100 in Durban. But the opportunity to captain means that, one, there's the faith from the selectors in naming you as captain, but on top of that, it means that you are expected now to perform. And that's something not everybody can come to the fore and do.
And as you know, a captain must lead from the front, so the first role in the team is to score runs.
You can't score runs if the man doesn't bowl. Kumar, 2 wickets for 38. He's just been persistent and determined in making sure he's bowling the right lines and lengths. And immediately there's a double step there from Parsons, almost looking like he's got his dancing shoes on.
Yeah, he definitely doesn't want to be bowled at. He doesn't enjoy that. He likes getting on with it. He likes getting off that dreaded duck. We mentioned it earlier, every batter's got that one thing. the one thing. Some just want to feel bats on ball. Some just wants to get off the duck. Doesn't matter how it comes. Others would block 10 balls before they get off the marker.
Or a
They're happy
boundary
with it.
perhaps,
Or
yeah.
boundary.
Much slower delivery, that one. Bamboozling Parsons. Perhaps if it were Hermann, he could have seen that disappear. But that produces a wicket for India A. It's 54 gone, 1-5-6 for 3.
And have you noticed the slower balls have just popped up a little bit more? It's just got that little bit of extra bounce than the flatter, quicker ones. It's just with a little bit of flight of air. It's just got that tennis ball bounce to it. And that's what flummoxed Parsons there a little bit. But now the senior role goes to Dupplesis, and it'll be interesting how he handles that part now as well, where Hermann was in control in their innings. Now he's kind of got to give Parsons the opportunity to get into his work, so he's got to take a senior role going forward. And as often happens,
An opportunity provided.
right itself,
Squared him up outside edge down to third man, and they'll get 2 for it.
I was just about to say what often happens with a big partnership is as soon as a new batter comes in, the fielding team feels that the rhythm has been broken a lot, so they kind of have a new opportunity to the set batter as well. And that's what nearly happened there.
How often does one become 2? And the one thing that India will want is another wicket.
And the first prize would be if it can be the set batter that they can send back to the hut, have two new batters come in, and then you got to to bowl to at both ends. You got to feel you're in for a shout, because although they're 158 for 3 only, 2 or 3 wickets here will really test the depth of the batting lineup.
I think South Africa have got to almost look at this as you would a national team playing against a governor's 11, as this one punted out for the single, a governor's 11, a chairman's 11, a real warm-up game where normally you win the toss and bat and you want to put about 700 on the board.
Yes,
We're not going to get there yet, but it's time in the middle.
That's it. It's time in the middle. It is, and also to give yourself an opportunity in the game is keep the visiting team in the field as long as you possibly can, because even though you might not be chasing balls, you're still standing around in the sun. It is still new conditions, although I don't think heat would be too much of a factor for the Indian players. But you keep them in the field, you keep them busy, and as soon as it's their time to bat, and you time your innings well, that 10-minute changeover often creates 1 or 2 wickets as well, because the concentration is not there.
A little bit shorter allows Parsons just to nurdle this away onto the onside, and he breaks that duck that you mentioned he doesn't enjoy being squashed into.
Oh, and the umpire nearly gets taken out by the ball there.
It's a dangerous risk here, being an umpire.
And a scorer, as we saw yesterday.
Yes.
A lot of invasive beings.
Off the back foot's a lovely punch, but as a coach, you look at somebody like Dupplesis. We finish double fives on the over counter. It's 161 for 3. Dupplesis very cramped in his setup, and something that your textbook would say to you as your coaches would go and say, yeah, that's the right one. However, if it's effective, don't change it. That's often the thing that we're told in coaching courses is if it's not likely to produce an injury and it's effective, why change it? Otherwise we wouldn't have guys like Fawad Alam and Chandapal and George Bailey at one point.
Well, Steve Smith is another good example. You don't want anyone to be that busy before they bat. Even technique-wise, going right across. But it's true what you say, is maybe keeping that X factor as long as it works.
It has to be effective, yes.
And sorry to interrupt, but with the low action, I was very surprised that they didn't test him with the shorter ball. See if the crampness actually goes into how the back foot play would be. So I was very surprised that the seamers didn't go a little bit shorter to him.
It's a lovely stroke down the ground. There's a man who's down here just at the bottom of our screen. He's the replacement fielder, and that takes him to a glorious 50. He's just had to grind for that one, and in the shadow of Hermann, he's carved out his own half century. That, for Jean Dupplesis, is his 8th first-class 50.
Fantastic batting, and although we are busy with the 56 over, he was in the shadow of Hermann. Great batting.
Immediately sets off this Parsons. There's two Parsons, not just one Parson. Plural, not singular.
And he was a great partner to Hermann. And as you said, quietly just nudged up the runs. And it'll be interesting now to see where he goes from here. Will he kick on? He's used to scoring hundreds. I think he has 6 to his credit already.
Context of hundreds is important. With credit to Jean Dupplesis, facing the bowlers at the level of Division 2 is very different to Division 1. But if he accounts for himself here, as he's done there, what a shot! On one knee, hammered it away, and all the man can do is go and retrieve it. Glorious stroke.
Fantastic shot. So I was waiting for the slog sweep to come out. Just dropped down, lovely flow of the bat, and he didn't open up that front leg too much like you see often guys do, and then they go a bit square. He just played through the line of the ball, picked it up, lovely timing. That's the second. It went for 4 actually.
Yeah, absolutely 4, yeah.
I thought it's gone all the way. Just shows the old eyes can't follow the ball that quickly anymore. So 4.
To your credit, it's not as if young eyes could follow the ball, because the Indian fielder at point a couple of overs ago was channeling his inner David De Gea with a great stop with his left shin by the looks of it. But we're done with 56 overs. It's 167 for 3. And just a reminder that we are having an extended post-lunch pre-tea session, with tea coming at 10 minutes past 3. So if you were hoping for tea to be just around the corner, you just will have to hold off just that longer. But take an opportunity quickly in the overs break here to put the kettle on at the least.
Or maybe just leave the kettle off till 3 o'clock. Don't want that water cooling down.
First cup now, second cup at tea. But there's a change in the bowling.
Going back to seam
from the university end, and perhaps, as you called for it, a bit of short pitch stuff in the offing here. Kavirapa, 1 for 28 in his 8. Switch of ends for him.
Maybe with the new batter coming in, they feel that they might be in with a shout better with the seam than they do with the spin, because Parsons didn't look uncomfortable against the spin whatsoever.
Nonplussed. Squared up a little bit there as he pushes this into the onside. A little bit of...
Fell over to the offside there.
Yeah, a little bit of a groan here from us, knowing how important balance is with any batters. And even those who will have a forward press that you might have seen guys like Gary Kirsten hold. Balance is important. How you use your weight transferal. And you can just see our friend Jean Dupplesis maybe just having one of those Velcro straps on his thigh guards bothering him. But balance is such an important thing, not only in terms of shot selection, but where and how you play it. It immediately sets off 1. The hard run is the first one, and they'll get 2 comfortably in the end. Again, another coaching tip: run that first one hard.
Yeah, and that goes through generations, and it doesn't matter if you played 100 years from now or you played 100 years back. Catches win matches. Run the first one hard, and rotate the strike will always be part of the game. Parsons has moved on to 4. Dupplesis is on 54. Parsons facing up to cover Para.
Good defensive stroke there. Came well across, knowing where his off stump was. Cover upper, looking like maybe there's something twinging in that hamstring of his, giving it a good stretch. That will not be an encouraging sign for Bharat, the wicketkeeper captain.
It doesn't look too uncomfortable. I think it might just be a bit of stiffness there. But he's got a very uncomplicated action. He comes in and through it very nicely. I think with that action, it's a nice flowing action. It's one of those that doesn't create too many opportunities for injuries going forward.
Oh, that's gone fine. There's protection out there. Again, still stretching that left hamstring of his. But a fortunate as well. Well, fortune for Bryce Parsons. Magically for me, not one extra.
Yeah, fantastic. There hasn't been a wide and no ball, and that's the discipline that the Indians have shown, because normally in the 4-day games, a couple of front foot no balls or
4 wides.
or anything, but not even close. We haven't seen the umpire actually looking at the front line and just walking closer. You can see the physio running onto the field. That might be a little bit more serious than we thought. He didn't look comfortable when he came in now for his delivery. Could be cramp as well.
There's certainly a possibility here, so we'll just keep an eye on it. Hopefully it's not too serious of an injury. You can see the man in bright orange, the orange of India. Not as bright as you remember. There's a fan from India where he was painted in full Indian colors with Sachin Tendulkar for so many years, but it's not
white and orange.
Yes. Not the full quota of Indian colors, but we'll give them a chance to have a drink, as there's a bit of treatment here for cover up. But there's 2 balls left in this over, and it's 170 for 3. After a bit of treatment from the physio, it seems like Cover Up is back on his feet, but just off the screen we can see the physio's lurking there. I don't think they want to go too far.
We call it sometimes that magic water. You have a drink and a bit of a tablet and you're feeling better.
On 54, Parsons on 5 from 10. This partnership worth 14, and so it's a shame that we're seeing Cover Up come off the park. He will be replaced in the field by number 31, Pulkit Narang, maybe? Yeah, 81 rather, Pulkit Narang. So he'll go to fine leg and then immediately be in the game because the over's changed, and so he'll have to come to mid-off.
And you can see Krishna just warming up there as well. So they're going to continue with Seam on the other side. And it'll be interesting to see, because even when he walked off, he didn't look in any discomfort or anything. He didn't look in any pain. So it might just be a niggle that he's had for a while. They're just scared that it's going to flare up again.
It's a lovely delivery. Well, made better looking by the fact that Parsons came down the wicket.
Might have just seen him having a bit of a press forward and wanted to give it a big stride in, just pushing it into that leg stump.
With the ball coming on, it's going to be an interesting battle here between him and Parsons. Especially since Parsons had a bit of a leer over to that square leg region. There's a 45 and mid-wicket is fairly straight, and there's almost a man over his left shoulder. So knowing that there's something square, and that's I think where Parsons was looking to get that one, he knows that there's at least one if he beats the man at mid-wicket, and if not, there's a boundary on offer for a bit of a slog sweep that we saw coming from the other end though. Good punch down the ground. There's an opportunity to get it through. Yes, it's gone all the way. It's going to trickle down to the boundary, and it'll be for despairing dive. But it's a good timed, well-timed shot from Parsons. He's on 9.
And that has just beaten the gentleman that's just got onto the field now. Maybe caught on the heels there a little bit, not anticipating the ball as he should have. But that is the beauty of just leaning into it and quality timing. And we were mentioning that that square leg area. We've not seen a convincing sweep from any one of the South African batters towards the to the spinners. We've seen a reverse sweep going over slip, but not one conventional sweep to the spinners.
And that's something that's so desperately needed in subcontinent conditions. So if you're going to face, if you're going to face Indian bowlers in conditions that don't necessarily fall into their hand, why not take the opportunity to play a sweep here and there? But we've swept through that one. It's 58 gone, 174 for 3.
So yes, I think if you've got a good sweep, play it. They're actually leaving the gap open for them to play. But then again, the South African batters has been every now and again too over-eager to play the sweep or the reverse sweep, as we've seen actually in world cricket tendencies. I mean, a batter comes in, his second shot is a reverse sweep. So we've seen that quite a lot as another change, but it's definitely continuing with seam.
Yeah, I think they are seeing the value here of the seam and spin partnership. You think of perhaps time gone by when guys like Warne and Lee or Warne and McGrath would partner with one another, Muralitharan and Vas for Sri Lanka, Harbhajan Singh and Zahir Khan for India.
And also to mention in the same breath, Ifran Pathan with Harbhajan.
Bang, first ball, and he's hammering away through wide mid-on. That'll go to the boundary. That was delectable.
Oh, just rocking onto that back foot, and we actually said he hasn't been tested on the short ball, and that was just a half tracker. It wasn't a proper bumper, just a half tracker, loosener, and another 4 to Dupplesis.
Yeah, Christian just coming in and offering a leisurely long hop there, and Dupplesis having already gotten to that half century milestone, was not going to sit up and just defend that one.
And Krishna has been bowling well. He's only gone for the 20 runs in his 9 overs.
That's the response. Therein lies success. It's well dealt with as well by Dupplesis.
He gets onto his toes nicely to get over the ball, and he plays it nice and late. And that's another key that I've noticed by Dupplesis. He does play the ball under his eyes, which is nice to see. He doesn't fetch it or doesn't play away from his body a lot. So technique-wise, very good. Christian following up with a fantastic delivery.
It's well guided, soft hands. There was an exclamation of oi, maybe sensing something coming, but just intelligent bit of cricket there. He was hoping to get it wide of the gully down to that deep backward point.
I think just him playing it normally late, you just waited that second longer. That's actually where you want to get that hands a little bit away from body, just to guide it into that gap. They do have protection down there, but as we've seen with the batters over the last 2 or 3 partnerships, the rotation has been so important. So they definitely would just want to get each other on strike and face as many balls as they possibly can, and not preferably to the same bowler. So they want to share the workload, and the run between the wickets has been fantastic as well.
That's exactly what the doctor would have ordered, just that positivity of, at one point you mentioned tip and run cricket, because it felt as though they were really just dropping and running for almost every delivery, yeah.
And Hermann and Dupplesis, I don't know how many times they batted together, but the chemistry was there.
Sometimes, yet having not batted together with someone, you just come together and it gels almost immediately. So
Just works.
sometimes you just are able to speak the language of one another.
And that's where if you played a bit of cricket, body language is such a big thing, because you can actually pick up from your partner what they are willing to do and what they're not willing to do, where they're willing to run, and what would be. It's the body language, and then the conversation in the middle after that.
It's a good shot, but it's not going to get anything for it. Essentially, you have to be of a similar mind of what you want to do and who needs to do what in order to achieve that goal. So have an idea of a certain run rate to the over, how many boundaries you'd like, and then communicate with your partner, because if you presume they take a certain thing for granted, you almost end up fumbling in the dark for one another.
And assumption is the mother of all miscommunications.
Absolutely, and we aren't miscommunicating as we bring you, the first unofficial test from St. West Park once upon a time, but these days JB Marks Oval in Potchefstroom. It's 178 for 3 after 59 deliveries. Thought maybe deep in the recesses of the minds of the Indians will be that after this over there'll be just 20 more until we get a new ball. So planning out your allocations for your bowlers is going to be vital. Now, how you manage your seam bowlers, and especially with one short,
Cover-upper coming off the field, yeah.
when do you decide who bowls when?
I think what they'll do is they will continue with spin from this end, and have Krishna bowl 1 or 2 there, and then also have the other bowler that's been bowling with I beg your pardon, Deshpande, coming from that end as well. And I think we might have an introduction of that part-time bowler sooner than later, because of the one bowler that's gone off. We might have a look at 1 or 2 of the other bowlers that they have on offer, and they got nothing to lose at the moment. It's just throwing the ball to someone, maybe with a golden arm, pick up a wicket and take them off immediately.
Bryce Parsons really was part of a brilliant under-19 squad, but it was a squad that played here in South Africa for the last time an ICC under-19 World Cup was hosted locally. But they didn't quite come to the fore as a unit. Yes, individual performances, but it requires a complete team effort. Premeditated there from Bryce Parsons. It's the lap sweep round the corner, and they'll get to comfortably in the end.
There's that innovative lap sweep that we spoke about. Just getting it around the corner, just showing it, making it very hard for the bowler, saying, listen, we got this in the armour as well. So now the line becomes so important with the length, and it's not just the length that needs to vary. And the pace that he puts on the ball also becomes an issue now. How will he adapt? What would the follow-up ball be? I love that, just floating it up again and say, you want to sweep again.
Absolutely. End of 60. It's time for a commentary change. Not yet. Rather, there's one more before tea, so we'll have a switch after tea. It's 60 gone, 180 for 3. We're enjoying our time here so much, we thought we'd have another hour and a bit of a session. But
Yes.
the tea now can be put in the mug, and make sure you take the cake out of the fridge. So, having bowled 10 overs, 0 for 20 from Krishna, Kumar 2 for 50 in his 17. As we said, there has to be a deep introspection from the wicketkeeper captain here to rotate and balance the workload of his bowlers. There's still 2 more days after this for him to manage, and possibly more games. And that was so wide, it could have possibly required a pilot's license.
And that was the first extra of the day. And I think that came from a bit of frustration than anything else, because that was very short. The ball was even looping down to the keeper. That's how short that was. The first extra, so that means he's still got to bowl 6 balls in the over. That's not going to help the frustration part. But I also think they need to just have a big conversation during team and just say, listen, we've been bowling 1 or 2 proper deliveries, but we've not really tested the batters that much. We haven't gone past the outside edge in a long time. We bowl to a plan, and then 2-3 balls in, we kind of change the plan ourselves. And so I think they've just got to talk about their patience, talk about what they want to do and what they will be happy chasing as well, because they want another 7 wickets. SAA wants to bat for another 2 days.
Yeah, they definitely don't want to be bowling for 2.5 days. And
But even for 1.5 days, let's say SAA bat till tea tomorrow. I mean, you as a touring team want to get your batters out there as well as quickly as possible. You want them time in the middle, because it's pointless just having your bowlers bowling and your batters not batting.
especially since that second squad for the Boxing Day A game is so strong for South Africa. Well, you talked about a bit of frustration here. We've been treated to a couple of short pitch deliveries, as has Jean Dupplesis. He's navigated it well.
He's not enticed to play it now, as he knows that T will be after the next 3 balls. Run rate has gone up to a steady 3.
It was languishing in the low 2s at one point, but it was only through Ruben Hermann that things got going when he partnered with Jean Dupplesis. But it's almost always the inevitable reality that the scoring rate will slow after a wicket. Wonderful
Great.
stroke there, wonderful stroke. Good fielding as well off of his own bowling.
That's the hardest thing to do in your follow through, is just get the ball there and keep your head nice and steady to actually grab the ball there, especially when it's that low. When it pops up, it's easier, but you're in your follow through, and that was a pretty well timed push as well. So definitely great fielding, and it's almost a pity they've got to come off the field now, because Krishna is looking all sorts of pumped up at the moment.
Yeah, maybe knowing that the break is imminent, he wanted to give it his all. Another effort delivery.
And I feel that's what's been lacking in the Indian side for today, is there's been those effort balls, but not enough. If you're going to come to a South African tour, the seamers need to realize that they're going to be bowling a lot more than they would in India.
In addition to that, it's better than to rather have, especially in these conditions, short bursts, maybe 3-4 overs.
But give it all.
Yes, absolutely. Happy to leave that one through to the keeper, and we're happy to see the tea break interval come our way. So, 61 gone, 181 for 3, and the wicket of Ruben Hermann really just upsetting things for South Africa. They're not panicking just yet. Bryce Parsons, the skipper, 11 from 22. Jean Dupplesis, 58 from 110. And as I said, just that one wicket falling to Kumar. He hammered it to the shortish mid-wicket and was caught very well. And at the end of 61, as I said, 181 for 3. We will be back in about 20 minutes.
It's the third session. We come back after tea. The game giving us a late start. And some commotion happening around as we look to set ourselves into the session as well. South Africa have set themselves pretty decently at 181 for 3. 61 overs have been completed. And for a team that has been put into bat first, it's not been a bad response for the South Africans.
Yeah, South Africa severely it's considered underdogs coming into this game. No one having had previous SAA experience, but yet they've way outperformed what any expectations would have been, and primarily among that was Hermann falling agonizingly short of a maiden first-class 100. And so it presents an opportunity now for India A to come back in this game. They were cruising a little bit in that very long middle session, and will no longer be cruising in this tea interval, but rather we'll have some leg spin from Sarfaraz Khan.
Continuation of the slow-paced bowling to see if there's anything that can be extracted. He'll be bowling to Bryce Parsons, who started off well, 11 from 22. Starts off short and with a googly just a bit too far to be played.
Yeah, Bryce Parsons trying to give himself some room to hit it through that offside, but Khan weary to it.
It was a hard slash as we see Bryce Parsons looking to take his own authority over Sarfaraz Khan here.
Maybe fancying he could have a go against the leg spinner, and immediately a point is appointed.
Very nice. Good. It's a very good move as well from Bryce Parsons, looking to see if he can expose that gap, nearly losing himself a wicket. There's also that deep backward point to protect the boundary. The sweep shot is very much available as no one is behind square except a square leg.
Just hits that on the top of the bounce. Lovely, just bit of patience.
Seems like he's coming in with an array of googlies, ones that just keep spinning away from Bryce Parsons, making it hard for him to make the connection that he thought that he'll be able to make. Just confusing and putting the left-handed batter, very talented left-handed batter, on his toes. Now brings in the very set and equally talented Dupplesis. And still just working on his lengths here. Not really ones that could give you comfort as a captain.
No, he doesn't feel like he's got it right just yet, but especially with a short bowler, he's got to find his mark.
But what he is doing well is taking the ball very far away from the bat, making it hard for the batters to actually get a decent connection with the ball. Both Parsons and Dupplesis having to reach very far for that. As we see the end of over number 62. Good return, just 2 runs from the over.
What you would have seen there as well is he pulls that leg spinner very quickly and rushes you, and then when he does hold back on pace, you see the guys on the back foot waiting for it and then having to reach for it because it doesn't quite meet the mark.
And especially it happens with that wrong one, hitting the very toe of the bat. Takes the score to 183 for 3. South Africa having lost their share of wickets. This partnership now on 27. Losing Cam Shackleton, who now in retrospect will feel like he really has missed out on an opportunity to put a score on the mark.
Especially since there's only the opportunity perhaps once for each team to bat.
Much shortened game after we lost yesterday too. So he did come in the worst of the conditions with the ball whooping around. Now it's a little quiet down with Deshpande. Maybe it's not as quiet as I thought.
Yeah, certainly had a good tee, did Deshpande. fired up, maybe a bit of an energy drink to get him through this one. It's going to be a long session, 20 minutes to 4 local time. It'll go all the way to 5:30, and then, if required, they'll go to 6. But my quip to the spare umpire, the third, was that we'll see you after 6.
Definitely the discussion happening that we might have the longest of days. For us, it's been the brightest of days because we have been blessed with some really good cricket from both teams, actually. Love this construction of the innings from Dupplesis, because walking in, had to play himself in, because that is what Yassine Vali had been doing prior to him losing his wicket. But then once he got himself going with a couple of singles, pushing it into good spaces, it took a good liking to Kumar, the spinner who was holding things together for the Indians, and so the run scoring for the South Africans really began.
They've really stepped up, have the South African A batters here. There may have been thoughts before this game got underway that it might be a fairly one-sided contest, understanding and noting on paper where the South African A side is, but the game's not won or lost on paper. It's fully out there in the middle where bat and ball contest one another.
Very true, because most people are trying to understand who are these players, why are they here playing in South Africa A. You can see their shots are playing. Jean de Villiers playing in Division 2 for the Garden Route Badgers.
Jean Dupplesis, you took us to the Springbok captain, Jean de Villiers. I wonder if you were watching some box office podcast there in the tea break. I thought for a second you'd given me the dummy. The goose step there, Jean Dupplesis. Not related to Faf Duplessis.
So he's just a comical moment.
Just a moment of a
You-
lapse of concentration.
You are a rugby commentator after all too.
That's why I could pick it up so quickly. I knew, wait, this is not... it's like calling Faf de Klerk on commentary Faf Duplessis.
Like, oh, where does that come from?
Yeah, missed opportunity there, but there's no missed opportunity here for Jean Duplessis. 59 from 117, and with perhaps a litany of naysayers wondering why a Division 2 player has been included, despite, yes, having done well in the second division. He's accounted for himself wonderfully here.
Really raising his hands up and raising his sparkle and shine to the teams who are watching here. Look at that! You cannot tell me that does not belong in the highest levels of cricket. It is a slow outfield though here at JB Marks Oval, but the running is just as good.
Great stroke there. Over-pitched, and that's why the bowler Deshpande's applauded his men down there in the deep, because they had to really put their skates on, get the wheels moving. And to conclude 63, it's 186 for 3.
Running 3 runs for that final shot. Definitely was worth a boundary, but the running equated for the quality of the shot. Jean Duplessis is on 62. He's really taken the game on. He has not been afraid to play his cricket. He's been showing it in full display here at the wonderful Potchefstroom ground of JB Marks Oval, where you can come to. Entrance is free after all.
Some of the families out here supporting in the glorious facilities here. There's a lot of shade as well. If you don't have a gazebo or an umbrella, there are plenty of trees dotted around the ground, so you can enjoy some late afternoon sunshine. Been blessed with being in the shade all day here.
But who is not in the shade is the players out there. Almost going into the complete dark was Jean Duplessis, nearly giving his wicket away. There's a man stationed right at the deep, looking for that in Dhruv Jurel.
And that's exactly what he'll be wanting, Will Khan. Just a shot in anger, and suddenly you find the man who's well hidden there in the shade.
Very well hidden, and he must be wary here. Bryce Parsons, he's on strike. Ball moving away from him and getting on top of it. Also, the length that has been bowled here from Sarfraz Khan has been short ever since he started. It's just that his lines that he's put on have been a little bit more difficult to get away for the SAA batters.
It's that awkward one where he bowls the quicker one, it's shorter, and rushes you, and you don't want to come down the wicket for risk of being stumped in an almost comical fashion, but far fuller that time.
And also with the spin bowler, they have so much time to react to the movement prior to them releasing. Getting the inside edge, but able to still squeeze the one. It was reaching for that one. Ooh, just causing a little bit of problems here, Sarfraz Khan. Coming in, doing a tidy job.
Doing a necessary job with the man off the field, cover-upper. Twinged his left hamstring earlier in the day. That one's carved out to the deep, and it meant that he couldn't finish his over but for an intermission, and so he had to go off at the end of his over. It's the end of this over. It's 64 gone, 190 for 3.
Very much a part-timer, Sarfraz Khan. Has played his fair share of matches over his career. This was his first time playing in a first-class match, but in those 41st time, he's only bowled 388 deliveries. He's taken 5 wickets. So, very much a part-time bowler when you are looking at him.
We were talking about part-time bowlers in Bloemfontein, and Kai Zondo, I seem to remember, has a 5-wicket haul.
That's what... And do you know, this part-timers, you're thinking, yes, I'm going to get runs. And all of a sudden, it's a whole different story. That's what they bring.
His best figures are 6. Kai Zondo. Fantastic, fantastic. Never let them tell you who you can or cannot be.
Always confuse the enemy. Always keep them on your toes. Just like the field change is happening here. Really working around their strategies are the Indians. They have 2 slip fielders who are stationed there. Devdutt Padikkal is also standing next to the man who just finished his over, Sarfraz Khan. Deshpande runs down around the wicket.
Immediately set off, but surprisingly with the round the wicket into the left-hander, he's just got the 3 men out on the leg side. There's a mid-on, a mid-wicket, and a fine leg. And I wonder if it's trying to force Parsons into playing a shot onto the leg side and hoping he does get rushed and then pop it up.
It's a dangerous ploy. Many runs could be up in offer if you threw it at that. But at this moment in time, it feels like the game is just going at a pedestrian's pace. And with that being the case, it means that now the players and the captain, the fielders and the bowlers need to start really digging into their bag and seeking through the crevices of the box what's really out there that we can whip out and use to try and get these wickets.
Not only that, just to motivate your teammates. If you're not part of the bowling orchestration, if you're not involved in really assisting with field placings, if you're just one of those top order batters, you've got to find a way to motivate your teammates, because these are the moments you need to dig deep.
Especially with Jean Dupplesis looking so much in control. You've been looking at his defensive strokes. So much control on top of them. Getting on top of the bounds, top of the line, on top of the length. Now with that push through, there's good defense over the cover cordon. But there'll be a time where a player of his class will find those gaps if the ball allows.
No one at square on the leg side, so could another opportunity arise?
Soft hands. And Deshpande is really just denying that opportunity for them to free their arms. These are very good lengths. These are very good lines from Deshpande. Seeming to be controlling the scoring of the South Africans from running up the slope.
Very full lengths being bowled here. And perhaps maybe trying to give the ball its best opportunity to reverse swing here as we're in the final 16 and after this 15 overs before we receive a new ball.
Still goes in a little bit fuller. Seems as if it's hard to get a true connection through the ball, like we had been discussing with Kharsa earlier on. And the inner ring is very close. Remember when we were commentating down in Bloemfontein, how even though the Mangaung square is massive, the fielders were standing a bit far back than here. Here, we would call the extra cover short, and if we were at Mangaung. That just shows indications of how slow the pitch may be and how tight and compressed. Just show how tight and compressed the Indian fielding are trying to compress the South Africans from scoring their runs and getting those free spaces. As we see the end of over 65, it's 191 for 3.
Suffocation is the name of the game when you feel like you're allowing this game to just sail in the doldrums. Long conversation here with captain and umpire Shezi about the ball and the condition of the ball, but there was a bit of a hand of apology towards the end of the over in which the batters just said sorry because there was thoughts of maybe a run out or a bit of confusion, but nevertheless in the end it all ended up positively. We thought it might go off for a moment there. They all were convening in the middle of the park. Umpire Nthokozisi Shezi maybe just forgot to bring his scissors with him.
Nthokozisi Shezi. Name does sound familiar.
Yeah, he played at the Dolphins, got a call up to the South African team in the white ball stuff. Genuine medium fast bowler, but now turned umpire, not unlike Arno Jacobs, who was a wicket keeper for the Warriors in a year gone by.
It's a wonderful lap sweep. There is a big gap behind that square. It's a little dab from Bryce Parsons, able to just place it away for 2 runs. Being inventive as Safras Khan continues. And it's funny that Safras Khan's best bowling figures of 2 for 32 did happen last season in an India A shirt. So maybe he is looking to try out his hand at becoming a somewhat of a bowler.
Yeah, that game at Bengaluru versus New Zealand A proving fruitful for him.
But not really if he's not going to be pitching the ball. They get that easy single down to the long on fielder.
Perhaps a missed opportunity because he's come down the wicket, turned it into a full toss, and then maybe missed out on an opportunity.
Has to be wary also, though, with that mid-wicket, just watching the game, seeing if the ball is going to come to him. The mid-wicket is still there, so is the extra cover, was rather short. But they are finding the gaps in between the short extra cover and the mid-wicket, and they are sending it to the mans who are standing at long and long off.
The rotation of strike in this over has been very good. 4 from it. And just a 1 means that they've seemingly sussed out Khan here, because for the first couple of overs they couldn't seem to get him away, and now with relative ease they're just finding the sweepers on the boundary, and it's almost as if it's like they're playing one-day cricket in the middle overs. They're just happy to hit the sweepers, and maybe that's where Bharat will be happy with for his bowlers, perhaps just for the time being.
And it's a big appeal as the ball spins back in towards the stumps. No movement. And Safraz Khan, with a small little appeal to end the over, gets nothing. It's the 66th that has come to its end. South Africa nearing 196 for 3.
Just having a look at it once again here. Floated in, and I'm not quite sure. Perhaps the benefit of the doubt going to the batsman for the ball either missing the stumps or perhaps taking a little bit of a tickle before hitting that front pad. And he could so nearly have burgled the wicket. And we're just having a brief halt here before the over can get underway, because they're trying to dispense with the helmet. It's Akashdeep, who's been kicked out of the shade of the dugout to go and retrieve the helmet, but a new over to begin around the wicket, with now 2 slips and a gully in place. So maybe sensing something's on here.
It's a good ball. That's a great start. Nearly tickling the off stump. You can see how everyone is just like, oh, that was close. Running in with steam is Tushar Deshpande, continuing in with his bow. After all, you'd call that a good leave from Bryce Parsons with the ball coming back to him, but it's those kind of leaves that make you play the next delivery all the time. But it has to be the same ball from Deshpande. Not really getting on top of it that time as Bryce Parsons, hitting the toe end of his bat.
Looking leeringly at it. I wonder if we might see a little bit of a notification to the dugout to say, this one's not working. Fetch your new willow, please.
It's interesting, the lengths that Deshpande is bowling here are very full. I'd be very inclined to see how the deliveries would behave if he just pulls his length back a touch. Not really back of a length, but just short of full. Just a little bit fuller than what I would have been envisioning, and it's an easy steal of a single from Bryce Parsons as he works his wrists.
At least there's a bit of humour in the Indian camp. It's always a bit of a risk when you do decide in multi-innings cricket to have a ball first. You've got to have an impact immediately, and barring the wicket of Shackleton, they didn't have much success early in the start of the day's play. Just the 3 wickets falling today, and not really forcing the error, but rather against the run of play. Change in the field you can see there. Deep square heading out. Maybe the short ball in the offing.
And as you were talking about it here, David, that team has actually performed way better than the expectations from what we were reading coming up to the game. And that's all thanks to the work put in at the top by Yasin Vali and Ruben Hermann. Now you can look back and appreciate the innings of Yasin Vali, actually. Because yes, at the moment you'd say, oh, where are the runs, Vali? But the time that he spent on the crease in nullifying that opening spell, in nullifying those opening bowlers, was so critical. Ruben Hermann's ability to keep scoring was also equally magnificent. And when he was joined by Jean Dupplesis, we saw a lot of running in between the wickets, and now Deshpande throwing out the short stuff, looking to unsettle, like you had called about it, David.
Yeah. wonder if that will play a role in how this game unfolds. Because it's all good and well putting in the effort to upset a batsman, but what do you do with it? How do you maintain that pressure? Are there going to be dots to follow? Maybe a bit of hostile fast bowling.
It's nice hitting a hard length, Deshpande. It was Hermann was able to hit those balls on the up. It was very dangerous in that aspect. Here, not so much. Just pairing it away is Dupplesis to end over number 67. 197 for 3. These are the times where you'd also, if there was any hints of reverse swing, it would start showing its fingers. And maybe, just maybe, they are looking to seek it out with this bowling change, India.
A long conversation in the middle here between the South African A batters. You wonder what might be the topic of conversation. How are we going to manage this next hour? It's closing in on 4 o'clock local time. You remember that we went off at 10 past 3 for that late tea, and 3:30 is when we came back. So another half an hour before an expected drinks break. And do you set your sights on that drinks break as a batting pair to say, we're not just surviving, we're going to continue ticking along with singles, but we're going to take boundary opportunities when they present.
And that is what they've done well, just in saying that they've raised the level. It's been the singles, now you look for those boundaries, and that was the problem with that first opening partnership after the fall of Cameron Shackleton, was the lack of those singles and pushing for ones, pushing for twos. But equally now, there's so much more space for those ones and twos. Oh.
Bit of an unknown element in B-Sai Sudarshan, but that one is not unknown, as he's perhaps let that one slip out of the hand, a little bit of sweat, and to get a wide outside the off stump is, well, certainly something that requires a bit of skill, as they'll come across for one.
Sai Sudarshan has absolutely no wickets in first class cricket, but South Africa accumulate more runs for themselves. Here comes 200 on the board.
Far better line and length from him there. The control is something that's lacking on occasion from your part-time leg spinner.
It's the consistency that pays the big bucks. And just coming down the track a little bit, getting those ones, really getting it to tick along now, the South Africans. This is some nice stuff for them. The boundary balls are just around the corner. And speaking of the boundary balls, there are 5 players guarding that boundary. A strong call to deny that run. Those 5 boundary fielders stationed at long on and long off, who have been called upon a lot of times for their ones and twos. And on the square, you have your square leg, or your deep mid wicket, and your backward square at the deep.
Had an extra flight offered there.
And it seems to be running to the boundary point where it's not covered, but the slow nature of the surface able to just stop that ball on its way. So end of that over to the 68th. Just giving it that extra fight like you were talking about, David. Not really getting the full meat of it, but it ends on 204 for 3.
You're only saving 1 there, as South Africa A picked up 3 runs. 204 for 3 means that this now becomes a bit of a concern, you would think, for Srikar Bharat, the captain. Those who have come to support either India A or South Africa A won't be too concerned about the weather. As you can see, they're not in the sunshine anymore. The cloud has covered the sun, and we're very grateful for that because the afternoon sun does just peek in here on our faces, just shine brightly on the right side of our faces where our vantage point has us placed. And as such, it just has a bit of a relaxed atmosphere at the ground at the moment. And that's when batters can often just throw their wicket away because they're far too complacent and far too relaxed. There's another delay here as the conversation between Dupplesis and one of the players happens. Again, they know that he's the slightly less experienced umpire and may be more inclined to ask for a new ball.
The new ball is just 12 overs away, the actual legal and brand new cherry. 12 overs away, South Africa with 7 wickets in hand. And we saw the new ball earlier on was doing a lot of work for the bowlers, just that the South Africans were able to withstand that pressure. And the ball has become quieter and quieter and quieter alongside the Indian attack. This partnership has grown itself to 48 runs, which may become yet another 50-run partnership should they be able to convert its creation.
A short ball to begin, and he's not afraid to bend his back when he gets that energy. Does Deshpande? He just feels like now is my time. I'm going to take this on, and he's not letting this game just float away. As I said, it's a very relaxed atmosphere here, and he's not going to let the batters just tickle it around, rotate the strike comfortably. He wants to show that he's got some fire here, not unlike the home side, the Dragons.
And he can't stop. He has to continue firing down and charging at the crease. And it has the sub for them, luckily enough, like you said, that the sun has kind of gone behind the cloud cover. And wonderful change. We see a man standing at leg slip. That is Safraz Khan. So the barrage of short stuff yet to continue. Just not getting up as much.
Jean Dupplesis is happy to just absorb this. He's not really going to be engaged. You can see Bryce Parsons at the other end with his arms folded. I don't think the South Africans are too bothered or too perturbed by what's going on here. Bharat is the one who has to manufacture something. He's got to create something. There's 2 set batters here, and as you can see of the body language of Parsons, really nonplussed are the South Africans. So, as I said, now the time has to come for them to force something in the way they bowl.
4 fielders standing on that leg side, very packed leg side field. 2 standing on the line of the square, 2 standing behind square, and 1 third man who could basically be called a long stop behind the wicketkeeper.
Yeah, if that was such a position in professional cricket, that's almost where he is. If you'd taken second slip and just said, right, just hang out on the boundary. It almost reminds me of the South Africa-India series in which Dale Steyn got the wicket of Virender Sehwag by putting Hashim Amla in that position.
Like you say, you have to try everything and anything that you can. He's coming around the wicket now is Deshpande. But I love the fact that he hasn't given up the power. He's still fighting through and still pushing that ball in, digging it hard in the middle of the track. And the nice thing here is that Jean Dupplesis hasn't been tempted to feel at one yet.
Bryce Parsons, being the captain that he is, just strolls down the wicket and makes sure that his man who's set, just keep plugging away, fella. Don't be perturbed, don't be bothered, don't be influenced by these deliveries going up behind the back of Jean Dupplesis. And that's exactly why that third slip is lurking there. He's waiting for that just waft or that fend. And sometimes it just manages to pick up a wicket against the run of play.
Happens more often than what we think. Way more often than what we think. And with one more ball remaining, can they find Padikal, who's standing at leg gully? Will Jean Dupplesis bite? He does bite, but right through the gap where you would find that second slip fielder. You will call that an educated edge, but it sounded so good for Deshpande, but it comes to nothing.
All the hard work, you've been bending your back as a fast bowler. He pushes hard at it, would have gone straight to a second slip, and that is not to be the case. So, a bit of a halt here, as there's a change of gloves for Bryce Parsons. I can only imagine how humid it is out there with the rain that we've had over the last couple of days, combined with the heat. And if you're one of those guys that doesn't enjoy sweaty palms, I know Ryan Rickleton's another one who prefers. Ashwell Prince used to keep his gloves in his hands. Not everyone enjoys that feeling. On the other side of it, Herschel Gibbs used to lick his fingers before he put them in the glove, which I don't think, having scored 150 on your way to 200, that taste is palatable.
Well, it's the taste of runs, David. They sure do taste delicious.
I think for his fortune, he wasn't a wicket keeper, so his hands at least felt some fresh air when he went out to field, although he did lick them there as well. Strange habits that some cricketers have. Lance Klusener used to chew press stick, for heaven's sake, trying to get rid of the flavour if there wasn't any flavour.
Trying out a different flavour here are the Indians. In comes back Kumar. Surab Kumar. He's bowled his fair share of overs, 17 in total. Just went for runs for a little bit, thanks to Jean Dupplesis, whom he now bowls to, who's currently on 70 runs.
He's going to come through and around to start the new over.
Just dropping it a little short. They call for 2. Will it be allowed? Krishna says no.
Good confident stuff there from Jean Dupplesis, immediately calling 2, but even to the task where the Indians, you want to, well, sorry fella, you're going to have to do a lot better than that. And with the change of batters means a change in the field, knowing that Bryce Parsons likes to hit onto the leg side. They just bring all the fielders on the offside into the ring.
Bryce Parsons, this season in first-class cricket, high score of 62. He's batting well here, pushing his score to 23 from 40, and it has been a measured innings from the very beautifully looking left-hander. Still very young as well. If you've heard the name Bryce Parsons for so long in the circuit, you'd think he's a 26-year-old, 27-year-old. Yet he's only just 22.
And isn't it often the case that batters mature at a much later age? We were chatting about Clive Fortain, who has come into his own as a batter.
And Jean Dupplesis just looking really good as his batting as well, taking on the man who's standing at cover sweeper. 50-run partnership has been accumulated as it moves to 53 now. It's beautiful batsmanship for this 4th wicket partnership.
Something that South Africans have done very well is once a wicket has fallen, they made the next one count. 50 partnerships almost all the way through today.
And that's been the hallmark of this entire innings for the South Africans, which makes it so special when you are looking at, these are the players in the fringes of the teams which are playing. They're not even the first choice in their first side, but good execution and planning always comes to work, because this cricket that we're watching here, David, is not complicated at all.
No, it's not complicated at all. And to take you through that next step in conversation, it will be my honor to give way to Gert.
It's been phenomenal work so far. 210 runs for the loss of 3 after 70. Batting at 3 runs to the over as we take a look at the wonderful Senwest, or rather the JB Marks Oval. You see the patches of sawdust, indicative of the morning that we had to deal with, the day one that we had to deal with. But the cricket that we're watching here, Gert, is nothing more than just phenomenal.
SA can be very, very proud of what they've put together. The team, the dynamics so far of every batter, except for the first wicket. Every wicket has gone for a 50 partnership, and they just look to gel. I mean, every batter coming to the wicket, it didn't look like there was miscommunication or they struggled or anything. They just gelled as they got to the crease. I think the mission statement would have been the same for every player. So, yes, no, fantastic work. I think they can be very proud of what they've done thus far, but job only half done. 210 for 3. I think they're eyeing up that 350, that 400 maybe batting until lunch, tea tomorrow even. And yeah, Indians, I'll tell you what, if they're going to come with this intensity to the next 4-day game where there's a bit of a stronger lineup waiting for them, they might be in for a longer stint.
This is actually a true test for the Indians. You'd understand why they wanted to organize this match, because it was a match that was put together rather in a much more of a hurry than you'd imagine. Just like Deshpande is really looking to hurry Dupplesis, he continues with that short ball barrage.
And the direction of the short ball's been a lot better over the last couple of overs. They've actually targeted the batter, not just trying to go back of a length. They actually tried to cramp them up a little bit. Coming around the wicket now, he's got to be careful not to go too wide. You can see the way that Dupplesis was lining him up. There's no one at a deep point. So a bit of an uppercut. There's also not a third man in place. So a little bit of an uppercut, and it's 3 runs.
They also have the man who was a third man rather, standing at a fly slip position, just in line of the second slip, still coming around the wickets to Dupplesis. The angle of attack does not stop. But, you know, when they're coming with this much intensity, with this angle, it's where you want to have your fielding team clap the hands, cheer on the bowler, say, let's go, because the strategy requires intensity and intimidation from the entire team.
But also, where was this morning when the bowlers were still fresh, when the ball was still new? Where was the intensity then? I think that's where they missed the trick. They were bowling well, but they could have picked it up then. But even the morning sessions, the fielders weren't very vocal. Well directed.
Good ball here. You'll be hearing everyone clap, run in and come into the face of the bowler or to the batter. You know, they talk to each other, they give each other high fives. There was already 3, 4, 5 men around the batter, and they are quite silent. And those are the small margins that really take the game to the next level.
And this is only day 1, so let's hope they pick up the intensity as it goes on. That it's not just jet lag that they might be feeling a little bit.
Good work.
But like I said, even if you're not going at the batter, at least talk to one another, get each other going. They're almost, as we see here, walking up to one another to have a chat. I feel there they could have a bit more intensity there. They could actually scream whatever they want to say to one another. Just let the batter feel, listen, everyone's talking to one another. They might be talking to me. It's just a different feel as a batter. But now they're comfortable. You and your partner can have a chat across the crease. No one's really interrupting.
You would remember one of the greater Indian sides, the ones that did win the World Cup back in 2011, the captain Mahindra Singh Dhoni. Vocal, never kept quiet, always kept his men alive. That time he still had the young and Virat Kohli, who was still loose cannon at the time, just over. You know, you had all of these figures, Sachin Tendulkar putting it together, but the team was alive, the team was breathing.
And it's not necessarily your captain. Dhoni was very vocal in that World Cup, but he's always been the silent enforcer. But he did it with a look, and the rest, everyone around him was just hyped up. Everyone around him was hyped. Like I said, a very younger Virat Kohli. Anyone that followed his career knows how much a little trouble he got into in his younger days with the things he said and that sort of thing. But now they've introduced 2 slips and a gully, being a bit more attacking.
And he instantly responds with a very good change in the lines. It's actually a stupendous control here from Deshpande. He hasn't faltered in his plans, and it was a good over from him, even though it was well handled by the South Africans. It's 211 for 3 after 71.
You see Duplessis moving on to 75 of 150. Parsons 23 of 42, and the partnership 55 of 107. And again, this right-left combination just causing 1 or 2 problems, and the intensity to actually rotate the strike and that sort of thing has been brilliant from these 2 young players. And as you mentioned, they've been around for so long, but they're actually very young when it comes to the Iris. Still only 22 years old is young Parsons, but he's been around, and if I'm not mistaken, this is his 3rd or 4th season that he's playing as well. So he's been around for quite a while. The name has floated around. He was part of that under-19 World Cup team as well.
Really, well, the time will come for him to come to his own. Still has long years ahead of him as Bryce Parsons, because it does look good. So does Jean Duplessis on the other side, who's now taking strike. He was the one who opened up the gates against Kumar whilst he was running up the slope.
And what's nice to see is that a second division player is putting up his hand and say, who's the person that's above me? You know, just letting the selectors know, listen, you've got a gun batter. I'm here. I've arrived. Look what I can do, even on a higher level.
One of 2 double centuries that we've seen in the 4-day division this year, both in Division 2. And he played brilliantly. And the thing is that he backed that 200 up with another 100 in the same innings, which just makes it even better for him. The confidence he must be brimming with is out of this world.
Yes, and although it's Division 2, the runs still need to be hit. The ball still needs to go to the fence. Ooh, finding the outside edge there.
And
another thing that you mentioned very early in the morning in our commentary stint is the soft hands that the South Africans have been playing with. As soon as they realize they're not in place, they actually just played with soft hands, make sure the ball goes down. Exactly what happened there. The ball was played so softly they could actually take a single, and it was just to the right of the fielder.
These guys understanding their running against between each other has been top level. Their understanding of each other's game has been wonderful to watch. The calling from all of the South African batters throughout their entire innings has been next to flawless in essence.
In his first spell, Kumar was actually rushing the batters a little bit, and now you can actually see the Indians just slowing down the over rates a little bit, just running across a bit slower, just taking their time to get everything in place. And even the spinners aren't rushing through their overs. They're kind of harboring, taking the same time as the seamers do at the moment.
It's a real struggle. It's laborious. The sun has been baking on the field the whole day. See now, even Kumar's trying something different between the 2 batters, coming through and around. He's coming over the wickets to the right-hander, just trying different angles and different things to press the batters. But the way that they're just handling him, they're hitting those sweepers for those 1s and 2s.
This is the same angle that he used to get Hermann out earlier as well. Great catch, heartbreaking stuff for the Hermann household. Lost his wicket on 95 when he was set. He did not make a mistake, and he was set to score that first ton. But fantastic bowling by Kumar, just taking us to drinks once again.
Scores are 214 for 3. And again, the question would be, till when do SAA want to bat?
Till when, and that will determine how quickly they want to bat, how big they want to bat. Becomes very different when you only have 3 days to figure out how to force a result. And the question will be, will they even want a result, or will they want their players to just play as best as they can for as long as they possibly can, given the fact that they may not have this opportunity in a very long time?
That's right. It is Dupplesis on 77 of 152. Parsons is on 24 of 46. Partnership to move on to 58. 214 for the loss of 3 wickets after 72 overs. And we're going to have a quick drinks break and be back to you in 5. And a lovely and well-deserved drinks break. As we recap quickly, after 72 overs, it's 214 for the loss of 3 wickets. It is Dupplesis, 77 of 152, and Bryce Parsons, 24 of 46 at the crease at the moment. A partnership of 58, the third 50 partnership we've seen today, with the exclusion of the first wicket. Yassin Vali and Hermann headed up a 70, and then Hermann and Dupplesis played a fantastic 85 partnership, and now this is the third one in a row, totaling over 50 at 58 and still going strong. And the Indians would have hoped that that drinks break will actually create something for them.
It always does do that every now and again. You take a little break, you break the tempo and the momentum of the batters, because they were playing at a very nice tempo. It wasn't a fast tempo, but it was a tempo which was good enough to just make them a happy camp as South Africans. It's 214 for 3 and they are batting at around 3 runs to the over. So they should be happy with where they are right now.
And I think they're more relaxed in the camp now as well. That 200 is up. They've batted basically through the first day. There's about an hour and a half, hour of scheduled play with extended half an hour after that. So let's say an hour and a half left of play. So, and 8 overs to go before the next new ball is taken. And we see Thakur coming back into the attack.
It's definitely 100% going to be that new ball that's also going to bring life to this game. But ever so often you see a wicket falling in these last 10 overs before that. We've seen this throughout the series between South Africa and West Indies. Whenever the new ball is just around the corner, there's always going to be a wicket. 3 out of the 4 times we saw a new ball come in, there was a wicket in those 70 to 80 overs. We didn't see it in the last match because the match never got to 80 overs in any innings. So will the curse continue coming in here? Because it does make the new ball such a different threat then.
And it also makes the new ball decision such a different decision because we just picked up the wicket with the old ball. But they've been toiling away so long now that I think as soon as that new ball's available, they'll probably take it. We saw that one of the opening bowlers, and that was Cover-Up, was actually taken off the field with a bit of a hamstring niggle. So it'll be interesting to see if they're resting him up to take the new ball, most likely with Krishna.
And Cover-Up are now in the field, actually, standing down at the fine leg position. Definitely has been bowling well, has Cover-Up. 1 for 31 in his 9 overs. Thakur just goes a little bit straighter, but there are those sweepers who are just lurking all around, standing at deep mid-wicket, standing at deep fine leg, standing at deep backward point for the Indians.
And just the batters talking to one another there. Dupplesis just signaling to Parsons that there is a bit of movement that just came. Maybe a hint of reverse swing maybe starting up. So it just shows him there's just a little bit of late movement.
Not happy with that as Bryce Parsons. Thakur comes in with a little bit of magic, hitting the very good length and forcing Bryce Parsons into the shot.
That's exactly what Dupplesis showed him, because for the right hand it came sharply into him and into his pads where he could whip it away. And this one, as soon as he went onto the drive, Parsons went on that front and just straightened up on him a little bit, and that's what forced the very, very near edge there.
The length was beautiful as well. Goes again for a huge slash. He gets the bottom edge, and the umpire, Tozi Sishezi, says, Bryce Parsons, please take a walk back. He slashes at a wide one, and it was too wide for him to go for, and he has to go forth back home.
24 of 47. Very disappointing, because I feel that was probably one of the worst balls that he faced. That was just a slash, and he just got an edge to it. Just trying to hit it too hard, maybe.
That's what we're talking about. Those over number 70s, bringing a wicket. Ball offering nothing to him. It's that hard length from Thakur that makes it so hard to decipher how to play that ball. Better left alone. But he gambled and he took the risk and he got bitten. He's gone, and South Africa on 215 for 4.
Yeah, he just tried to hit that one a little bit too hard and cost him his wicket. New batter in for SAA. As Corné Oosthuizen coming in.
Man.
He is a fantastic batter. He's also one of those that's just been around for a season or two.
Still very young man, made his debut last season, but it was this year. It was right at the tail end of the first class season. Connor Esterhuizen plays his cricket at the DP World Lions at the iconic bull ring of the DP World Wanderers.
And another batter, we wouldn't mind just showing what he's worth, is also the wicket keeper batter for the team. So another right-hander. So for the first time, the Indians have got a bit of a respite when it comes to the right-left combinations. It's two righties at the crease.
And South Africa, though, 6 wickets in hand, still having Evan Jones coming into bat, still having Ethan Bosch coming into bat. You wouldn't say that they are lacking of any batting power. And if history has to go anything by, partnerships have been doing well, and it shall continue so. Esterhuizen and Dupplesis.
Yes, and Connor Esterhuizen and Dupplesis will be key here. This is the partnership where I think the Indians would try and target, try and nip another one out if they possibly can, because their frustration has been that every single partnership has put up 50 on the board, and again, just losing a little bit of wickets at the wrong time, but just to consolidate the set batters there. And that's the other thing that's been frustrating for the Indians. They've never been able to get a double breakthrough. It's only been the one. 215 for the loss of 4 wickets after 73. Dupplesis still there on 78 of 155, joined by Connor Esterhuizen, the wicketkeeper, right-handed bat for SA.
We always talk about how one brings to the pressure of the new batter, but it's very frustrating as a captain when those don't come into place, and when the batting team understands what it needs to do when the new batter walks in, which is what South Africa have been able to execute, wicket in and wicket out. And Kumar still persists with his line around the wicket to Jean Dupplesis, who seemingly they have no plan against right now.
No, they're just happy to get him off strike, and I think that would be the tactic for the next couple of overs, just getting him off strike, bowling at the new batter, because that one was just floated up way outside leg stump, and they actually have a man on a very squarish fine leg, almost a deep square, helmet coming out, maybe for the new batter. For Connor Esterhuizen, just hoping he'll pop one up in the air. Might just slow down the speed a little bit, Kumar here. Just toss one up, because they saw he went very hard with his first ball. Hard hand, so maybe just toss one up, see what the batter wants to do. If he's going to play positive cricket, let's play.
Invite him into doing something here, because both Dupplesis, all the batters actually, apart from Yasin Vali, have been looking intentful in their stroke play. They have been looking to take the bowlers on, and more often than not it has been a plan that has been working. But like any new batter walking in, it's very important that when you do come in, you do respect the pitch, you respect the bowling, and you see what the pitch has for you. And when I say respect, I don't mean block. I mean, you respect the deliveries that they give you. If you can get a 1, you get it. But you don't just come in wild, swinging, say, I'm going to score these 4s, I'm going to use my wrist now, when you don't know how the ball is moving or how the ball is coming onto you per bowler.
Yeah, you just described half the people's cricketing careers. Well, there is the fact that baseball has changed a lot of way of thinking. But I think the thing that they miss about baseball is they still respect the good ball. It's the bad ball and the average ball that still needs to be put away, and the good ball needs to go for a 1.
And it's the taking advantage of the good ball that creates those bad balls, that then you can start smashing. Because the moment you start smashing, it's so difficult for the bowler to then decipher what a good ball is.
Yes. Under the helmet now, they got someone just behind silly square, just in front.
Connor Esterhazen has played here before in a first-class game last season against the Dolphins. And the one thing that can be noted with those innings is that there were Virgils of innings, long stays, very long stays.
It looks very compact in defense. You can see the plan to the new batters, definitely attack the stumps. Hopefully he'll try and go for one straight, slip still in place.
But when the ball is there, he will put it away. What an exquisite shot. Just opening himself up, hitting it on the half volley, and squeezing it through that cover cordon. Even you couldn't hold yourself. We could have exclaimed together and just died on each other.
Oh, that was lovely timing, lovely hands. It was exquisite shot, just all timing. And this will actually be a very worrisome sight for the Indian players, where you've got a player coming in the middle order, and his fourth ball, he just times like that. Exquisite timing.
That's the length. Just a little bit fuller was the previous ball from Kuma.
And just a little bit wider as well.
It's a free gift for a batter, especially coming to the pitch.
And I also think they feel that we've done some mind trick on them, because they've heard that this is almost a second string SAA team. The next one is going to be the strong one. So I did not think they expected this sort of grit and fight coming from our batters. But they also need to realize, like just in India, the competition is so great for places in a team, that this is exactly what it is for these players. They want the eyes on them.
100%, and they've done well. Reaching 74 overs completed with just 4 wickets lost is an impressive feat. 220 runs have been scored as well by the South Africans. Dupplesis so much in charge. Hermann was so much in charge. Bryce Parsons equally in charge, even though his runs didn't equate to what we were watching. It's just wonderful stuff. Really, the fights being shown by the green and gold men. And Jean Dupplesis' selection of shots has also just been great.
And he's been busy in the crease, and he's been looking for the ones if the ball isn't there to be hit. So he's been looking for the ones, he's been looking for the twos. The running between the wickets, that first run, they've turned 2 into 3 and 1s into 2s. They've put the pressures really onto the touring Indian A team. And that is the problem, I feel, that Captain Bharat has. The pressure's been all on them since that first wicket.
Just as you speak about it, wonderful work. Just place, run, let's go. And the trust between the two is also very, very impressionable, because there's no hesitation.
No, they trust the running. And I feel that these two might have similar styles in batting, similar mindsets. And it'll be interesting to see how they go about their work, because it's a very young partnership, but it's already gone 6 from 9. Very compact in defense is Connor Esterhazen. Looks very well put together batter.
Has been waiting for his opportunity, as Connor Esterhazen. He's been waiting, getting his opportunity in the green and gold here. He did get a chance this season, of course. Didn't capitalize that well in Gqeberha as the Lions foul. But here is a redemption song for him, and hopefully getting some game time, if not this week, in the next week, as the Lions will be playing on the 20th to the 23rd.
And again, compact in defense. The umpire just taking a bit of a stroll. It's becoming a long day for them out there. And Connor Esterhazen is one of those guys that's been on the fringes. And it's very important for a team to have your wicketkeeper scoring runs as well, because it is a specialist position, is your batting wicketkeeper. lovely shot past the bowler.
But it's a tough position, that wicket-keeper position, and then having to come to bat. It takes true rarities to find the likes of a Kuma Sangakkara who can keep the whole day and then come in and bat in the top order. It's difficult standing for overs on end, baking in the sun, and then having to do the same thing with the bat, especially if there's going to be a collapse somewhere. Even if there's no collapse, you're still out there crouching and bending and squatting and batting. And thinking, because arguably no one thinks more than the wicket-keeper if you're not the captain. Even worse when you're the wicket-keeper and the captain, and then having to score runs.
Because the angles is all on you at the end of the day. Is 3 steps this way and 3 steps that way. You don't necessarily change the field, but you have the bird's eye view of exactly what the batter is seeing. So, hey, 2 steps this way, 3 steps that way, keeps beating you on your right hand side. You've got to be aware of these things. He's batting inside, outside of his crease. You expect your keeper to give you a lot of information during the game. So keepers are a very rare breed because they got to be up for it every single ball. Where you might have a lapse in concentration for a ball and then, and luckily it didn't come to me, so it's fine. Where the keeper can't have that lapse of concentration.
And on top of that, even when they take these singles, you must be the first one to back up. When the ball must come to the keeper's end, you must be right up at the stumps. And the TV and the screens don't show how far the wicket keepers stand in relation to your quick bowlers. 125, you may think it's slow, but the wicket keeper still stands far. And they still have to do such an incredible job when it comes to the spin bowlers as well.
Yes, the concentration needs to be right up there. And they're continuing this line to Dupplesis, going way outside the leg stump. And maybe feel that those foot marks might come into play, but it's not like Kuma has been turning it around the corners this day, and the pitch not really helping the spinners a lot.
But they have that man who's standing at that 45 in the hopes that Jean Dupplesis will look to just pounce one and give it a little bit of more power, and then all of a sudden there's an opportunity. So that leg 45 position must always be wary.
Umpire's just having a look there. One of the players having a bit of a chat.
Must be careful that he's not going to get called out eventually for some negative bowling here.
I think that might have been the conversation as the Bharat, the keeper, is also the captain, that the umpire might have said to him, listen, let's just play the game. And Kumar's back foot coming very close to that crease line there. He's harbouring on a no ball call. Just managing to keep his heel in the air, and I think the umpire will have a close look at that. He's really, really on that crease line, and another over gone. 76 overs gone.
Very an unfamiliar no ball to the game. We've seen the one above the waist without pitching, overstepping is pretty obvious, but there's also some level of confusion that comes with the no ball, with the sidelines of the pitch or the wide lines of the pitch, where there was a time I was on social media and we were watching an Adil Rashid delivery where he went as wide as possible, where his back foot was within the lines but his front foot went across the line, and he delivered the ball and he got a wicket, and people were saying, no, it's a no ball, it's a no ball, it's a no ball. But it's actually the back foot, the back foot landing that determines that wide no ball. It's such a strange rule.
It is a strange rule, and I think it's because what he did there with his front foot going over the line is very unique. That had hip hop and everything has to come through so much is not even funny, and the rule is, in fact, you're not even allowed to cut the line. So even if it touches the line, it's a no ball. And there's a lot of senior players that doesn't know this. In the cricketing terms as well, we've got to explain the rule to them in it. But the game has moved on pretty swiftly, and it is cover upper that's coming into bowl.
With only 4 overs left before the new ball is taken, I think this might just be a test of the hamstring. He went off with a bit of a niggle, hamstring niggle. SAA is 221 for the loss of 4 wickets after 76. The first time in a long time is the run rate's just dropped under 3, 2.9.
Kavarapa coming in a different end, and you can see how he's running in, how he's hiding the ball, shielding it from the bat, and then just changing it right upon release. Might be an indication that Bharat is looking to see if his main strike bowler can extract a little bit of reverse and confuse the batters, and these are the ripe times for it to happen, especially even with the score being on double Nelson. It's just calling for a wicket.
He's lifting the feet there at the moment. Hopefully they get off it quickly. At my age, you can't risk being as long in the air. Esterhuizen picking up 1 so far on the over. Great running, and thank you, lads. Put the foot down again. That's 223. Now that was the old wooden feet hitting the floor there. But it's a great run between the two. Dupplesis has moved on to 81. Esterhuizen scoring a single off the first ball of the over. So 2 balls, 2 runs so far. This is kind of what's made the partnerships grow. And again, the partnership only on 8. But again, reaching the double figures, going higher, picking up. And they've done it with singles.
5 from 11 is Esterhuizen. Just dropping it a little bit off the back of a length there. Not really going to see much reverse swing if you're going to dropping it that short. Back of a length is a good length all the time, of course, hitting the deck hard. But if you're looking to see if there's anything more, you want to put it up there. The most lethal exponents of reverse swing, the Pakistani duo of Wasim Akram and Waqar Yunus.
Amazing.
They would put it under the bat so you can see that reverse. Gets the edge, and it gets the hands, but it also gets the floor. Devdutt Padikkal cannot snatch the cherry. Flashing at it hard, but it's been put down.
And that is exactly what the Indians were hoping for, is getting another breakthrough here. And the first time that Connor Esterhuizen actually played away from his body there, and that enticed the edge.
Naughty stroke from Esterhuizen, very naughty stroke. But it was a hard take for Padikkal, having to dive over his left shoulder in order to try snatch that, and it came as a flash because Esterhuizen went hard at it.
Kavarapa following up with another beauty. That hamstring injury looks like it's something from the past now. He is reffing it up, bowled 2 beautiful deliveries to Esterhuizen at the moment.
This is some good stuff from Vidvar Kavarapa. You saw he even ran before Msozisi Shares. He puts his arm down, in it goes. There's no movement, just carrying on with the arm. Esterhuizen drawn into the shot. And I was a little bit rattled. Will want to just calm down, take a couple of breathers with the last ball.
They're back to normal, just feeling the middle of the bat, just making sure that you get through the over, and that's the intensity we wanted in the beginning of the game. So maybe the tea time did them well. I think there was a bit of harsh words to the bowlers and say, listen, this is your sort of conditions. This is ideal for seam bowling. So show us what you can do and pick it up. And this is what's been brilliant about the Indian bowlers. The last, let's say, 10, 15 overs, they've actually gone at the batters a little bit. And Dupplesis still there on 81. He'll be facing up against Kumar, who's 2 for 63 after 21.
The only sad thing there is that dropped catch. Worked very hard, did Kavarapa, and put down on the floor. And Padikkal still just feeling for how he should have reacted. Shadow catching. Oh, it's going to be a bummer.
And end of the day, that's always hard. You've been in the field for almost 80 overs. It's strange environment. It's something new. It's out of your comfort zone, and then that one comes and you just put it down. The second catch dropped by the Indian players today, and both coming from Dupplesis. He was dropped on 32, and this time it was Esterhuizen that was actually dropped on 5. So, yeah, also another drop catch on 32 was a Dupplesis. Now stands at 81.
And now you really question, Gert, what would have been the case if the team was talking, if the team was clapping, if the team was just hyped and charging up their bowlers. We underestimate the level of sharpness that comes with it. Even as they take that single, there was no run there, but they found it anyway.
And also having the chatter up and having your teammates up, and it just keeps everyone on their toes a little bit. So instead of being flat-footed and walking in almost shoulders slouching and that sort of stuff, you're actually walking in with intent. You're walking with purpose. And once you field with intent, the whole dynamics change. Everything changes up because the intent is there for the ball to come to you.
And then it goes over the top with authority, with power. He cashes in as he sends the ball into the bank. What a shot for 6.
You got your 6. That was a great shot. Just lined him up there and just smashed it over the mid-wicket boundary. Lovely shot, lovely timing. And soon as he hit it, he knew.
Wonderful shot. He didn't even waste time, Connor Esterhuizen. The price of a dropped catch now being cashed in. And the composure to not go for it again. And Kumar just been taken away here. He was doing so well earlier on in the morning, but it seems as if they've gotten him figured out, hitting him for a big 6 to end over number 78. There's 2 more until that new ball shows its face, but as it stands, it's 232 for the loss of 4.
And Esterhuizen, you got to think, why haven't they brought Rajan Paul back just to replace? Because the plan has kind of been a little bit obvious with the left arm spinner. So maybe just move it around a bit, just give Rajan Paul an over or 2 and then go back to Kumar. If you have to. A little bit of short spells, but he's having an extensive spell now. He's bowled 22 overs already of the 80.
Well, they're trying something different here. Not really Paul, but rather Safraz Khan coming into the attack now. He's switching ends. He's running up the slope, bowling to Bryce, or rather to Jean Duplessis.
Trying a bit of leg break.
And his starters is up in the air, overpitched, and it goes over the boundary, rightfully punished from Jean Duplessis, and even worse, signalled a no ball plus a 4.
That is one rule I wouldn't mind them bringing in when it's a no ball, have a free hit, even in a longer format. I know it's a batter's game and that sort of thing, but I think it will just pipe down on the no balls being bowled. I mean, how many no ball wickets do we see in international cricket? Lovely batting. Already calling the 2. Great call, great call.
Games of 5s and 7s. That one completing a 7. Not a good ball to start the over from Safraz Khan.
232 for the loss of 4, and that over of cover up was just to test that leg. He will most likely take the new ball just to get him loose a little bit. Him and Krishna will definitely take the new ball as soon as it's due.
It'll be interesting to see. It's just 4 balls away. And also what's 4 minutes away will be the time of 5 p.m. local time. They're running well, coming back for number 2. The intensity from the batting very much overshadowing the bowling here. They go up to, the partnership goes up to 25. And we were saying it's 4 minutes until 5 o'clock here in South Africa. that will be the beginning of the second T20, which is happening down in St. George's Park in Gqeberha. In that particular match, South Africa have won the toss. They've elected to field first. It's a gloomy day down in the coast of Gqeberha. Hopefully we'll have game time. We didn't have any down at the Hollywood Bets Kingsmead Oval. Just to get the spirit of the Freedom Series going, because this running has been on top of the game.
And let's hope they've the main team, the Proteas, has actually taken one or two things away from this SAA team, with the partnerships that they've created, that they've built. Even after a wicket, now we're up to 26 already, or 37, and except for the 1-6, it's been good running, it's been impressive running, it's been pushing hard between the wickets.
And look at that, they just continue doing it so easily. As time goes, it does become easier and easier to just churn the runs through as they are doing here. And that ends over number 79, South Africa A, with Dupplesis on 88 and Esterhazen on 16, find themselves on 242 for the loss of 4.
1 over to go till that brand new cherry comes onto the park. And about a half an hour of scheduled play left, with extended play up till 6 o'clock, light permitted. But it's such a clear day, and there's not a lot of clouds in the sky, so I think we might push it to 6. Anyone who's ever played time cricket knows, you rock up in the morning, the first thing you say is, guys, remember we're here till 6.
Long day of cricket. Here we've seen 79 overs of it, and yet still another hour remaining. It's going to be a long day, scheduled for 98 overs for the day's play.
I think the umpires might just have a word here, because they're just slowing down the over rates a little bit. Kumar continuing with his 23rd over. He's 2 for 70. And after this will probably be the last over that we'll have of Kumar. I don't think even a wicket will buy him another over. That new ball is definitely going to go to Krishna and Kavarappa.
In he comes now, Kumar. No, it just feels like he's bowling to just complete the overs now, Kumar. That threat that he seemingly had when he started off his spell has gone. He does have 2 wickets. It hasn't been a bad spell at all, but it's just that it's lost that little bit of spice.
Just that little bit of oomph that is just missing. You can see just trying to get everyone, just trying to protect the boundaries at the moment. And 5 balls to go would be the conversation to the players. Say, come guys, new ball due. We need to pick up the spirit. And the batter's just happy to knock it around, because it just gives them time at the crease as well. Esterhazen is 17 of 22, and Dupplesis is 89 of 173. He's chasing that 7th 100 of his career.
How happy would it be if he does make it happen? Man, he's been bowling well. He's been batting well, rather. The sun baking us.
Dehydration setting in for the commentators as well as for the players.
It's making us things in 7s and 6s. But it's also just the easy work that's being put in here by the South Africans. The Indians allowing these runs to just come through for them. It's a 6-3 leg side field. It's just a protection game for them now. Just a protection game.
1 more ball to go till that new cherry is available.
And it's well navigated by the South Africans. 80 overs completed. They are on 244 for 4. Nothing coming for you as a commentary change, taking you for the next 10 overs.
It's 80 overs gone. It's 244 for the loss of 4 wickets. It is Dupplesis is on 89 of 172.
Esterhazy 17 of 22, and you can just see the new ball coming onto the field. Third umpy just throwing it. Oh, lovely catch there, making sure that the new ball doesn't touch grass. Partnership of 29 of 44, and new ball being key here, David.
Yeah, new ball is something that can often change the momentum of a game, and it's done the job for South Africa in that game in St. George's Park, having won the toss and decided in the second T20 that they would prefer to have a ball. It's paid off. Marco Jansen, with the third delivery of the game, has picked up a wicket. In India, like South Africa A, are 0 for 1.
Yeah, carbon copy. Let's hope after this it keeps going well for the SA team.
Yeah, Jaiswal falling to Marco Jansen, caught by David Miller. Just 3 balls to his name, and hopefully these 2 South Africans won't last as brief of a time with the new egg. The new egg has been signalled, and this, in prospect, could be the way for India A to fight back.
And it's Krishna taking the ball from where he started from the day at the university end, coming up the slope. He's gone for 21. He's starting his 12th over, but more importantly, starting it off with a brand new cherry.
Absolutely, and he'll feel confident, as you might hear in the background, the scorers who are keeping one eye on this game, but also on the Proteas in Gqeberha, in the home of Test cricket for South Africa, St. George's. But it's a Test cricket here at Potchefstroom that is proving tantalizing.
And lovely bowling, and Krishna has started off well, and just the intensity level has picked up from them. They know they're in the last hour. Work needs to be done here, otherwise they're going to have another long day. You've got to feel that the Indian players will be happier when South Africa might be 6 or 7 down at the end of the day instead of 4 or 5. As we mentioned earlier, there's still a lot of batting to come in this SAA team.
And that's where it's going to prove a challenge for this India A bowling side. You know, when guys have come out and have everything to prove, they've just said, this is now my opportunity.
Yeah.
Or forever hold my peace, if you will. And performances from Ruben Hermann and now from Jean Dupplesis, a little bit of support along the way, but boy oh boy has it been the day for SAA, competing way above their weight class.
And especially competing against quality bowlers. When you think about it, the Indian teams have brought 1 or 2 that's been on that fringes a couple of times. Shakur has actually played for India a couple of games. So he's on international level. They are looking at 1 or 2 other guys. Padikal has played as well. So they do have that international experience within the team, where SAA does not have that.
No, not at all. As we said, the last time a lot of these players donned the green and gold, good Yorker there, was the last time they were in school.
Yes.
At under 19 level.
And that is saying something, because this is definitely a level or 2 up from where they play, and especially when you look at Dupplesis. I mean, he's playing Division 2. This is almost like 3 leagues up, and he's looked the part since he's come in. He was dropped on 32 with a shinner on the point fielder.
That ball is hammering into the gloves. You can audibly hear it, and the wicketkeeper now saying to his second slip, they might have to go fetch the blue spray, the magic spray.
Or the thicker inners, whichever comes first.
Absolutely. What has come first, though, is the end of the 81st. It's 2-4-4-4.
Dupplesis is on 89 of 177, and what's impressed me about Esterhazy is actually his defensive game. He's looked very compact in his defense, very worked out, very solid player. The one chance that he did create is when he actually played away from his body a little bit, but he's looked very compact.
it's all too easy as a young cricketer to come into this environment and think, well, now we live or die, and we just play as if we have no consequences, and then throw their wicket away. And that's quite the opposite here for him. Just shown how experienced he really is in terms of his maturity with bat in hand.
Kavaripa coming in, taking the new ball with Krishna, as we suspected they would. Also starting up from the end where he started the day. And just looking at those footholds again, might be a bit of work for the ground staff at the end of play today. It's just the one end that's been a bit worrisome. Just not level when they're putting their foot down.
Especially with somebody like Kavarappa who's already had some strain on that left hamstring. And I wonder if he might have quite a long appointment with the physio at the end of the day's play.
And the ice bath.
Good bit of movement off the surface there as well.
Lovely movement. That's exactly what he got this morning as well. He bowled very, very well in that first couple of overs. He's 1 for 35, busy with his 11th.
It was the cork over delivery that dismissed Cam Shackleton, and it almost cast your mind back to the 438 game where Potchefstroom was out very cheaply in that game, where almost everyone in the top order seemed to come right on what was essentially a favourable track there for batting, but it's by no means a comfortable situation for these two, especially Dupplesis, who's on 89. He can sniff the milestone, and like Hermann, unlike Hermann, he won't want to throw it away.
Yes, but he's got a couple of hundreds under his belt already, so he would love to kick on and score one on a higher level. He's already made a mark, I think, for Division 1. And then also Estreisen will also don't mind kicking on and finishing up the day. Very, very well left. That ball's just getting an extra bit of lift there. The harder ball, and the surface might have dried out a little bit more as well. So you can actually hear the ball thud into the deck as well, not just the gloves.
You can see just with the attacking field that they've got there, there's two slips in your view, but there's another one just outside the frame there. Perhaps a gully, but maybe even a fourth slip. There you can see on your screen now. A wonderful production team bringing that to you.
And that's the ball that they're searching for. Is the one just pitching on middle and off and just straightening up from there. Lovely running by the two batters. Dupplesis moving on to 91 into those nervous 90s. He has been there a couple of times before.
South Africa A having drawn 3 games in A Test cricket here at the JB Marks Oval, you suspect that that's where we might yet be heading.
Yeah, it was a whole day lost yesterday. That might be where we're heading. But before we can actually say that for certain, we'll have to see how the Indian batters approach their innings. They might be coming out all guns blazing.
They're trying to move things along quite quickly. And we're moving quite quickly. After just 2 overs with the new ball, we'll have a drink.
It is 246 for 4. It is Duplessis on 91. Esterhuizen facing up. He's on 17. Facing up Krishna, who's going to start his second over with the new ball. And he's 13th. And he's gone for 21 runs and hasn't picked up a wicket in this game thus far. Bowling with 2 slips and a gully. Almost a full slip, as we said earlier.
Somebody who has picked up a wicket is Lazard Williams in St George's. 16 for 2 is where the India squad rather are in that second KFC T20. There was threat of rain before the game got underway, but the clouds have dissipated and it's proving to be the right decision for the South Africans. A wicket in the third ball and then another one since then.
Slashed away. Good fielding there by the point fielder. And it is Esterhuizen that's just finding his feet. He was dropped on 5 by a similar shot where he just got 2 underneath the ball, bit of a top edge, and Padikal just put it down in the gully region. And from there he's looked very solid.
There was almost a guarantee there from the man at mid-wicket. He was certain that he'd got the wicket there, but just a fanciful waft at that one. You said he was solid, and then he said, just hold my energy, Ed.
Hold on. Let me just show I've got the full range.
Not to be outdone. Not to be outdone.
But yeah, it's normal the case. The guys square of the wicket normally sees the LBW better than anyone else. They hear the nicks.
If you're not quite sure where you know the name Conor Esterhuizen from, coming into that Lions side in that famous One Day Cup final against the Titans. And if you can think that far back, it was Bjorn Fortuin who hit the winning runs, but it was a phenomenal knock by Reza Hendricks that really got the Lions to victory. Bit of a mic drop from Bjorn Fortuin in the end with the bat. Brilliant game of cricket, that.
There's that slash again. It has gone through point this time, just opening up the face a little bit more. And Krishna again trying to test him wide. 4 runs.
Trying to lure him into the Rye shot, and that's okay. However, the effectiveness of it has to be that you pick up the wicket. 250 up for South Africa A. And Esterhuizen has another boundary to his name.
It's only 4 down. It complements that big 6 that he hit as well earlier. And it's, I think this is where the Indians will try and just get to the end of the day today. It's been a long day. Krishna starting off well. Oh, another one. Just sitting on that one a little bit. And finally, there's a bit of chatter from the bowler asking him, Jay Rainey, you're not going anywhere.
Could you hit the ball, please?
It's
red
ball,
with
please?
stitches.
Yes. At least hit me where you're aiming. So yeah, 250 for the loss of 4 after 83 overs. It is 91 for Duplessis, and Esterhuizen has rocked on to 21. This partnership again growing, 35.
Yeah, 35 is a valuable start, but making sure they kick on in this beginning here that they've got 35. They've got 35 to their name, which means that as we head into the 4th over now with the new ball, there has to feel some confidence in how they've set out their stall, but I don't think you could ever feel comfortable with the bowling attack here.
But it's just, I think the bowlers have kind of let the captain down a little bit with the new ball. They had such intensity just after tee. They were running up, hitting the deck. That first over with the new ball, you mentioned the thud into the keeper's gloves. And that second over from Krishna, he's almost just letting it go and hoping for the best instead of bowling with a bit of intent.
We chatted about it earlier today, about the lengths in which you need to be bowling, that 6-7 meter length. the moment you try and pitch it up any fuller than that, the South Africans will throw hands, and how often have we seen that being a fruitful shot for them? It was Hermann earlier in the day, but Esterhuizen already getting that freebie essentially. The moment you pitch it up, South Africans know hard ball, throw your hands at it, and you'll get reward for it.
That's why it was so heartbreak for Hermann, because it's exactly one of those was there to be hit, and he just picked the tallest guy on the field, and out for 95, missing out on his first ton. A lovely bit of shape there, well left, but he's actually looked like a very compact bowler as Kavapara.
I think he's just gotten the lengths wrong. And I think when he does get it right, it looks very good, as we saw in that last delivery. But it's just his partner at the other end also not really supporting him as well as he could, or as well as he should.
It's just that consistency that's lacking. And I said it earlier, that's very ugly word, patience, that they just need to get.
Patience was needed there, because in the nervous 90s, Duplessis, trying to pull that away over the mid-wicket region and having a stern word with himself. I don't think Esterhuizen will say all that much to him, knowing that he's in his own head, in his own game.
But in his defense, there is a big piece of land just outside. He just needs to lift it over mid-wicket, and even if it goes a little bit behind square as well, there is no one on that fence. So bit of bats on ball, and that would have gone for a couple of runs, if not a 4. Lovely shot through the covers, leaning into it. Fielder in pursuit. Is Red going to win? And Red wins the race.
And then he immediately tripped into the covers and slammed into the advertising boardings, but it was a glorious stroke. Just got across there, played it through the line, and something to butter your toast with. It was just that good.
It was a lovely shot. And now looking for the ball. There we can see the ball just underneath the covers there. Hopefully it didn't get wet with all the rain we had yesterday, and the cover's been taken off. I think the umpires will just have a look at it. You can see the fielder just wiping it off there. So definitely still a bit of water in those covers.
There's also a lot of water in the surface here, because once again that poor soul who's been summoned from the groundsman's hut to bring out the hammer
from the far regions of JB Marks Oval.
Absolutely, and it's one that it's almost sometimes a specialized tool. It's a flat piece of metal with a pole welded to it that sometimes they'll use, but the hammer does the job just as well. They'll turn it sideways, will the ground staff, to try and level things out. You almost need a metal square, if you will, an iron square or a steel square.
We used to use the old elephant foot, what we
Yes.
used to call it. It was a big round thing, and you had the extended pole, and you used to slam down.
Something similar to
on
that,
it.
yes.
So I don't know why they've changed the tool, but they might feel that a hammer is a bit more effective, easier to work with. But what's nice with the elephant foot, you actually go around and then in. So you're repairing around and not just where the problem is.
Straight into the hole, yes, yeah. Which will inevitably only make it worse.
Yes.
So, repair job done. And our famous favorite friend, donning the maroon of the local team here, is once again able to escape like a superhero into the shade.
He's done his Fitbit steps for the day. It is Duplessis on 95. There's that little bit of shape that we're talking about. So I wouldn't mind them going a little bit fuller, but maybe be a little bit more attacking instead of giving the
Tighter to the stumps, yes.
yeah,
The moment they've given width, then it's been hammered away.
It's been smashed. So I think if you're going to go for the swing, attack a bit more. Be happier when they drive the ball over your head or directly past you than actually going through the covers. And that brings that slip cordon into play as well, because the line is a lot tighter. And you're testing the batter technically a lot more.
254 for the loss of 4 wickets. That's after 84 overs. It is Dupplesis. He's in the nervous 90s. He's on 95 of 189 balls. And Esterhuizen is on 21 of 34. Partnership is 39. And Krishna continuing. Gone from 0 for 25. Is starting his 14th and his 3rd over with the new ball. Still 2 slips in the gully.
With that length, it's a surprise that they've decided they will go with just a mid-wicket and a fine leg. No man at square leg, and I wonder if as he leers or seeks out that vacant space there, that he might come a little bit across in his setup, and instead of perhaps a 2-leg or a centre stump, he might just creep across for a 2-off and then pull it. Could get him what he wants, but that is the right shot for that delivery. Clatters into the boundary hoardings. It's 4.
And that's going to be the dangers for them because of the length that they're bowling. If they stray or the ball does not move off the deck and he hits it on the seam, it's going to be on the hip. And with their fine leg being very, very square, anything fine will go for a 4. And the outfield has quickened up very, very much. So it's going to be now a test of where we're going to bowl, because he's also been getting a bit of a waist swing as well. Have the batter pitch up, because the length is not necessarily going to bring your slips into play. Lovely shot. And now getting into his work is Esterhuizen, doubling up on the 4s there. And that is the part as a captain that I won't mind. It just passed the fielder, but it does bring that 2 slips into play a little bit more. But again, the line, just tighten up the line a little bit.
Yeah, and any width Esterhuizen is going to pounce on. You just saw with that replay, it was absolutely gorgeous. He made sure that he covered up his stumps and was able to pierce the gap in the offside. A lot of glare in his eyes as well, so no easy task batting this late in the day with the sun in your face.
Oh, getting a bit carried away there, but again width. So if you're going to throw your hands, throw it at them. There is no one in deep extra cover or on the sweeper boundary. They've got a deep point on the fence. So if you can just clear the fielders, if you can just get it into the gap, even if you're going to hit a bit upish, it's going to be prosperous.
Yeah. And young Esterhuizen here, a couple of times he's just floated a shot out there, not really committing, no real footwork.
Oh, lovely shot through mid-wicket. Great timing. And, again, the line.
Goodness me, I was saying as they get the 50 partnership from 73 delivers 51. As I eat my words, because I said he was almost reckless in that previous shot, but that one showing his class and showing the fatigue of the Indian bowlers. They've really had a long day out here after having to sit on their straps for all of yesterday, and for a brief moment we thought there may be some hope, but since they've come out today, it's almost exclusively been South Africa A.
It's apart from the first wicket where we thought, okay, here we go. Nothing has happened for them.
And consecutive 50 partnerships during the day has allowed them to get to that 266 for 4 mark at the end of 85. The new ball not yet making as much of an impact for the bowling side as they would have hoped. And now Dupplesis will be on strike, 5 runs away.
95 of 189, 266 for 4. And it's another, let's say, 30 minutes to play with the extended time. Schedule overs is 98, but I don't think we're going to get close to that. 85 overs bowled. I think we might get in another 7 overs.
In
max.
half an hour? Yeah, it would be good if we could get that, but with the new ball flying around a little bit.
And also the Indian players not too keen to get into position quickly.
No.
It's been a long day. They want to get off the park and regroup, have a bit of a team chat. Vakapara continuing.
And we actually did see some similar type of tactics from the Indian A side in Bloemfontein, and it yielded a wicket, if memory serves. And so that's what they do. They try and stagnate the game so that you feel like you're really just a passenger on the big old bus.
Almost behind the 8 ball at
Correct.
the end of the day.
Yes, because scoring rate hasn't allowed you to just really move along. Your strike rate is much lower than you would want it to be.
Kavapara getting a nice lift from just that back of the length area, and that is the length and the line they must be concentrating on, because you're forcing the batter to play, and also it is a bit more dangerous than just that wide, loose, hanging deliveries that they're just floating up every now and again. So the patience will definitely be tested. I think that'll be addressed in their team talk tonight as well, during the ice baths and that sort of thing. Like you mentioned earlier, he did come off with a niggle, extensive visit with the physio. Oh, what a shot! What a shot! How beautiful was that? Picked up by Esterhuizen, straight bat, right over the dugout. Lovely shot.
Show him the maker's name. Bang! That's all that you could say about that one. Stand and deliver, son. Obviously, he's been training hard at the driving range. Mm-hmm. Perhaps the one adjacent to the Wanderers Cricket Stadium, Wanderers Club, Golf Club, is perhaps his home, or one of the other wonderful golf courses. And our umpire Gus are having to inspect it after you heard that clang of it hitting the roof here.
And actually denting the dugout of his own players, but they wouldn't mind the noise. Lovely shot.
There's been a couple of instances where a bit of a freebie was given to the South African batters. And a couple of times I just felt that they just gave them a gift delivery. Perhaps.
And I mentioned it earlier as well. I wouldn't mind. I've seen more shots like that being played, because it shows the line you're forcing them a lot straighter as well. So I wouldn't have mind. This is the first one we've actually seen going over the bowler's head, and we had 1-4 on the other side as well. Oh, Esterhuizen just smashing that one to the cover fence boundary. 4 more.
Sumptuous. Sumptuous is the word. He's played it so well, and he's raced along to 39, just leaning on that front foot. And again, we were talking about it earlier with Hermann, that shoulder-to-shoulder type stroke. It's that almost golf stroke or a tennis stroke where your coaches will say, play from your, if you're a right-handed batter, from your right shoulder all the way through the shot to your left shoulder.
And it's again coming back to what the bowlers should be doing, is that patience. They've been bowling well. Keep that line, keep that length. Be patient for an over or 2. Bowled 2 great balls, went for 6, went for 4. It just messed up the over.
Absolutely. It's almost a panic station, because up until that point, it had just been the 1 run when the 6 was hit off the 3rd ball. Now it's 11 from 5, and there's still 1 ball remaining in the over.
And he's all of a sudden gone for 52 in his 13.
Somebody who's also gone is Tilak Varma. Caught Marco Janssen bowled Gerald Coetzee. He's gone for 29. India in the T20 in Port Elizabeth in Gqeberha, 55 for 3. South Africa A in Potchefstroom, 277 for 4 after 86.
And Dupplesis has been sitting on the other end. He's on 96 now. It feels like we've been talking about his 90s now for the last day or 2.
It was on 91 when I joined you on commentary, and that was 6 overs ago, and then scored that 4, and then just the first ball of that previous over just tucked it away and said, well, I'll sit on my bat at the other end.
And Esterhuizen said, don't you worry, I've got this. And a nice big over, and 11 from it, hitting a glorious 6 straight over the bowler, and as you described, a sumptuous cover drive. Almost makes you feel like those Atwoods where the meat just go tss.
Yes.
It's all you want to hear. And you can actually see, it hasn't happened a lot, but it's actually someone walking up to the bowler and just saying, listen, what about this? Let's try something else. The bowlers have kind of been on their own in this first day of play, I should say.
Yes, it's almost as if you want your senior bowlers, or perhaps just the other bowlers, just walking over to him and saying, you've been smashed for 6. Let's see how we can change things, instead of just running in and trying to, bully the South Africans, because South Africans, as you may know, don't take too kindly or don't respond negatively to somebody trying to
work us over. Oh, good ball, that one. And again, and we emphasize that again, comes back to the discussion we have about the line. That was a perfect line. It was an attacking line. Very difficult to play if there's a little bit of movement. He just straightened up on Dupplesis there, and he's set. He's on 96, and he beaten him on the outside edge.
Absolutely, and something that I noticed there in the replay was that he's when he jumps, he almost floats into the stumps. Did it again, but great bit of fielding there off of his own bowling. As you said earlier today, it can be so difficult for a bowler to run in and then suddenly change direction and throw an arm out there to try and stop things.
And it's very easy to do yourself a mischief there, because it might just hit the tip of a finger and that sort of thing. As long as it's on your left-hand side, you can deal with it. But the first one he did was on the right-hand side. If that one hits tip of a finger or on a joint or anything like that, bowling becomes very hard after that.
You can also do yourself a misdeed with your ankle if you just land awkwardly. Maiden.
That is another great single taken by Dupplesis. Moves on to a 97. And Krishna, 1 ball to go in the 87th over of the day. 278 for loss of 4. And Krishna still bowling with 1 slip and a gully. Still hoping to extract a bit of movement from this deck and from this new ball, which hasn't really come to fruition for them. They haven't prospered from it. Happy to let that one go very wide on the outskirts. And Esterhazy is on 39 of 46. 278 for the loss of 4 after 87 overs. The run rate has picked up to about 3.2. And the partnership that moved on to 63 of 86.
Been a thorn in the side of this Indian team, and once again the stagnation tactics play out here with us. The man with the helmets for a moment was going to stroll out into the middle, but there he goes, stopping again. But the umpires, I'm sure, no doubt, will be looking at their watches with great frustration, almost as if they were the rabbit in Alice in Wonderland. I'm late. And
we see a change in bowling as they feel that the seam up is not working. They are going back to taking off the pace. And it's Kumar again coming in from the pavilion end. He's bowled 23 overs. He's picked up the 2 wickets. And those 2 wickets were Yasin Wali and also Hermann on 95.
Could he poach another 90 wicket?
He's bowled at 23 and he still has a bit of a warm-up. Just those very professional tactics. just trying to run down the clock a little bit. It's been a very long day for them. Can't really blame them. Oh, lovely work. 98 of 196 is getting so close to that milestone. And Esterhazy also nudging up 39 thus far, 46. Partnership 64. Be interesting to see how Esterhazy actually plays Kumar. He was smashed him for a nice big 6 over cow corner.
Yeah, well, he defends up front. Sensible stuff. I would love to see just a single here. The frustration for us is we've just watched Dupplesis drop the ball, run, and then 5 balls later, he then has the opportunity to
do the same.
Crawl along.
There we go. And this is batting for you. Oh, great call. That was a great call by Dupplesis. He was willing to come back for the second. He just saw the amount of meters covered by the long on fielder. Fantastic fielding. And it is the fast bowler, Kavarapa, that actually did that great fielding there. So well done to him. A lot of meters covered there, big area.
Finally, he's on strike.
And the chatter from the keeper must be, come on, youngster. You're so close. Don't throw it away now. Don't do what Hermann did.
Yeah, especially since Hermann was that close to smelling greatness, and the last thing you want is to waft at it or play a false stroke and be caught and bowled.
1 ball to go in the over. Esterhazy facing up. 99 now for Dupplesis. Oh, lovely shot. Opening up the face and just playing it past that point fielder. And it just shows you how this team has been playing and batting for one another, not just for themselves. Dupplesis on 99, happy to take the 3 there for Esterhazy, who's on 43. Partnership going to 69 of 92.
284 for 4, and that is the most selfless moment I've seen in cricket in a very long time. The man is on 99. They could have run 2, and deciding it is all for the team. So we'll have to wait just that much longer before we see the possibility of a Jean Dupplesis 100. We've been spoiled here with wonderful batting, nearly 300 runs on a day. And there's going to be a change of bowling as well.
Deshpande is coming into the attack. He's going to be bowling his 15th over. He hasn't picked up a wicket. He's had 1 or 2 good balls, but bowling at a medium fast pace, he hasn't been that effective for the Indians. Just showing there, playing the ball off the hip. That might even go for 4. Great timing, Esterhazy, who's approaching his own milestone. He's on 47.
He's trying to get there before his mate at the other end, and maybe a bit of a hand up of apology. They're hoping to get just maybe the 1 or even a 3, but that was that vacant square leg region I was talking about. Nobody home, and as you said, the outfielders quickened up 4 runs.
Yeah, earlier today, that would have been only maybe 2. And still the wrong line to bowl when you've got a backed offside field, bowling at a 6-3 field. Oh, just playing over that one a little bit.
Again, the youngster is lured in, and if it were another day, he might yet find himself back in the hut with maybe 3 or 4 on the board. And I'm sure that has happened in the past, but when you get the luck that he's had, you said that he was dropped early, and so just riding that wave.
And Parikal in gully again, so he's taking the chance. Oh, lovely call, lovely fielding as well. late in the day, still throwing your body around, shows signs of commitment there. And now this could be the moment. 99 for Duplessis. You can turn up your volumes. I'm sure there's going to be a huge clap and a bit of exuberance coming from everyone. Two slips, a gully. No run. And he's very happy just to push it back. 2 more balls to get that magical 3 figures. Team total 289 for 4, but all eyes on Duplessis at the moment. A Division 2 player. There's never played A-class, first-class cricket in this situation, on this level, on the fringe of scoring 100. Fantastic. Great story to tell.
Absolutely.
Yeah! 100 up for Duplessis. What a stage to do it on. Not in the most convincing fashion, but fantastic. 7th first class 100 with 750s as well. What a play. You can take a bow. Well done, young man.
Yeah, we know how much it means to him. He's raised his bat aloft to thank those of us who have been here to watch it. It was a 100 that he really had to graft for, he had to grind for, he had to make sure that he partnered initially Hermann and then took on the mantle himself of leader, and with 2 massive scores here, South Africa A have been just brilliant to watch.
And that's the end of the over. 293 for 4. Duplessis on 103 of 201 balls. And Esterhuizen is 48 of 52. Fantastic work there. And I think that would be relief for all of us. This is the second time we've had that feeling on the pit of our stomachs.
Yeah, especially after the Hermann dismissal. That gave us a bit of an opportunity to exhale as we enjoy a masterclass of 100 in the most trying conditions.
As we're going to have a change in commentary as well for the last bit. It is Pendulo that's going to take over and to take you home.
Well, Gerard, thank you for your time today. We'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning. Perhaps for the South Africans to continue batting, knowing that it's a 3-day game in effect, as Kumar begins a new over. The question about will South Africa just bat and bat and bat remains yet to be seen.
It's going to be interesting to see indeed, because 293 in a game which is effectively a 3-day game is not a bad score at all. It's workable. It gives both teams a chance to manufacture some sort of a result.
He's eventually got him. Frantic shouting from him. And that was a strange one, because umpire Gasa took his time there, was frantic flailing on of his arms. Float to delivery. Connor Esterhuizen, he did so well to get to his 50, and maybe height would have saved him, but not in this instance. He's gone for 48. South Africa A, 293 for 5.
Worked very hard for that, getting to that 48. He was dropped earlier on, but then he continued just scoring, and he was really becoming a problem, raising that run rate healthily over 3 runs to the over. He's finally gone, and Kumar's hard toil, getting some more movement with the ball with the newer one, sees the dismissal of a well-played 48 from Esterhuizen.
He's replaced by Evan Jones, a man who averages 60 in first-class cricket, 62 to be precise, and almost like Adam Voges in years gone by. The opportunity to perform at this level has sometimes been limited to Evan Jones, but he's done well in the One Day Cup in the past. But red ball cricket is very different. Do you think he could possibly score some runs? I'm not sure. I don't know, but there's still time in the day. Just 9 minutes remaining for him to perhaps have a bit of a swipe here.
Evan Jones is a hard hitter of the ball, the big hitter of the ball. Like you said, in the One Day Cup, not this season, but last season, where his team, the DP World Lions, were able to lift that trophy, he was magnificent. Bats, both with bat and the ball, the all-rounder. Reminds me somewhat of a Marcus Stoinis, does Evan Jones.
Type of guy who will come in and hammer the ball. To my mind, and equally an Australian, Andrew Simons is where I equate him to, but a little bit of a better seam-up bowler. But India changing the field now with 3 helmets coming out, and once again delaying, and the leg guards come out as well. So a slow meander from the man coming out. Eventually hits a bit of a jog with a menacing look from umpire Gasa.
Not happy with that. I mean, the day is about to end. There's 8 minutes remaining. But Evan Jones is a brand new man, so understandably the Indians want to apply a lot of pressure onto him. And normally to avoid these situations, you'd find that a fielding team or the man who's going to be around the wickets would normally keep on fielding with the pads on under his trousers. It's not the most comfortable way of fielding, but it does save time because the over rates does get punished onto the fielding team. So strange that the Indians are allowing this stall of play to happen twice in this innings.
Umpire Gasa looking like he's has worked on his disappointed school teacher stance there, the double teapot.
Ninjan.
What are you doing? Get on with it. Right, so finally we'll have some play. Forward short leg in place, and Evan Jones surprisingly doesn't have anybody on the boundary square of the wicket, just a fine leg. And I suspect that he might feel that if he's going to, now is the time to really have a bit of a slog. And that's exactly what he's done. Second ball down the wicket, up over the top of mid-on, plonk, 4 runs.
4 runs, very dominant shots from Evan Jones. Like we said, he likes hitting the ball. And with South Africa looking to accelerate the strike, who better to walk in than their man who's looking to take it on. Not enough legs for it to go over the boundary, but still 4 runs counts a massive as they go to 297.
He's definitely in a hurry. Maybe there's a local restaurant he wants to see. Good follow-up with the defensive stroke. So by his own maths, this next one should go for 6.
But the question is now, does this indicate that South Africa are not going to come into bat in the morning? With them just increasing the scoring rates we saw with Connor Esterhazen.
Hits it quite hard, does Evan Jones. He'll only get the 1 for it, and he'll retain the strike. So the end of 90, this would traditionally be the close of play according to the overs, but we've still got 6 more minutes. It's 298 for 5.
It's been quite a good day's play for the South Africans. Only 5 wickets gone, but that's a huge amount of runs that they've accumulated. 298, and that scoring rate has increased steadily thanks to Connor Esterhazen. But the most beautiful of those numbers is that 103 of the man called Jean Dupplesis.
Not forgetting Hermann was out in the 90s after also accelerating things. So that's the key for South Africa. They've had a number of partnerships, 50 partnerships, 4 of them if I'm not mistaken. And so what that does is it just tightens the vise around the hand, if you will, of this Indian A side. Glorious delivery. Beat him, all ends up.
Very much could be the final over of the day if they take their time and just relax through it. how beautiful would it be if they continue bowling those and they eventually get the man out. It's been hard work for the Indians, especially Deshpande, who had that spell of short pitch stuff, just coming in hard, running in hard. And here he's still coming in hard.
Most pushing at that one was Evan Jones, reaching for it. Perhaps not the length to be playing so far off the front foot.
Just a relaxation, but he's looking to be positive here, Evan Jones, ever since he's walked on. So if it's there to be hit, why not? But also, if it's there to be hit, why not have two slip fielders like they do have here, the Indians? As we see the shadow also starting to really loom over the ground from the Western Pavilion.
There's not much you can say about that one. It's self-explanatory, really glorious line and length. And when he has bowled that, and I was chatting to Gert about it in the previous stint, when he has bowled that line and length, it's been so good. But the challenge has been he bowls two of those, and then suddenly there's a foolish delivery and he gets slashed away through the covers. And so you've almost got to think, why the lack of consistency? Why not just keep it there? You've done so well. Don't try and find the magic ball. Happy. All day long he'll be happy there.
It's a hard thing to do, especially when you also want those wickets. Sometimes as a bowler, you have to just bowl for your team. Sometimes your job is to hold it up. Sometimes your job is to bang it in. Not necessarily, you want to get the wickets. But sometimes your work doesn't give you the wickets that day, but it earns your teammates the wickets. It stifles the runs.
Just changes the energy in the field. It's a lovely back foot punch, but he's not going to find the gap. And that's showing a bit of class from Evan Jones. Shows that he's not just a bludgeoner or somebody who just swings his willow at everything. He can actually bat. And there's somebody else who is enjoying their time with the bat is Surya Kumar Yadav in that second T20, the second KFC T20 between South Africa and India at St. George's. Coming off of just 29 deliveries. Happy to just tuck inside that one and happy to let his far more suited to these conditions partner, Jean Dupplesis. 103 from 201. He'll face up as we begin the 92nd and possibly the last over for the day, 298 for 5.
It's going to be Kumar. Got the wicket. Very crucial wicket in breaking the partnership between Esterhazen and Duplessis, trapping him in front. LBW to claim his third wicket is Kumar. He has been toiling. He has been bowling hard. Now about to start his 26th over.
It's a long day out there for a spinner. 26 overs in a single day. That's not his quota for a day and a half or 2 days. It's in a single day. India A were very keen to get out this morning. But they may yet regret wanting to get out so quickly. As the South Africans have put them to the sword for many parts of the day's play.
And it's been the running after the first two partnerships. After the fall of Yasin Valley, everything has just been in the smooth running.
Just suggesting that he wants the cover fielder to go a little bit further out. As the clock strikes 6 o'clock, I don't think Jean Duplessis will want to throw his wicket away here before the close of the day's play. And we have 3 balls remaining. Perhaps if it was Evan Jones, we might see a bit of fireworks, but with him stuck at the non-strikers, Duplessis not interested in going after it. Long off and midway, mid on, long on, hung mid on, cow corner and deep square, so protection all around the field. But Duplessis happy to just trod that into the dirt, and with one more remaining, the question is, will he take a single to retain strike for tomorrow morning?
Just completely finished the day. You were speaking about Surya Kumar Yadav. Mr. Scoop Shot now. Scoop one. Hit it to long on. Hit it to long off, whatever you want. Finish the day with a splash.
Absolutely, and that's finishing the day with a splash. Here's all the fielders barring fine leg coming into the ring. A man under the helmet. And there will certainly be a bit of sweet nothings into the ear of Duplessis. And he's pulled the handbrake up as he casually saunters. Surely not. The last ball of the day. It is 1 minute past 6. And now is the time to have a conversation.
Well, trying to see what the plans will be between Sarfraz Khan and Kumar. Scores 298 for 5. It's been well done. But
Will he toss this one up? That's the question. Will he offer Duplessis an opportunity to free his hands, or will Duplessis just block it? He does exactly that. It's come to naught, and we are finished here for today. So 298 for 5 are South Africa A after being put into bed. Hermann did so well, but it was Jean Duplessis, the man from Division 2, who showed off his talent.
Fantastic work from the man playing his cricket at the Garden Route Badgers. His third score of 100 in first-class cricket this season. And boy, oh boy, was it a wonderful one for 103. Surab Kumar for the Indians also came in clutch, grabbing those 3 wickets for the Indians. And after winning the toss, they elected to bowl first and got themselves 5 wickets. I don't know. It seems as if when the team won the toss yesterday in very cold and wet conditions, when the true day started here today, it turned out to be a much more brighter and a much more batter-friendly one, as Jean Duplessis gets a lot of plaudits, gets a lot of hands.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been his day and he's made the most of it, and so we are privileged to have brought you this first day's play on the South Africa YouTube channel, and we look forward to tomorrow and prospect another good day in terms of the weather.
It's going to be a fantastic one. There's still 2 more days of cricket left, which has in effect become a 3-day match. We look excited. We are excited. You are excited. Thank you for joining us all in the comments section. Our producers have been awesome. The day has been awesome. And we'll definitely see you tomorrow at 298 for 5. Duplessis there with the 103. Hermann with 95. Kavarapa also became very good with that new ball, restricting the Indians and the South African scoring. So we will be back with you tomorrow as South Africa A take on India A in this exciting encounter of the 4-day series or 4-day match.